The massive fortress wall suddenly cracks wide open, shattering the quiet, snowy night. Grotesque, tentacled nightmares pour through the breach, ruthlessly slaughtering the desperate guards in a bloody massacre. Huddled in the fiery ruins, the battered survivors realize those promised reinforcements are never coming. Panic fully sets in, as a bloodied soldier begs his captain for a miracle plan. But the battle-scarred captain just stares in exhausted silence, knowing they are completely doomed. Just as they accept their grim fate, the deafening screech of a spinning wagon wheel echoes. A terrifying beast lunges for the kill, forcing the men to brace for the bitter end. Suddenly, a blinding magical flare erupts into the sky, illuminating the horrific horde below. The young recruits look up, utterly dumbfounded by the sudden, dazzling burst of light. Out of nowhere, a massive wagon violently crashes down, crushing the trash-tier monsters in a fiery explosion. A blinding arc of light suddenly slices through the smoke, tearing a beast wide open. An elegant swordsman in a feathered hat leaps into the fray, unleashing a storm of glowing slashes. Landing gracefully on the rubble, the mysterious fighter barely breaks a sweat while executing the beasts. With a single, fluid motion, another grotesque monster is effortlessly decapitated before it can even react. The swordsman's blade dances through the horde, dicing the trash-tier creatures into bloody ribbons. A massive shockwave of mana clears the area, leaving the elegant hunter standing untouched amidst the carnage. The battered recruits watch in absolute awe, realizing these elite monster hunters have finally answered their prayers. But the nightmare isn't over yet, as a towering monstrosity silently creeps up behind the dumbfounded captain. A cold sweat breaks across the veteran's face as he realizes death is breathing right down his neck. Just before the jaws snap shut, a heavy-hitting warrior steps in and brutally crushes the beast's skull. The massive monster's lifeless body hits the ground with a heavy thud. Still trembling on the rubble, the dumbfounded captain stammers out a plea to know who his saviors are. The spiky-haired bruiser just glances back, clearly confused by the completely unexpected question. He casually points a blood-soaked thumb at himself, about to introduce their elite squad. But before he can brag, a casual voice suddenly echoes through the ruined courtyard, completely killing the tension. The battered guards practically jump out of their skin, turning to see a completely ordinary guy standing there. Tipping his baseball cap, the newcomer checks a crumpled piece of paper and calls out for a Mr. Hansler. The surviving recruits just exchange bewildered looks, wondering what kind of lunatic wanders into a monster breach. Clutching his wounded chest, the bald veteran slowly raises his hand and admits that he is Hansler. With a warm smile, the kid reaches into his sling, cheerfully announcing he brought a care package from home. Hansler is utterly dumbfounded, unable to process why anyone would bring mail into a literal bloodbath. Treating the war zone like a normal neighborhood, the kid casually hands over the box and requests a signature. The veteran's tough exterior instantly crumbles as he desperately asks if his mother and kids are safe. With a polite smile, our boy reminds the captain he's just the messenger and taps the receipt. Snapped back to reality, the battered commander awkwardly takes the pen and signs off on the delivery. Right on cue, the dark battlefield is suddenly illuminated by a dazzling barrage of popping fireworks. The sudden bursts of light and sound completely disorient the terrifying mutated beasts still swarming the area. Watching the colorful explosions, the kid smirks to himself, while silently calculating his plans for the next 2 years. The brilliant pyrotechnics light up the entire breached fortress, creating the perfect chaotic distraction. His mission accomplished, the crazy courier cheerfully bids farewell and strolls right back into the monster-infested ruins. But before he can leave, the battered commander desperately asks if he can hire him too. Staring at the kid's back, the veteran practically begs, promising to pay whatever outrageous fee it takes. Hearing the sweet sound of a new commission, our boy pauses and shoots a glance over his shoulder. He turns back to face the exhausted survivors, sensing a massive payday about to fall into his lap. With a smooth flick of his cap, he drops his crazy courier persona for a professional merchant vibe. Flashing a brilliant smile, he eagerly asks the commander what needs delivering and where it has to go. Fast forward a bit, and our boy arrives in the heart of a peaceful, sunlit modern metropolis. He finds himself standing outside a pristine high-rise, a stark contrast to the monster-infested wasteland. The elevator hums quietly as it ascends to the 14th floor, bringing him closer to his drop-off. But the moment the doors open, a wave of pure dread washes over him, leaving him completely paralyzed. The familiar setting triggers a painful flashback, pulling him back to the day his mundane life shattered. In his memories, he violently shoves past his old coworkers in a state of absolute, blinding panic. Desperation takes over as he frantically spams the elevator button, needing to escape the building immediately. The doors finally slide shut, leaving his dumbfounded colleagues completely baffled by his erratic behavior. The second the elevator reaches the ground floor, he bolts out like his life depends on it. Left in the dust, his coworkers mutter about his rude attitude and unusually haggard appearance. Pushing his legs to the absolute limit, he completely tunes out their petty, ignorant complaints. He sprints across the massive company lot, weaving blindly past rows of parked delivery trucks. Throwing himself into his vehicle, rumors echo in his memory about his wife suddenly leaving him. But the tragic truth hits hard as he makes a mad dash straight for the emergency room. The relentless gossip echoes in his mind, whispering that his successful novelist wife just abandoned them. They pity his poor daughter, who was left behind to suffer from a mysterious, debilitating illness. He remembers the grim doctor explaining that her rare condition rapidly ages her tiny body. Asking about a cure only brought absolute despair, as the medical world had no answers. The crushing weight of helplessness threatened to break our boy completely, but he refused to give up, pouring every agonizing cent he earned into her mounting hospital bills. Pushing himself past the brink of exhaustion, he sacrificed sleep just to keep her breathing. His coworkers couldn't fathom how he juggled grueling delivery shifts while raising a sick kid alone. He even brought her along on his routes, strapping her into the truck to watch over her. Hauling back-breaking loads, he couldn't help but wonder how different things would be if his wife stayed. His older coworker just shakes his head, openly gossiping that if he were in our boy's trash tier situation, a sudden wave of pure trauma washes over him, freezing his wide eyes in absolute terror. He stares blankly at his own trembling hand, inexplicably coated in a fresh pool of blood. Completely dumbfounded, he stammers in confusion as his mind violently spirals back into his darkest memories. He remembers the grim doctor sitting him down to brutally drop a terminal stomach cancer diagnosis. As the doctor apologizes, his coworker's distant voice finishes the thought, claiming he would have just ended it all. Standing in the freezing rain with his fragile daughter, the crushing weight of his cursed life finally hits. He desperately searches his memories for where it all derailed, wondering if it was meeting his ex-wife. Or maybe his tragic fate was sealed the moment their beautiful baby was born hopelessly sick. Now completely alone in the relentless storm, he breaks down sobbing while clutching his deliveries like a lifeline. He even questions a strange encounter from his past, meeting a mysterious cloaked figure in the rain. Or maybe the real tragedy began when his wife didn't just leave him, but suddenly went missing. As the storm rages, a much darker possibility worms its way into his thoughts. He remembers holding his sick daughter, her tiny hand reaching for his face as she coughed. This memory takes him to the edge of a rooftop, where he once stood ready to end it all, wondering if he'd always been useless. But his daughter's desperate cry for her daddy shatters his dark trance like a lightning strike. He sees her tiny face, flushed with fever and struggling for breath, and the weight of his actions hits him. Her little hand desperately clutches his finger, her weak voice calling for him again, grounding him in reality. Sobbing, he stumbles back from the ledge, clutching his daughter Ah Young and realizing the horror of what he almost did. He holds her tight, turning away from the city below, apologizing over and over for scaring her. He clutches Ah Young, tears streaming down his face as he begs for her forgiveness. Trying to pull himself together, he tells her they need to go inside before she gets sick. But just as he turns, a sudden jolt of vertigo hits him like a freight train. His foot slips on the rain-slicked ledge, and his heart plummets into his stomach. A split second of pure, unadulterated terror flashes across his face. In a horrifying twist of fate, both he and his daughter tumble over the edge into the abyss. The world blurs into a nightmare as he watches his baby girl fall away from him. His hand shoots out, a desperate, instinctual attempt to grab her, to reverse the irreversible. A silent, agonizing scream rips from his soul as he plummets towards the unforgiving ground. Suddenly, the memory shatters, and our boy is back in the fortress, an explosion of raw energy erupting from his body. A wave of agony washes over our boy, his mind reeling from the psychic backlash. He finds himself floating in a terrifying void, completely surrounded by those grotesque monsters. But the monsters fade, replaced by the horrifying memory of falling with his daughter, Ah Young. The vision then snaps back to the ring of monsters, trapping him in a loop of pure dread. He relives that desperate, failed reach for his child, a silent scream echoing in his soul. Now he's just drifting in an endless dark, wondering if he's been trapped here for over 10 days. He remembers the first few days, screaming Ah Young's name until he passed out from exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time unconscious, he awakens with dead, hollow eyes. Has lost all sense of time, but through the haze of despair, has finally figured something out. His prison is a cycle of his worst memories. The fortress, the forest, and the slums. And then, a gut-wrenching realization hits him. This isn't just his memory. It's the world his wife wrote about in her novel. The truth floods his mind, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief and horror. A piercing sound rings in his head as he collapses, screaming from the mental overload. He clutches his ears, demanding to know who's messing with his mind. The psychic assault intensifies, and our boy is battered by a tidal wave of raw information. Visions flash before his eyes, the monsters, the hunters, and his entire journey so far. But through the chaos, he sees her face, a clear vision of his daughter, Ah Young. He desperately reaches out, screaming her name as the vision is ripped away from him. Left alone in the void, a single thought consumes him. Ah Young must be somewhere in this world. A flicker of hope ignites within his despair. He grits his teeth with newfound, grim determination. He screams into the void, demanding that the silent force tormenting him finally say something. A mysterious voice cuts through the darkness, telling him he was never supposed to come to this place. Our boy is left utterly dumbfounded, the cryptic warning echoing in his shattered mind. Suddenly, he's yanked backwards into a blinding light, tumbling through the fabric of this strange reality. A horrifying realization hits him. If this world is the one his wife created in her novel, then this place is a literal hell. The scene shifts to a rainy night in that very world, where a lone figure stands guard on the rooftops. This is the novel's hero, a warrior who carves through grotesque monsters with a single, sweeping slash. With grim determination etched on his face, he prepares for the next wave of abominations. A massive reptilian beast lunges from above, its claws ready to tear him to shreds. But the hero stands his ground, bracing his shield to absorb the devastating impact in a flash of light. The novel's hero grits his teeth, a flash of red, marking the end of another grueling battle. He staggers back, bleeding from his head and wondering what the hell just happened, since intel said there was only one monster. Just then, his flamboyant partner chimes in, mockingly agreeing that the patrol unit's report was trashed here. The dandy swordsman then casually asks if the hero can handle the rest on his own, much to his partner's fury. The hero is absolutely dumbfounded by the question, but his partner just plays it off with a shrug. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue light erupts in the distance, catching both of them completely off guard. A massive pillar of energy crashes down from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the city. And from the epicenter of the blast, our boy, the delivery man, is violently ejected into this new world. He's completely disoriented, his body racked with pain as he hurtles through the air. The dandy swordsman senses the sudden disturbance as the delivery man slams onto a nearby rooftop, kicking up a cloud of dust. He tumbles across the grimy rooftop, his body screaming in protest from the rough landing. The dandy swordsman is completely dumbfounded, wondering what the hell just crashed into their world. Before our boy can even process what's happening, a horde of grotesque monsters descends upon him from the shadows. He can only scream in pure, unadulterated terror, convinced this is the end. But in a flash of movement, the novel's hero appears, cutting a path right through the demonic swarm. With a single, brutal slash, he turns the entire pack of monsters into a shower of blood and guts. The delivery boy, however, is lost in his own trauma, screaming curses at his savior, calling him a pathetic civil servant. The hero, completely bewildered by the outburst, just yells at the strange man to hurry up and get to safety. He then approaches, calling him Garf and asking where Lucia is, clearly mistaking him for someone else. But as he tries to get answers, a terrifying new monster looms up right behind him, ready to strike. Without even flinching, the hero raises his shield, easily blocking the monster's razor-sharp claws. He follows up with a brutal counterattack, splattering the creature's guts all over his shield. The hero tries to get our boy's attention, but the delivery boy just screams, demanding to know how he knew that name. His yelling is cut short when he spots a group of terrified villagers huddled together in despair. The poor souls are weeping, begging to be saved and wondering if help will ever arrive. Even the novel's protagonist is feeling the pressure, clutching his wounded head as he wonders if this is where they all die. But he's not one to give up, tossing his helmet aside and roaring a challenge at the unseen horde of monsters. Watching this heroic last stand, our boy is struck by a sudden, chilling sense of familiarity. He looks down to see trash-tier monsters nipping at his feet, just like in the game he used to play. On pure instinct, he winds up a punch, ready to crush these pathetic creatures himself. The novel's hero smashes a monster's face in, a scene of pure, desperate violence. Our boy watches, sweat dripping down his face as a horrifying realization dawns on him. The villagers continue to weep, their prayers for salvation lost in the chaos of battle. He remembers the hero yelling at his companion to stay back, promising to draw the horde away. The delivery boy is dumbfounded. He knows those words. He's read them before. A memory flashes through his mind, the exact scene from the book playing out before his eyes. He stands up, his entire world collapsing as he realizes he's trapped in the novel's prologue. The protagonist spots him and shouts for him to get back inside where it's safe. But our boy's face hardens with a grim resolve, telling the hero that he can't do that. Ripping off his shirt, he declares he has to find his daughter and save the hero's master too. The hero's words trigger a memory. A time when our boy was just reading the novel his wife wrote. He was a sobbing mess, wailing about how pitiful the main character, Garf, was. The story was classic. A kid becomes a monster hunter and finally finds a mentor he can trust. But the gut punch came when that same mentor was killed off right in the prologue. His wife just laughed, asking if the story was really sad enough to make him cry like that. He desperately asked if the plot could be changed, but she confirmed it was already published and set in stone. That hopeless feeling echoes into the present as rain begins to pour over the battlefield. Suddenly, the sky darkens as a horde of those very same novel monsters rains down from above. And there, amidst the downpour, is the mentor himself, the dandy swordsman, calmly eating a strange wooden carving. He thinks to himself that he brought this little trinket along just in case, hinting it's more than just a snack. He confirms he's glad he brought it, a smirk playing on his lips as he lands. Turns out, it's not just a snack. He bites down hard on the wooden trinket as if to activate something. From his vantage point, he finally sees the true scope of the disaster, an endless sea of those grotesque monsters. The dandy swordsman's confident expression vanishes, replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes the odds. He grits his teeth, admitting to himself that this situation is a complete and utter mess. Meanwhile, two other figures, including the novel's protagonist, are sprinting for their lives through the battlefield. The protagonist, Lucia, starts having second thoughts, wondering if he can really trust the man he's following. He decides to stick with it for now, but vows to bail the second anything seems off. But then, our delivery boy just stops cold, hunched over as if something is terribly wrong. The swordsman looks back, calling out to Lucia, confused as to why they've suddenly halted their escape. The swordsman turns his back to them, muttering for them to run while they still can. Lucia is completely dumbfounded, asking what's wrong and why he's telling them to flee. With his back to them, the hunter insists they have to get out of there immediately. Suddenly, a colossal burst of energy erupts from the mist, right in front of him. A horrifying, bone-armored monster looms over him, its sheer presence suffocating. Elsewhere, our delivery boy collapses, cursing his own useless body as he hopes it's not too late. He's in agony, realizing with dawning horror that something is terribly wrong with his body again. The world twists into a nightmare as he remembers terrified men, bleeding from their eyes and begging for their lives. He recalls the second stage of the horror, tentacles erupting from their faces as they scream in agony. Snapping back to reality, he gasps in shock, realizing the transformation is already happening to someone nearby. In the world of the novel, Garf screams in horror as he finds his companion, Lucia, collapsed and already transforming. Our delivery boy watches this memory unfold, realizing with sheer terror that the nightmare is happening again. Garf tackles Lucia, desperately trying to get through to the man he once knew. He holds his friend close, begging him to stay sane, but then he sees his own hand starting to twist and deform. Lucia, in his final moments of clarity, recognizes Garf and is flooded with regret for leading him to this fate. With a monstrous hand, he reaches up to his friend, managing a final, heartbreaking apology. The transformation completes, but the monster that was Lucia uses its last ounce of will to plead with Garf to escape. Suddenly, the newly formed creature is violently impaled from all sides by an unseen enemy. All Garf can do is watch, tears streaming down his face as his friend is executed before his eyes. He lays a hand on his fallen friend's body, completely broken as the same curse consumes him. Overwhelmed by grief and the curse, Garf's body begins to convulse in agony. A raw scream tears from his throat as a violent, purple energy erupts from his transforming body. The energy manifests as grotesque flowers of death, instantly obliterating all the other infected villagers around him. The brown-haired fighter is thrown to the ground, utterly dumbfounded by the horrific spectacle that just unfolded. He looks up to see Garf standing over Lucia's lifeless body amidst the carnage. In disbelief, he recognizes his companion, calling out Garf's name as if to snap him out of it. A memory flashes through his mind of his friend desperately warning him not to make eye contact with a certain monster. But Garf's consciousness is gone. Our boy's singular, desperate thought cuts through the haze. He has to find his daughter. He stands with renewed purpose, his gaze fixed on his own monstrously transforming hand. A blurry memory of his daughter, Young, surfaces, and he realizes with dawning horror that he's seen this cursed hand before. His consciousness cuts through the chaos, demanding to know if this monster is the one who has his daughter. The fiend just grins, its voice echoing in his mind as it mockingly repeats his daughter's name, Young. Our boy is completely stunned, realizing this creature somehow knows the name of his child. The horrifying memory finally clears, his infant daughter, helpless in the clutches of a monstrous hand. He stares up at the towering shadow fiend, the vision of it holding Ah Young burning into his soul. The shock instantly boils over into pure, unadulterated rage. He can't even form words, his mind just screaming that this thing is a worthless piece of trash. With a roar of fury, he launches himself forward, putting every ounce of his new power into a punch aimed at the fiend's face. But just as his attack is about to land, he feels a sudden, jarring impact. Turns out it was a trap, and another horned beast ambushes him from the side, grabbing him mid-air. The beast's attack triggers a horrifying flashback to the day it all went wrong, when a monstrous claw descended upon him. Trapped in the monster's grip, our boy can only scream his daughter's name in pure agony. His mind flashes back to his old self, desperately clutching his newborn daughter, Ah Young. He remembers running through a ruined world, a terrified father trying to escape the encroaching darkness. The memory ends with him standing before that same shadow fiend, screaming that the child is his daughter. Back in the present, the horned beast taunts him, asking where he thinks he's going. But nothing can stop this rage. The shadow fiend tries to mess with his head, its glowing eyes boring into his soul. But our boy is beyond its control. He twists his body with impossible strength, his punch now aimed squarely at the trash-tier monster holding him. All the pain and fury in his soul condenses into a single, cold point of focus in his eyes. He smashes his fist directly into the horned beast's face, unleashing a shockwave of pure, unfiltered vengeance. With pure, undiluted rage burning in his eyes, he's far from finished. He twists with impossible force, ripping his arm free from the beast's grasp. Then he grabs the monster by its head and slams it into the ground with every ounce of his being. The impact is so immense it shatters the very earth beneath them. But before he can even recover, the shadow fiend has him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. He screams in his mind, a desperate roar, that she is his daughter. He throws a punch with all his might, but the fiend catches his fist like it's nothing. The monster just grins, its voice echoing in his soul, mockingly claiming that Ah Young is its daughter. Our boy is left utterly broken and helpless, forced to listen to the creature's vile taunts. Having shattered his will, the fiend transforms into a massive red beast and leaps away, leaving him in despair. But even in his despair, a memory surfaces from the novel. The beast's weak spot is near its tail. He spots his target and locks onto it, a flicker of hope igniting in his soul. The monster lets out a piercing shriek, realizing its vulnerability has been exposed. Channeling every ounce of his rage, Garf rips a massive boulder straight out of the ground. With a desperate roar, he prepares to bring the makeshift weapon down on the fiend. He smashes the boulder directly onto the weak point, shattering the earth beneath it. Suddenly, the creature unleashes a blinding flash of light, blasting him backwards. The raw power of the explosion sends both of them flying in opposite directions. He stumbles to his feet and sees that the monster is actually panicking, its composure completely shattered. A grim realization dawns on him. This seemingly invincible creature has a weakness after all. Seeing his chance, Garf rushes in and slams a brutal kick right into the monster's jaw. But the fiend recovers instantly, looming over him and sneering that his pathetic struggles are completely useless. Our boy just smirks through the blood, asking the creature if it's really so sure about that. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupts from Garf, forming a monstrous shadow of himself. He lets out a primal scream, realizing this is his one and only chance to end this nightmare. Channeling all his rage, he rips another colossal boulder from the ground, this one glowing with raw power. With everything he has left, he brings the glowing weapon down, smashing it directly onto the fiend's core. The impact is devastating, not just hitting the main body but also obliterating countless smaller shadow creatures. The monster's form begins to melt away, its body pierced and broken, as it stammers in disbelief at how it could lose. Garf's eyes glow with cold fury, as he tells the creature its very existence makes him sick, and to never dare say his daughter's name again. The shadow fiend lets out a final, agonizing shriek as its very essence begins to melt away. Its entire form dissolves into a puddle of black sludge, its power completely extinguished. The countless smaller shadow creatures evaporate into nothingness alongside their master. Our boy stands over the monster's remains, the sole victor in a desolate wasteland. But the victory feels hollow. The adrenaline finally wears off, and his body gives out, sending him collapsing to his knees from sheer exhaustion. But just as he thinks it's over, a twisted, gurgling laugh erupts from the monster's mangled corpse. Garf is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know what could possibly be so funny. The dying creature uses its last breath to launch a venomous psychological attack, screaming about his daughter, Ah Young. It cackles maniacally, taunting him that her own father, the delivery boy, tried to kill her. The words pierce through Garf's mind, a final, devastating blow, as the monster's consciousness finally fades to black. The monster's final words hit our boy like a physical blow, sending his mind reeling back through his worst memories. He's suddenly back in his old, frail body, desperately trying to deny the venomous accusation that he tried to harm his own child. Even a vision of Luce, the novel's original hero, appears bloodied and broken, insisting that everything the monster said was a lie. But his mind cruelly flashes to an image of his daughter Ah Young, wailing in distress. Garf is utterly powerless in this memory, screaming her name into the void. The vision shifts, showing a group of somber villagers holding his daughter. He watches in horror as they gently pass the swaddled baby from one person to another. The villagers gather around her, their faces grim, as if performing some kind of solemn ritual. They all seem to be caring for her, but the entire scene feels deeply unsettling and wrong. The memory ends with a mysterious man holding Ah Young, speaking of a parent god that watches over all children. The man offers a blessing from some Lady Miriam as he gently hands the baby over. In this twisted memory, our boy gratefully accepts, his face a mess of relief and exhaustion. He looks down at the child, and his heart stops when he hears her call him daddy. But something's wrong. The baby reaching for him has pointed, elven ears. Garf is completely dumbfounded, staring at the tiny hand as the illusion starts to crack. Despite the wrongness of it all, he can't stop himself from gently wiping away her tears. A mysterious white-haired elf suddenly asks if this is the daughter he's been looking for, and Garf grits out a firm no. But back in the vision, his resolve shatters as he clutches the child, sobbing that she is his daughter. He's completely broken, hugging the illusion of his child and apologizing for everything. Snapping back to reality, Garf is dazed while the elf smirks and thanks him, clearly having used his pain for something. Still trapped in the vision, our boy weeps, vowing he'll never forget this kindness. He finally collapses in the real world, still deliriously promising to repay them as the elf and villagers just stare. The elf's group decides to take the unconscious Garf with them, with one of them cursing the patrol agency for this whole mess. As he's out cold, Garf's mind drifts to a memory of his old life, weakly mumbling that he'll be of great help. The white-haired elf hears his mumbling and leans in with a blood-stained, predatory grin, asking what kind of help he could possibly offer. But Garf is lost in a peaceful memory, feeling his daughter Ah Young playfully poking his nose. His thoughts then darken, flashing to the novel's original plot where he was destined to kill the protagonist, Luce. But he realizes that because of him, because of his choices, the entire fate of this world has been rewritten. The scene changes, revealing their destination. A desolate, half-flooded town blanketed in snow. They make their way towards a lone tavern, the only sign of life in the ruined landscape. The group finally reaches their destination, a tavern called Fabelin, the only building with its lights on. Inside, the place is surprisingly alive, packed with people slurping down noodles like it's their last meal. A waiter is getting absolutely blasted by customers, who are screaming that their food is taking forever. But in the kitchen, the cook calmly prepares a bowl, telling the waiter it'll be out in a second. He looks completely drained, sweat dripping down his face from the non-stop work. Suddenly, his mind flashes back to a different time, standing in the ruins of his home while holding a baby. The memory shows the white-haired hunter tossing him a small pouch, calling it the price for saving his life. The hunter smugly boasts about how he even got paid extra, all thanks to the patrol agency's faulty intel. The cook just stares down at the ground, his expression a mix of humiliation and quiet anger. The memory blurs as the hunter calls out to him, snapping him back to the present. Clutching his baby, the cook makes an absolutely insane request, asking the hunter for all of his silver. The two hunters are completely dumbfounded, wondering what the hell this guy is talking about. He begins to explain the harsh reality of their lives, pointing out that since hunters only get paid when monsters show up, their income is completely unstable. Turns out, society treats them like absolute garbage, calling their work cursed and charging them double rent. He reminds them of the all-too-common signs they see every day, banning them from most inns and restaurants. It's a constant reminder that they're not welcome in the very places they risk their lives to protect. To make matters worse, there's a widespread fear that any hunter could just snap and turn into a monster at any moment. The white-haired hunter is unimpressed, arms crossed as he asks what any of this sob story has to do with him wanting their money. With a look of pure desperation, the cook reveals his grand ambition, to build a safe haven where hunters can finally rest in comfort. But his companion immediately cuts in, grabbing the hunter's arm and calling the claim completely unbelievable. The hunter confirms with his brawny companion that the cook's crazy dream is actually for real. With a wicked grin, he leans in, intrigued, and asks what exactly they plan to do now. The scene cuts to a steaming bowl of ramen being served, a testament to the cook's dream in action. A hungry hunter eagerly digs in, lifting a perfect mouthful of noodles. He's absolutely blown away, exclaiming that the spicy, satisfying meal is leagues better than the usual slop they eat. The customer is so impressed he turns to the boss, our boy Garf, demanding to know where he learned such skills. He even asks if the rumors are true that Garf was once a personal chef for a high-ranking noble. Garf just sweats, remembering how he actually just copied a messy recipe he found on YouTube. Suddenly, we're pulled into a memory of a happier time, as a cheerful Lucia peeks around a corner, calling for his boss. Garf, holding his daughter Ah Young, playfully scolds Lucia for drinking, who just whines that he's helping out, sparking a friendly argument. Garf complains that Lucia has already polished off 2 whole barrels of beer this month, and with prices going up, it's getting ridiculous. But Lucia, ever the sly one, makes a deal. He'll swear off drinking while on babysitting duty if Garf just answers one little question. Our boy is immediately suspicious, asking what kind of trick this is, but he's listening. The mood shifts entirely as Lucia leans in, his eyes glowing, and asks the million-dollar question. How does Garf always know exactly where the monsters are going to appear? Garf is completely cornered. He can't just admit he's read the book this world is based on, so he dodges, putting on a reassuring smile, and swearing that whatever his secret is, it will never put them in danger. Lucia seems to accept this for a moment, a flicker of trust in his eyes at the sincere promise. But he's still Lucia, so he snatches a beer and bolts, yelling that if Garf wants him to stop drinking, he'd better start talking fast. The fond, bittersweet memory fades away as a door creaks open, pulling us back to the present. And we see exactly how he uses that knowledge, as Garf now stands over a massive map, plotting his next move based on the novel's future events. Holding his daughter close, our boy wonders how in the hell he even got here. The biggest mystery is that Ah Young's terminal illness somehow vanished in this new world. He doesn't have all the answers, but as he looks at the map, he knows one thing for sure. He's going to use his knowledge to completely change the tragic ending of this story. With Ah Young as his motivation, he recalls the 4 major hotspots where monsters appeared in the novel. He dismisses the fortress wall for now, and turns his attention to the infamous Dark Forest. It's a cursed place where a few poor souls still live, constantly plagued by monsters and strange events. According to the book, these ghostly apparitions and monsters were a problem, but not the most frequent one. His mind then shifts to the slums and middle-class districts within the city. He marks the map, remembering that for some reason, this safe area had an unusually high number of monster attacks. To intercept the monsters and gather allies, our boy Garf decides this one location is the perfect spot for their new shop. He recalls how they built their reputation. Thankfully, Lush's lie detection ability helped them earn people's trust despite their shady origins. Garf was quickly accepted as a weird but harmless guy who just happened to know way too much. He started leaking bits of information from the novel, predicting monster attacks and proving his worth in battle. In the end, it was the right move, allowing them to become monster hunters for hire and set up a proper base. But as he holds his daughter, he knows that all their success so far is nothing compared to the real problem. The grim future he knows is coming weighs heavily on his mind. In just 2 years, the world is destined to end, and the trash-tier novel never even bothered to explain why. With Ah Young finally on the road to recovery, he refuses to accept that fate. But his apocalyptic brooding is cut short when an employee bursts in, panicking about 6 customers with complicated orders. Garf's apocalyptic thoughts are shattered by an employee screaming that they're out of the special menu. He has a full-blown panic attack, realizing their tavern is so successful he has no time for anything else. Out front, a crowd of hungry customers mills about, wondering when they'll ever get to place an order. With a strained smile, our boy steps up and announces that, unfortunately, they're closed for the day. He hangs up a sign. They're completely sold out of every last ingredient. The disappointed crowd isn't even mad. They just praise his dedication to fresh food and head off. Garf watches them go, taking a moment to breathe as the last of his customers disappear into the night. Just then, 2 more hunters arrive, one carrying his completely wasted elf companion over his shoulder. The drunk elf happily slurs out the secret to their success. It's a haven for hunters with good food and even better service. As his friend drags the passed-out elf away, Garf just laughs and tells them to come back tomorrow. Just as Garf thinks he's free, Lush's ears twitch as he's being held, and he looks up at our boy questioningly. Garf glances over his shoulder, wondering what else could possibly be happening now. It's just his cook heading home with his baby. But Lucia, being the troll he is, starts waving and shouting goodbye to Ah Young. The elf shoots the cook a smug grin, telling him he'll see him later, and thoroughly enjoying the man's confusion. The poor cook is just dumbfounded, though his own baby seems happy enough to wave back at the weirdos. With the chaotic goodbyes finally over, the cook pushes open the door to head inside. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, ready to finally put his feet up after a long day's work. But his blood runs cold when he sees two figures waiting in the dark, one of whom has a grin that belongs in a nightmare. Mustering his courage, the cook politely informs the strange man that the tavern is already closed for the night. The shadowy figure just smiles wider, his chilling reply confirming he already knows that, and he's been waiting. The cook turns around, his heart pounding, as he faces the strange man sitting at the bar. With a chilling grin, the unhinged man rests his chin on his hand, looking utterly pleased with himself. He asks if the cook is here for a meal, casually mentioning he heard the place is quite famous. The cook cautiously asks what it's famous for, only for the man to reply that it's known for feeding monster hunters. The man's calm facade shatters as he bursts into a maniacal laugh, screaming that opening a shop for hunters is insane. Barely keeping his composure, the cook asks if that's somehow a problem for him as a customer. The man's grin widens as he explains his twisted philosophy. Monster hunters are just monsters that haven't fully transformed yet. He claims it's inevitable that they'll all eventually snap and go on a killing spree. He finds it absolutely crazy that the cook is feeding these ticking time bombs in the same place he keeps a child. But then, he changes his tune, calmly stating that's not why he's here, and points directly at the dumbfounded cook. The man leans forward with a predatory smile, asking if the rumors are true that the owner here knows everything about monsters. The cook forces a laugh, trying to play dumb and insisting he's just a simple cook, but the man's face contorts into a horrifying grin as he sarcastically calls him modest. Sweating profusely, the cook tries to keep his cool while subtly reaching for a nearby cabinet. Inside is a secret stash, research notes, monster sketches, and even preserved eyeballs and body parts. The cook's mind is racing. This guy isn't human. He has to be one of those monsters that can mimic them. He quickly runs through the monster classifications he knows, starting with the common, low-intelligence beast types. He dismisses the other typical monsters, knowing this thing in front of him is far more dangerous. A cold sweat drips down his face as he realizes the horrifying truth. This must be a named monster from the story. The man's voice cuts through the tension, mockingly asking what he's looking for like a cornered lunatic. The cook stammers out a weak excuse, claiming he's just looking for ingredients to serve him. But the man's face twists into a nightmare grin as he reveals that human food doesn't really suit his taste. Suddenly, the cook's baby, strapped to his chest, calls out for her daddy, completely unaware of the danger. Trying to keep up the act, the cook soothes his child, promising to cook for the customer. The unhinged man's eye reflects the tender moment, watching them with a cold, predatory focus. His voice then drops to a venomous whisper, asking the cook how he usually beats children. He corrects himself with a sadistic smile, clarifying that it wasn't beating the cook tried to kill the child. The cook is completely frozen, the accusation hitting him like a physical blow. The man taunts him, asking if hearing this hidden truth pisses him off and dares him to make an excuse. He then points at the cook, seemingly talking to himself, shocked that his victim answered like a lunatic. The cook's eyes widen in sheer terror, the man's words cutting deeper than any blade. The psychopath mocks him from across the bar, asking if that provoking tongue of his still works. With a dead-eyed stare, the unhinged man watches the cook's every move, savoring his fear. Instinct takes over, as the cook clutches his baby tighter, a silent promise to protect her. In a blur of motion, the unhinged man vaults over the counter, closing the distance in an instant. The baby just watches, completely oblivious to the fact that a monster is lunging at her father. Before the cook can even react, a powerful hand grips him with bone-crushing force. Snapping out of his fear, the cook grabs the nearest kitchen knife, ready to defend his family. But it's useless. The man effortlessly lifts him by the throat, choking the life out of him. His face then distorts into a horrifying visage, letting out an inhuman roar from a gaping, black maw. Suddenly, the man's hand morphs into a grotesque claw, digging into the cook's shoulder. As the life is choked out of him, the cook hears a voice in his head, marveling at how amazing this feeling is. The unhinged man's jaw unhinges, and a horrifying little red creature emerges from the fleshy abyss of his throat. It seems the creature is the one in control, casually telling the cook to hold on a second while it gets comfortable. The cook can only watch in stunned silence as the monster fully reveals itself, perched on the man's tongue. The little creature points mockingly, asking if the cook really finds the spectacle of his own demise amazing. It cackles with glee. Seeing the pure, unadulterated terror in the cook's eyes is exactly the reaction it wanted. The creature then begins to insult him, sneering about his pathetic body and worthless life. It then reveals its true target, saying it expected the owner of this tavern to be someone who knew about their kind. The creature's face twists into a demonic grin, realizing Garf's knowledge isn't just from books, it's something far more dangerous. The creature internally panics, realizing Garf is far more dangerous than it first thought, and scrambles to figure out a plan. It decides on a new host, planning to kill its current vessel and become the tongue of the powerful young man hidden nearby. But before it can make a move, the cook suddenly snaps, grabbing a knife and brutally stabbing the host right in the stomach. The little monster is completely thrown, wondering how a seemingly ordinary human could fight back with such ferocity. Pinned to the ground, the cook desperately tries to recall everything he knows about this bastard's abilities. He forces himself up, holding the bleeding host hostage, and coldly asks the creature if it's already given up the fight. As he chokes the life out of the man, he seems to hear the creature's thoughts, but he's completely unfazed. The cook stares it down, muttering about how he's seen other monsters just like it before. A sudden, crazed smile spreads across his face as he realizes this thing is just a parasite that performs cheap tricks with tongues. The creature is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this random cook figured out its true nature. With a crazed look, the cook mocks the creature's pathetic attempts to survive, like begging and dancing on its own tongue. The parasite, enraged, fires a beam of energy from its host's mouth, blasting the cook right in the face. But our boy just smirks through the pain, his eye glowing as he taunts the creature for its predictable counterattack. The little monster realizes this unexpected resistance is wasting time and decides it needs to provoke him even more. It goes for a low blow, threatening to throw the cook's daughter in an iron box, just like he supposedly did. The creature then twists his words, asking if he's really lost his mind and is planning to kill his own daughter. Instead of breaking down, the cook just throws his head back and lets out a wild, booming laugh. He calmly tells the creature he's not going to get angry over whatever nonsense a guy about to die spouts. The parasite is completely stunned, pointing a shaky finger and asking if he's serious about killing it right now. Trying to regain some composure, the creature laughs and says the cook should have been a clown, not a chef. The cook just grins, taunting the creature for wasting so much time trying to get a rise out of him. The little monster is completely dumbfounded, its psychological warfare having backfired spectacularly. Just then, the bell on the tavern door rings, signaling a new arrival. A pair of polished heeled boots steps confidently through the doorway. A mysterious swordsman, cloaked in shadow and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, makes his grand entrance. Without missing a beat, the cook calmly welcomes the new customer. He then gestures to the parasite, telling the swordsman that if he's looking for a monster, he's found one. In a blur of motion, a blade flashes through the air, severing the creature's arm in a clean slice. The fiend can only stare in disbelief as its own limb falls to the floor. Our mysterious newcomer stands ready, his sword already drawn and glinting in the dim light. The parasite is absolutely livid, screaming about how this psycho didn't even bother with an introduction before dismembering it. But our mysterious swordsman couldn't care less about pleasantries. As his blade flashes again in a spray of blood, he yanks the creature right out of its host, grabbing the terrified parasite before it can even react. That terror quickly boils over into pure, unadulterated rage as the little fiend's eyes glow with murderous intent. It explodes into a monstrous form, lashing out with a flurry of attacks. But the swordsman's defense is flawless. The transformation was a total bluff. The creature is now back in its pathetic form, trying to scurry away for its life. But there's no escape. As the swordsman leaps through the air, his blade carving a deadly arc towards his target, the parasite screams in pure disbelief, wondering why its feet are suddenly caught when it was so close to freedom. With the host body now just a lifeless husk on the floor, the swordsman lands without a sound. He calmly raises his sword, preparing to deliver the final, decisive blow. With zero hesitation, the swordsman's blade comes crashing down, splitting the creature right in half. As its life fades, the parasite recognizes its executioner, identifying him as the legendary Balder. It tries to spit out one last insult, calling him a failed hunting dog who couldn't even protect his master. But Balder is done listening to trash talk and shuts it up for good with a clean, decapitating slice. The creature can only stare in disbelief as its head is separated from its body. In an instant, its entire form starts to crumble away into nothingness. All that's left is a disgusting puddle on the floor, leaving the poor cook utterly speechless. Just when he thinks the nightmare is over, the swordsman suddenly points the blade right at his throat. Balder calmly informs him that the monster he just dispatched was a type never before seen in this world. The cook's terror suddenly morphs into a frantic realization. He knows this monster from the novel. The cook tries to play it off, saying Balder must know about the monster since he's a hunter too. But Balder's eyes narrow. He points out that he never once said his name. The cook panics, his mind racing to figure out how he could possibly explain this massive slip-up. Just as Balder moves to strike, a blade flashes out of nowhere, blocking his attack in a shower of sparks. It's Lucia, who smirks and asks if the legendary hunter has gone senile, attacking an innocent person. He questions why Baldur would try to cut him down, especially knowing full well he isn't a monster. Lu Shay grabs Baldur's arm, explaining that the cook is just someone who knows an unusual amount about monsters and about him. Garf quickly pulls the terrified cook behind him, trying to pass him off as just a knowledgeable old uncle. Baldur is completely unconvinced, wondering if they really expect him to believe such a trash-tier excuse. But then Lu Shay turns the tables, asking Garf why he's been so suspicious, especially since he knows about Lush's ability to see lies. From under his hat, Baldur's eyes narrow. He's not buying any of this for a second. He mentally sizes up our boy Garf, dismissing him as just a rookie who awakened a few years back. Then there's the cook, who he pegs as an endlessly suspicious and untrustworthy shop owner. And finally Lucia, a little brat who ate his sibling. What a trustworthy combination, he thinks, sarcastically. Baldur then leans in and taunts Lu Shay, asking if he still can't bring himself to eat meat. That was the last straw. Lush's fist glows with power as he drills it straight into the hunter's gut. The legendary Baldur is sent flying back, dumbfounded by the sheer force of the punch. Garf screams and lunges forward, grabbing Lucia's arm to stop the fight from escalating. But it's too late. Baldur's hand is already gripping the hilt of his sword, his patience completely gone. Garf is forced to draw his own blade to intercept the furious counterattack, and their steel clashes violently. Lu Shay is completely dumbfounded. He can't believe the sheer power gap he's witnessing. Garf barely registered the block before he sees another attack coming, his eyes wide with shock. Before our boy can even react, Baldur pivots and slams a devastating kick straight into his chest. The impact sends Garf flying across the room, smashing him right through the wooden bar counter. With Garf out of the picture, the legendary hunter turns his chilling attention to the terrified cook. Baldur raises his blade, its edge glowing with a menacing light as he prepares to end this. He unleashes a strike so fast it seems to bend the very air around it. But instead of steel, a horrifying shadow erupts from his own arm, lashing out with a mind of its own. The dark appendage lunges straight for the cook, who's frozen stiff with absolute terror. Baldur simply glances at his smoking hand, utterly unfazed by the monstrous power he just unleashed. But just as the shadow is about to connect, the cook's own sword slides into his grasp. Except it's not his hand, it's Lucia, who grabs the blade, wondering why his body is even moving. In a flash, Lucia is on his feet, gun pointed at Baldur's face, asking if he can really handle two opponents at once. Baldur falls silent, his gaze drifting past them to a distant tower, lost in thought. Suddenly, the tense standoff is shattered by the sound of a baby wailing in terror. It's the cook's daughter, and he scrambles to comfort her, telling his little princess everything is okay. Baldur looks over, his cold demeanor cracking for a moment as he realizes the cook was just protecting his child. Turns out, Lu Shay had intercepted Baldur's blade with his own, a split-second reaction that even surprised himself. As Baldur turns to leave without a word, the cook calls out, telling him to wait a moment. Holding his daughter close, the cook gives an awkward smile, admitting he understands why Baldur thought he was suspicious. The cook tells Baldur that despite their twisted first meeting, he'd be honored to have him back as a customer. Baldur doesn't say a word, simply turning and leaving with a cryptic blessing for Lady Miriam's guidance as the door slams shut. The moment he's gone, the tension finally breaks, sending both Lucia and the cook collapsing to the floor in sheer relief. Lucia is the first to recover, immediately complaining about Baldur's dramatic exit and his unnecessarily poetic language. He then grills the cook for being too nice, but the man just smiles, saying he trusts monster hunters like Lucia and Garf. Stunned by the sudden vote of confidence, Lucia asks if he really trusts them that much. The cook's answer is simple and pure. Of course he does. Later, we see the cook through a peephole, holding his daughter and seemingly asking for a favor for the next day. He looks up with a confused expression, clearly waiting for a response from the other side of the door. Turns out, he was just holding up a simple sign to express his gratitude, a gesture that no doubt left Garf utterly speechless. But it turns out someone was watching the whole exchange from a distance, and she is absolutely flustered. Through her scope, she imagines the cook has spotted her, holding up thank you signs in a mocking way. The sniper leaps back from her rifle, totally spooked by the thought of being caught. She grabs her head in a full-blown panic, her mind racing with the worst-case scenarios. She's convinced they've seen her and are about to call the guards on her for being some kind of freak. Mustering her courage, she cautiously leans back in to take another look. Her eye, magnified by the lens, focuses intently on the scene unfolding in the tavern. The reality is far more wholesome. The cook holds a single sign while Garf awkwardly stands by with Lucia draped over him. She's left completely dumbfounded, her jaw hanging open at the sheer unexpectedness of it all. The shock is so great that she loses her balance and tumbles right off her stool with a thud. Back at her base, a guild official leans over his desk, surprised to see our sniper, Kapar, asking why she's here when she usually just passes through. Hiding under her cloak like a scared kid, Kapar nervously stammers that she was just out hunting. The official presses her for details, wanting to know what kind of monster she shot and where. She's clearly struggling to find the right words, her mind racing to explain the absolute mess she's in. Finally, she blurts out the unbelievable truth. She accidentally shot the legendary swordsman, Baldur. The official is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know who she just said she shot. Kapar bows in a deep, desperate apology as the official sighs, realizing he has to deal with this disaster. He decides to report this to Lord Claude, but Kapar suddenly panics about her father, and her body begins to contort. Her eyes transform into a swirling vortex of colors, a clear sign that she is not even human. The transformation continues as her hands warp into sharp, insect-like claws, revealing her monstrous nature. The official's eyes go wide in pure shock as he witnesses her grotesque transformation up close. Kapar desperately tries to cover herself, stammering that it's nothing as she tries to suppress the changes. Utterly done with this situation, the official simply tells her to get some sleep, locking her away in an empty room. He unceremoniously tosses her onto the bed, clearly needing to contain whatever the hell she is. Sometime later, she finds a meal left for her, thoughtfully wrapped in a cloth that brings back a flood of memories. It's from Garf's tavern, and her heart sinks as she realizes she probably terrified him, despite being a regular. She touches her monstrous eye, thinking that anyone would freak out if they saw something not quite human staring at them. Her mind flashes back to a happier time, remembering the cook holding up a sign to thank the hunters who saved him. The memory is a painful reminder of the kindness she found there, now tainted by the monster she's become. She buries her face in her hands, completely overwhelmed by her secret and the mess she's in. Back in his tavern, Garf clutches his daughter, his mind reeling from the fact that he's finally met Baldur, the novel's strongest character. Just like the book predicted, he showed up right when that trash-tier mouth creature appeared, confirming the legends were real. But a cold sweat runs down his spine as he realizes this event is happening way too early, and worse, Ah Young nearly died. His mind flashes back to a calculated move he made, approaching a city guard with a friendly smile. He offered the man a small gift, calling it a token of appreciation for his hard work. Garf told him he was sure the person he served would appreciate the gesture, a clever bit of networking. Snapping back to reality, our boy is horrified, realizing he only survived because he'd randomly made an impression on the legendary sniper, Kapar. He decides then and there that he can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. It's time to get his hands dirty. Holding his sleeping daughter, he stares at a crude drawing of Kapar, knowing the original storyline is now completely useless. With the plot derailed, he concludes the safest move is to recruit the main characters himself and keep them on a tight leash. And so, we flash back to a clock tower, where this whole mess began. From her perch, Kapar keeps a close eye on her target, wondering what he's up to today. Through her scope, she sees Garf, still just a simple delivery man, chatting up a local merchant with his daughter in tow. The merchant seems genuinely impressed, remarking on what a hardworking guy he is. Kapar is just confused, wondering how this random dude gets along so easily with complete strangers. She watches him go, waving cheerfully to yet another shopkeeper like they're old friends. He then approaches a heavily guarded area, and Kapar just assumes he'll turn back. But to her utter disbelief, he just strolls right past the guards and through the barrier. She's completely dumbfounded. The man just walked right into her secret hideout. In a blind panic, she leaps away from her post, her cover completely blown by a clueless delivery boy. Before she can react, our boy Garf pops up, introducing himself as the owner of the tavern she helped. The two are now sitting at a table in her secret hideout, and Kapar is just slumped over, completely speechless. Suddenly, Ah Young lets out a happy little squeal, which seems to snap Kapar out of her daze. Garf proudly holds up his daughter, guessing that she must remember her amazing savior. Kapar finally finds her voice, stammering as she asks how in the world he got past all the guards. He explains that the guards are all regulars at his place, and when he told them his plan, they happily let him through. Garf continues, saying he just wanted to thank the incredible hero who protects the city from this very tower. The praise is too much for the stoic sniper, who just hides in her hood, a blushing, flustered mess. He then remembers the real reason he came all this way. As a thank you, he offers her a box of sweet buns, saying he always sees the guards buying them. The smell of the buns hits Kapar like a truck, and the stoic sniper is instantly captivated. Garf explains he brought extra, watching as she practically drools over the box, her cool facade melting away. She takes a bite, thinking to herself that she felt bad constantly asking the guards to fetch these for her. Seeing his plan working perfectly, Garf flashes a sly grin, sensing his opportunity. While she's distracted by the delicious treat, he casually asks for a little favor, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Turns out, that little favor was a big one, as Garf stands proudly with Ah Young outside the massive hunter's tower. He gazes up at the colossal structure, the central hub for all the S-tier badasses in the city. And just like that, Kapar unfurls a massive banner from the top, advertising a brand new delivery service. Garf watches from below, his master plan falling into place. He'll run deliveries directly to the hunters inside. This isn't just about selling food, it's a genius move to meet the novel's strongest characters and recruit them to protect his daughter. There's just one tiny problem with his genius marketing plan. Garf realizes the banner is completely upside down. From a distance, the legendary swordsman Baldur spots the strange flag, a flicker of interest in his eyes. A silver-haired girl also notices the tower's new decoration, tilting her head in confusion. She just keeps tilting her head until the upside-down text makes perfect sense, thinking the problem is solved. With a newfound understanding, she reads the sign, intrigued by the mention of monster hunters being welcome. The ad campaign, despite its flaws, is a massive success, and the tavern is absolutely swamped with customers. Garf tries to manage the chaos, but the place is packed with rowdy patrons demanding service. The whole situation quickly devolves into a full-blown tavern brawl, with bodies flying everywhere. In the kitchen, the cook is getting absolutely slammed, realizing they're getting busier but not actually making more money. After the dust settles, the tavern is closed for a break, with Garf, the cook, and even Lucia passed out from sheer exhaustion. As they recover, Garf finally asks the freeloading Lucia if he ever plans on earning his keep around here. He reminds the elf that he used to be a hunter who actually brought in money from killing monsters. Garf can't help but laugh, realizing it's been a solid 6 months since Lucia last contributed anything. That seems to snap Lucia out of it, who confidently declares he can catch any monster if Garf just gives him a location. Garf's expression turns grim, recalling the Security Bureau's reports that monsters are appearing non-stop. He knows deep down that this isn't Lush's fault. The problem is far more complicated. Our boy is tormented by his knowledge. The novel tells him how monsters are born, but not when. And with the plot all twisted, he has no idea what's coming next. He tries to shake off the dread, but the weight of the unknown is crushing him. Putting on a smile for his daughter Ah Young, he picks her up and apologizes to the still-dazed Lucia. Suddenly, the tavern door swings open, and the silver-haired girl from before clears her throat, announcing her arrival. The girl proudly announces she's the 13th seat of Sana, leaving Garf and Lucia completely dumbfounded. She then reveals her full noble name, Tirna Hosen Marduna, the sole heir of the Tirna family. Garf is internally reeling. Why in the world would a high and mighty noble come to his trash-tier tavern? Tirna immediately mistakes him for an errand boy, only to be corrected when he flatly states he's the owner. Her eyes then lock onto Ah Young, and she panics, realizing this child is a character who never existed in the novel. She asks if this is where she can hire hunters, but Garf shuts her down, telling her to leave if she's not ordering food. Without a second thought, our boy turns his back on her, leaving the noble girl standing there in utter disbelief. Getting desperate, Tirna yells that she'll provide more than enough compensation if they just take her request. But Lucia just casually leans over Garf's shoulder, coolly informing her that they're doing just fine with money. He then cheekily whispers to Garf, reminding him they literally were solving cases, earning a deadpan glare from his boss. Garf grumbles that noble requests are always a pain, and Lucia cheekily agrees they're nothing but trouble. Pushed to her limit, Tirna screams that she'll offer a priceless family treasure that can't be bought with money. That offer immediately gets their attention. Garf looks to Lucia, who confirms she's dead serious. Turns out, that was the magic phrase, because the next thing you know, they're all sitting down to talk business. Tirna finally explains her situation. She needs them to find a friend she's lost contact with. She clarifies it was a commoner child her age who used to sell things at her mansion, prompting Garf to ask for a name and address. The noble girl gets all flustered, nervously wringing her hands as she tries to answer. She stammers that the friend's name is Hans, but when it comes to where he lives, she's got nothing. Lucia just leans in, a shadow crossing his face as he prepares to drop some cold, hard truth on her. He asks with a deadpan expression if she has any idea how many people named Hans live in this city. Completely stumped, the noble girl can only apologize for her lack of information. Lucia eyes her for a moment, letting the tension build before speaking up. He smirks, telling her it's not entirely impossible, and her face immediately lights up with hope. But his expression turns predatory as he leans in, suggesting they'd do a better job if she showed them the treasure first. He reminds her she promised her family's treasure upon completion, but he's not willing to wait. Grabbing her collar, he guilt-trips her, asking if she'd really leave a friend to tremble in fear somewhere. Before she can even process the manipulation, he pulls out a pre-written document. He explains that this kind of work needs a contract and points to the signature line. Tierna panics, remembering her father's warning not to carelessly affix her seal to anything. But Lucia just grabs her hand, forcing it onto an ink pad while telling her not to be shy. With a maniacal grin, Lucia forces her bloodied hand onto the contract, telling her to put her handprint right there. The cook is horrified, yelling at Garf to stop this madness, but our boy just smiles, completely unbothered. Garf quickly shuts the cook up, telling him to calm down and explaining the plan is to go to her house first. Tierna continues to scream, insisting she's a noble and they can't treat her this way, but no one is listening. Her bloody fingerprint is pressed firmly onto the paper, sealing the deal whether she likes it or not. A desperate scream echoes as the scene fades to black. Turns out, they close the tavern for the day to pay a visit to the Marduna family's dilapidated mansion. Inside a dusty attic, the whole crew, Garf, Lucia, the cook, and Tierna, have assembled. The place is a mess, with old laundry hanging and supplies scattered about, hinting at a family that's fallen on hard times. And there it is. The friend she was so desperate to save was a baby, now held safely by Garf as the exhausted party finally gets a moment's rest. Our boy Garf is so drained he feels like he's drowning in a teacup. Lucia whispers furiously to him, complaining that this so-called noble couldn't even afford a carriage. With the crew assembled, Tierna finally presents her payment, a grotesque, fleshy-looking teapot. The whole team is dumbfounded, and Lucia knew deep down that this whole venture felt unlucky from the start. Tierna looks on with a pitiful expression, unable to meet their disappointed gazes. Lucia dangles the weird object, while Garf and the cook just stare, completely unimpressed. He finally turns to the girl, his patience worn paper-thin, and asks if she's seriously kidding them. Holding up the hideous thing, he demands to know if this was the treasure they were supposed to retrieve. Through her tears, Tierna insists that it's a supreme treasure, despite its disgusting appearance. But Lucia isn't having it, ranting that the only person who'd buy this trash is some eccentric collector with weird tastes. Tierna's voice cracks as she tearfully asks what's going to happen to her friend now. The scene flashes back to the cook holding the rescued baby, telling the others it's time to go. Back in the tavern, a deeply ashamed Tierna can't even look Garf in the eye. Lucia zones out for a second, a memory of another elf calling his name surfacing from his past. Tierna finally breaks, sobbing that no matter how nice someone is, they can't work for a reward this disgusting. But a gentle voice cuts through her despair, acknowledging that they understood her desperation. The camera focuses on the rescued baby, who is perfectly happy and safe, the real treasure of the mission. The cook brings the child over to Tierna, showing her the positive outcome of their efforts. As the baby grabs her finger, Tierna's tears finally stop, and she manages a grateful smile. The cook then holds up the fleshy teapot, deciding they'll just have to find some way to offload the trash tier item. Just as the cook is about to toss the fleshy teapot, he gives it one last shake, and a cup of instant noodles pops out. The cook is completely dumbfounded, screaming about why a modern-day snack just appeared from a fantasy item. The group peers into the mysterious teapot, trying to understand what just happened. Garf and Lucia stare into the darkness, their minds racing to comprehend the bizarre artifact. The poor cook is still having a meltdown, questioning how this impossible object even exists. But Garf and Lucia, cut from the same chaotic cloth, just grab the cook and start shaking him, demanding he try again for an even crazier prize. The entire party, including a confused Tierna holding the baby, gathers around to witness the strange spectacle. Tierna sheepishly admits she'd heard rumors about this item, but never imagined they were actually true. The cook's expression turns serious as he asks her to spill the beans on whatever she knows. She explains the legend. If someone blessed by foreign gods holds it, the pouch grants them something they've touched before that they truly desire. The cook is left utterly dumbfounded, trying to process the whole blessed by foreign gods part. Suddenly, Lucia's eyes gleam with a manic energy as he grabs Tierna, realizing if the pouch grants what you desire, then silver coins should be on the table. The cook flashes back to the promise he made to find Marduna's friend, the weight of his own desires hitting him hard. After his outburst, Lucia gently reassures Tierna, a sly plan already forming behind his crazed eyes. Tierna, catching on to his scheme, gives a firm nod of agreement. A moment later, a strange little doll plops onto the table instead of coins, but Lucia just grins. His true goal achieved. The rest of the party is completely lost, with the cook voicing everyone's thoughts, asking if that's just a doll. Lucia just lets out a smug little laugh, his genius plan working perfectly. He turns to the cook, reminding him of his unique ability to perceive truth and lies as colors. Lucia lays out his masterstroke, Why waste time interrogating people when they can just create a target? They can ask anything and instantly know the truth. The cook is absolutely dumbfounded, the gears turning in his head as he realizes the insane potential of this plan. Garf, however, cuts in with a grim warning, explaining that using this power puts a heavy strain on Lucia's body, pushing him closer to some kind of transformation. But Lucia couldn't care less about the risks. He just smirks and announces that it's time to get started. A dark purple energy swirls around his hands as his eyes glow ominously, and he commands the doll to answer his questions. The creepy little sack doll suddenly stands on its own, and a single, unblinking eye snaps open. With a chilling intensity, Lucia begins the interrogation, asking if a boy named Hans has ever been to this estate. The doll confirms Hans was here, that he was Tyrna's friend, and most shockingly, that he isn't far away at all. Lucia's eyes widen slightly, clearly not expecting that last answer. If the boy is close, then where the hell is he? He presses on with the most important question of all. Is Hans still alive? But the doll just stares back in unnerving silence. With a bead of sweat running down his face, Lucia demands to know if the boy is still alive. The doll simply replies yes, leaving everyone in the room utterly dumbfounded by the revelation. But instead of relief, Lucia's hand instinctively goes to the pistol at his side, his knuckles turning white. Garf, completely baffled by this reaction, asks our boy what the hell is wrong. With a look of dawning horror, Lucia asks the one question nobody wanted to consider. Did the kid turn into a monster? He presses the doll further, stating that the boy isn't just nearby, he's right here, right now. The doll's face warps into a psychotic grin as it gleefully confirms that every horrifying word is the truth. Realizing the trap has been sprung, Lucia screams at Garf to shut the door immediately. But it's too late, as an unseen force smashes our boy through the stone wall in a devastating explosion. Garf is too slow to react, as Lucia is sent flying through the air by the sheer force of the blast. Thinking fast, he lunges forward, catching our boy and bracing himself against the devastating impact. From the now open doorway, a massive, grotesque arm snakes into the room, revealing the source of the attack. Tyrna is frozen in terror, realizing this monster is somehow connected to her family, the Mardunas. The monstrous hand gently picks up the dazed baby, the very friend they were sent to rescue. She can't believe her eyes. The very thing she tried to save is the source of this nightmare. But then the baby's expression shifts, and he curses under his breath like a seasoned adult. He suddenly screams for everyone to shut up, unleashing a blinding explosion of power. The light of the explosion reflects in Tyrna's wide, terrified eye, as the situation spirals completely out of control. The transformed baby, now a grotesque monster, looms over Tyrna, ranting about a noble who treated him like junk. Tyrna is in tears, completely in denial as she calls out to Hans, unable to accept this monstrous form as him. A white-haired elf swordsman calmly advises her companion that once someone turns like this, killing them is the only option. Hans continues his furious tirade, screaming that he was content until someone filled his head with useless talk of the future. His words echo in Tyrna's mind, making her wonder if this nightmare is truly all her fault. The monster lets out a deranged laugh, confirming her worst fears and blaming her for everything. Just then, a pair of hands snaps some kind of vial or container with a sharp crack. A cloud of white powder explodes directly into the monster's face, catching him completely off guard. Hans recoils, blinded and enraged, screaming for his attacker to get lost. But before anyone can react, a new spider-like monstrosity bursts from the shadows, pinning the poor cook to the ground. Even Garf and the stoic elf swordsman are left completely dumbfounded by the sudden, brutal ambush. As the monster's taunts continue, Tyrna desperately grabs Garf, pleading with him not to listen to its twisted words. Her desperation sends our boy spiraling into a memory of their first meeting, where he told her that trash-tier people who exploit kindness always blame their victims. He remembers her tearfully begging him, a simple delivery boy back then, to please save her friend Hans. A flashback of his own determined face reminds him of the promise he made that day. Snapping back to reality, Garf and Lucia have already repositioned, with Garf yelling for the cook to throw him the can he used earlier. The cook, clutching the rescued baby in one arm, gets a firm grip on the bug spray and prepares to launch it. With a powerful heave, he throws the can, and Lucia immediately unleashes a blindingly fast sword strike right at it. The sword strike sends the bug spray can tumbling through the air, right towards the monster's confused face. With insane precision, Lucia's blade pierces the can mid-flight, turning it into a makeshift aerosol bomb. The monster scoffs at the pathetic attempt, mocking them for trying to use a simple can to create a firebomb. But that's exactly the plan, as Lucia whips out a revolver with a maniacal grin, clearly loving every second of this. A horrifying realization suddenly hits the cook as he remembers the giant flammable warning on the can. He starts panicking, screaming at the top of his lungs that they're about to ignite the highly volatile material. Lucia just gives a deadpan, "Yup," before pulling the trigger, unleashing a bright spark from the barrel. Thinking fast, the cook grabs Tierna and tackles her to the ground, yelling for her to get down. A massive, fiery explosion erupts, completely engulfing the monster and shaking the entire estate to its foundations. The dust settles, revealing the smoldering ruins of the mansion and the charred husk of the spider guardian. As the monstrous Hans lies dying, he curses his own existence, wishing he'd never been born. Those twisted words strike a nerve with the cook, triggering a horrible memory of someone saying the exact same thing to him. Before anyone can process it, Garf steps forward and stomps, completely obliterating the creature's head in a flash. The elven swordsman just watches, dumbfounded by the brutal efficiency of it all. He then turns his attention to the noble girl, calling out her family name as the monster's body begins to fade. With tears streaming down her face, Tierna rushes forward, telling Hans that she's right there with him. She kneels by his side, desperately holding his hand as his monstrous form reverts to something more human. But instead of just dying, his body dissolves into a cascade of beautiful, shimmering tears that fall into her hands. All that's left is a heartbroken Tierna, clutching the last remnants of her so-called friend. With his last breath, Hans smiles, thanking Tierna for being his friend. The entire crew stands in silence, watching the tragic end of this twisted rescue mission. As they stand before the ruins of her estate, Tierna gives them her heartfelt thanks. She turns to Garf, blushing as she expresses her gratitude for helping her find her friend. Our boy, holding the rescued baby, just looks on with a grim but understanding expression. Seeing her situation, he asks if she has a place to stay, now that her home is destroyed. Luce and the other elf start whispering, remarking how this innocent noble girl is just as surprising as their boss. Their hushed comments are enough to make Garf blush, completely catching him off guard. He awkwardly extends a hand, offering her a job and a place with them, but Tierna just smiles, pointing to the smoldering wreckage and insisting she still has a place to stay. Dumbfounded, Garf listens as Tierna points right at him, declaring she'll do whatever work is necessary. She gestures to the rubble, making it clear she's not leaving, much to the crew's surprise. And just like that, the tavern gets a new sign, proudly advertising that you might even be served by a noble. Turns out, the rowdy patrons are more than a handful, with one guy already screaming for his order. Poor Tierna is completely in the weeds, frantically running orders with the baby strapped to her back. Overwhelmed, she tries to pull rank, stuttering that she's a noble from the great House Tierna, but the customers just laugh. One even stomping his foot on the table as Lucia and his companion watch in amusement. That's the last straw. She finally snaps, screaming that she's a noble and demanding to know how they dare order her around. Her little outburst is the funniest thing the patrons have seen all day, and they erupt in laughter. Luce is cracking up too, but his smile quickly fades into a sharp, calculating gaze. Realizing there's more to this girl than meets the eye, Lucia can't believe it, grumbling about how this guy always shows up to ruin the mood. Just then, the legendary swordsman Baldur appears at a table, making Tierna jump in surprise. She nervously points out that his noodles are getting soggy, and timidly asks why he isn't eating. Baldur just stares back, his silence more intimidating than any threat. Thinking she messed up, Tierna stammers and asks if there's something wrong with the food she brought. His eyes seem to glow with an unnerving intensity, and you can tell he's not your average customer. Tierna is sweating bullets, completely terrified by the silent pressure coming from the swordsman. But suddenly, the baby on her back lets out a cheerful little baa, completely breaking the tension. Baldur's gaze immediately softens as the baby smiles and reaches out, utterly charmed by him. The little one is just overjoyed, arms wide open, completely oblivious to the terrifying aura the man gives off. The baby reaches out, and for the first time, the legendary swordsman Baldur seems completely disarmed. Seeing this, Tierna gets a brilliant idea, a light bulb practically appearing over her head. She immediately puts her plan into action, rushing the baby over to Baldur's table while Lucia watches from the doorway. Unimpressed, Lucia mutters to Garf, clearly annoyed that this mysterious hunter has been showing up every day for a while now. A flustered Garf confirms that, yeah, it's been about a week since Baldur started visiting their tavern. Lucia leans in, genuinely curious why Garf hates the guy so much when they're all hunters cut from the same cloth. With a grimace, Lucia reveals their connection, calling Baldur the absolute worst teacher he's ever had in his life. He then drops a bombshell, adding worst dad and trash-tier ex-boyfriend to the list of Baldur's titles. The two of them are still huddled in the kitchen doorway, the weight of that insane revelation hanging between them. Our boy Garf is completely dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to figure out how one man could be all those things at once. Lucia tries to explain, saying Balder was more like a guardian who took him in when he was just a kid. He reminisces about how they lived together, with Balder teaching him everything from bathing to hunting monsters, though it feels like a lifetime ago. Garf's brain is still short-circuiting, trying to reconcile the terms ex-boyfriend and guardian who bathed you. This finally makes Garf ask the million-dollar question. Just how old is Balder anyway? Lucia admits he has no idea, since the guy hasn't aged a day. Suddenly, Lucia gets dead serious, telling Garf to pay close attention to what he's about to say. He grabs our boy by the face to make sure he's listening, snapping him out of his confusion. Lucia then gives him some intense life advice, warning him to never treat a partner like trash, because those kinds of scars last forever. With his piece said, he turns and walks away, leaving a completely stunned Garf to process that emotional whiplash. Our boy is left a blushing mess, thinking to himself that yeah, he could actually be a good partner to someone someday. But his little daydream is instantly shattered when Tyrna bursts in, screaming that they have a huge problem. Turns out the huge problem is a massive dinner rush, and Tyrna is panicking because 10 customers all ordered different dishes. Garf is right there with her, absolutely losing his mind and screaming for the regular cook to come back already. The two of them are a whirlwind of chaos in the kitchen, barely keeping up with the orders. Meanwhile, the legendary swordsman Balder is off somewhere else, looking completely dumbfounded while on babysitting duty. Watching this disaster unfold from the sidelines, Lucia just sighs, thinking what an absolute mess this all is. He takes a sip of his drink, wondering what the hell Garf is even trying to accomplish by running a tavern. His annoyance grows as he remembers Garf just dumped the shop on him for a whole week to go play restaurant owner. The scene then cuts to 1 week ago, showing the original protagonist hunched over a desk, deep in research. He's studying the very novel that started this whole mess, a book ominously titled, The Cruel Ones Are Coming. The flashback shows him reacting with disgust, holding some kind of strange, dark, gooey substance in his hands. He remembers Tyrna's words about a legendary pouch that grants desires to those loved by the gods. A crazy idea hits him, and he realizes if his guess is correct, he might have just found a way to cheat fate. With a surge of adrenaline, our boy lunges for the novel on his desk, putting his wild theory to the test. A manic grin spreads across his face as he realizes it actually worked. Just as he suspected, the book he'd been holding this whole time was the key. He holds the novel aloft like a sacred text, knowing he can now perfectly prepare for the hell that's coming. The scene shifts, showing him deep in the grind, clutching his head after reading the damn thing over 10 times. Hess running on fumes, but the look in his eyes says Hess, piecing together the grim puzzle. Mapping out the plot, he's dumbfounded, realizing the story is far more twisted and complex than he ever imagined. And we see why he's pushing himself to the brink for the smiling face of his daughter, Ah Young. With a grim smile, our boy begins to break down the trash-tier plot of the world he's trapped in. It all started with a classic creation myth, 2 parent gods and their daughter Miriam, who shaped the world. But things went south when the goddess Miriam fell in love with a mortal, one of her parents' own creations. Her parents flipped, she rebelled, and in her defiance, she brought in foreign gods, unleashing literal hell on earth. And behind it all is this one-eyed monstrosity, the obvious final boss pulling all the strings. The novel's protagonist, Garf, is the poor bastard who suffers the most, a man destined to be broken by this cruel world. Turns out, in the original story, his best friend Lucia dies on the very first day, kicking off Garf's descent into madness. This singular loss fuels an all-consuming obsession for revenge against every monster in existence. He becomes so unhinged that he even commits the ultimate taboo, devouring monsters to absorb their power. His rage makes him a butcher, not a hero, as he slaughters monsters while letting innocent people die all around him. As a result, Garf's monster-eating habits turned him into a target for every hunter in the city, including Balder and Kapar. Our boy, narrating the novel's plot, grimly accepts that this showdown was always going to happen. To a legend like Balder, Garf was just another monster, and Kapar, as a public official, had a duty to put him down. But the tragedy is that even after Garf killed all the monsters, he couldn't stop the world from shattering into pieces. While he was busy with his bloody revenge, the very people he was meant to save were slaughtered in the streets. Society collapsed into pure anarchy, with bodies just being tossed into the river like trash. Defeated and alone, Garf could only kneel at a grave overlooking the ruins, having given up completely. And because he fell into despair, the entire eastern part of the city was utterly annihilated. This is where the story cut off. The novel stopped being published, and back in reality, his wife vanished. He clenches his head in agony, realizing the grim truth. If this tragic ending is to be stopped, He has to be the one to do it. He recalls the novel's timeline, realizing they're in the early stages with only a year and a half before the end. According to the book, named monsters will soon appear, and the city's defenses will start to crumble. The frequency of these trash-tier monsters popping up inside the city is also set to increase dramatically. But as he thinks it over, a huge plot hole starts to bother him. The monsters' behavior just doesn't add up. The novel clearly states they invade from the outside, from a source called the Foolish Father. So how in the world are they appearing inside the city? It means they have a way to sneak past the walls all along. Hess even more dumbfounded by the city's sudden destruction a year from now. It makes no tactical sense. If the monsters wanted humanity gone, a slow war of attrition would be far more effective than one big swarm. A glimmer of hope appears. If he uses his knowledge to gather the original hunters, he might just be able to stop them. But he can't waste any more time, knowing that any action he takes could screw up the timeline even further. He knows he needs a long-term plan, but for now, there's only one thing on his mind. Before saving the world, his first and only priority is to see his daughter, Ah Young. Back at the tavern, the crew tries to decompress after the mission, with Garf watching over the rescued baby, Hans. Our boy, in his original form, suddenly bursts in with baby supplies, apologizing for being late with a massive grin. Tierna, completely exhausted, clings to Garf and wails that she really thought she was going to die out there. But even as she complains, a thought clicks. She realizes that while the pouch can't create silver, she's found a way to earn it. He immediately picks up on her excitement, asking if she's finally figured out a way to make some cash. Her eyes light up with pure greed as she asks if his new plan is going to be something big. He just smirks, fully confident that what he has in mind is a total game changer. Turns out, the first step of his grand plan involves handing the baby over to the legendary swordsman, Baldur. Baldur deftly pops a pacifier into the baby's mouth, and little Hans immediately quiets down. Our boy, still in his original body, gets right to business and asks the legendary swordsman to work with him. He explains that to create the kind world that she always wanted, he absolutely needs Baldur's strength. Baldur is taken aback, calling him a dangerously strange being for knowing things that are simply inexplicable. Lucia, overhearing this cryptic conversation, is completely dumbfounded and asks what on earth is going on. Garf, with a massive, knowing grin, tries to explain that it's all because of the connection between his master and that person. But Lucia misinterprets everything and grabs Garf, furiously demanding to know who did what with whom. The entire tavern descends into chaos as Lucia pulls a gun, screaming he'll destroy everything while Garf tries to hold him back. Amidst all the pandemonium, our boy just smiles calmly, watching as Baldur nonchalantly holds the baby. He looks on with absolute conviction, knowing that this time, he has the pieces he needs to change their tragic fate. While Garf struggles to hold him back, Lucia completely loses it, screaming that he'll destroy everything as Tierna hides behind the cook. But amidst the chaos, our boy's original self is just smiling, completely at peace with the situation. He's filled with a newfound conviction, absolutely certain that this time, he can finally change their tragic ending. Sometime later, business at the Fabelin Tavern seems to be absolutely booming. Inside, the place is packed with customers, as Tierna and the cook rush to keep up with the endless orders for ramen. One of the patrons is blown away, commenting on how the flavor has gotten so much deeper since the owner was away. His buddy chimes in, wondering if Garf went and did some secret cooking research to level up his recipe. Turns out, the secret ingredient is being added by the cook himself, who's happily humming away in the kitchen. He glances at the legendary pouch, thinking how it's allowed him to get seasonings that don't even exist in this world. With a satisfied smirk, he realizes this magical item is a game changer, cutting costs and bringing in more cash than ever before. The cook notes that even the noble Lady Tierna has settled into her new life as a waitress. Our boy Garf takes out the trash, feeling a sense of satisfaction that everything is finally running smoothly. In the kitchen, the cook savors this rare moment of absolute peace. But that peace is immediately shattered by the sound of Lucia laughing like a complete maniac. He's harassing some poor old man, sarcastically offering to pay his tab by putting a bullet in him instead. A drunkard named Ayak then chimes in, asking Lucia some seriously trash-tier questions about his part-monster anatomy. Lucia is clearly disgusted, and another patron tells the drunk to shut his mouth, reminding him he's still sore from the last beating Garf gave him. Ayak just drunkenly laughs it off, insisting he was only joking around. His laughter dies in his throat, however, when a low voice calls out to him from behind. It's Garf, radiating pure menace as he asks the terrified fool if he hasn't been beaten enough yet. Just as the tavern quiets down, Garf slams Ayak's face into the table, clearly having had enough of his nonsense. Watching from the doorway, The cook notes that Garf always gets weirdly sensitive whenever Lucia interacts with customers. Tierna completely misinterprets this, her mind immediately jumping to the conclusion that Garf must be in love with Lucia. While she's lost in her romantic fantasy, the cook grows genuinely concerned that Garf is about to actually murder the guy. He recalls from the novel that Garf was the second strongest being alive, a power only unlocked by the rage from Lucia's death. But in this timeline, with Lucia alive and cheering him on, Garf is content and has no real drive to get stronger. The cook realizes this is a problem. With Lucia suddenly hugging a blushing Garf, he knows they can't protect Ah Young with just Baldur. While Tierna is just excited about the back hug, the cook comes to a grim conclusion. Garf has to get stronger, now. Later, our boy Garf takes out a strange, round flask, clearly preparing to take matters into his own hands. He uncorks the mysterious potion, which begins to sparkle with an otherworldly light. Turns out, that potion was just a high-grade polish. The cook thanks Garf for fixing his gear, but suggests just buying new stuff next time. The cook then asks a damn good question. Why does a guy who can bend steel with his bare hands even bother with a hammer? He connects the dots, wondering if it's the same reason Lucia holds back, that using their true power accelerates a monstrous transformation. Garf just looks away, reluctantly admitting the cook is on the right track. He explains that if possible, he never wants to use those hands, remembering the good times he has with Lucia and the others. The reason is simple and brutal. He's terrified of becoming a monster that everyone he cares about would run from. But Tierna, completely missing the point, passionately declares that he must get stronger to protect his beloved Lucia. Her outburst leaves the entire kitchen crew standing in a moment of incredibly awkward silence. Garf is a blushing mess as the cook tries to steer the conversation back, reminding him that seriously powerful monsters are on their way. Our boy is completely flustered, denying it's about love, while Tierna is just dumbfounded, asking why it wouldn't be. Garf frantically tries to explain that Lucia is just his master who taught him how to survive, not his lover. He sighs in frustration, the whole misunderstanding giving him a massive headache. The real reason for his worry flashes in his mind, a brutal memory of Lucia nearly getting killed by that unhinged psycho. He admits that the situations have been getting more dangerous, and he's been worried about Lush's safety. The cook suddenly chimes in, claiming he has a very simple solution to Garf's problem. His grand idea is to have Garf train under the one person in the tavern who can teach him to fight without his monstrous powers, Baldur. The legendary swordsman, however, is currently preoccupied with a wailing baby Hans, looking completely out of his element. Garf grabs the cook, absolutely refusing the idea of training with that guy. But the cook points out it's Lucia who hates him, not Garf. Clenching his jaw, our boy stubbornly declares he'll just handle getting stronger on his own and storms off. The cook is left dumbfounded, asking if he said something wrong, while Tierna just figures Garf needs some time to cool down. Watching him go, the cook worries Garf is heading down the same dark path as his novel counterpart, a path of madness and revenge. Meanwhile, the legendary swordsman Baldur is getting absolutely owned by a crying baby, completely clueless about why Hans won't shut up. Tierna casually steps in, telling the flustered warrior she's got this and to hand the kid over. And just like that, she pops a bottle in his mouth, and the crying instantly stops. She explains to the dumbfounded Baldur that the baby's specific cries meant he was hungry, thinking to herself how cute he is. While chugging the bottle, Hans lets out a little maw sound. Tierna looks down, a little puzzled by the noise. Then, with a huge, happy smile, Hans looks right at her and shouts, "Mama!" A couple of the tavern regulars overhear this, looking at each other in utter confusion. The cook gets a front row seat to the show and starts roaring with laughter, announcing that the lonely dad Garf has somehow bagged a noble stepmom. Garf smirks, announcing that from now on, he'll take care of Ayong, a nickname for the baby. Tierna, blushing furiously, yells that she needs to go collect plates and scurries away with Hans. Our boy watches her go, thinking to himself that maybe he should give her a raise for her new role as mama. Still flustered, Tierna insists she's not even married yet, just as a slurring voice calls out to her. It's the local drunk, Ayak, and she politely asks if he needs anything while he's hunched over the table. He just keeps scratching himself, muttering that something is tickling him like crazy. Suddenly, he looks up with a demented grin, asking if it's true that noble ladies have secret ways of hiding their affairs. The other patrons are disgusted, yelling at the owner to bring Garf back and ban this trash-tier drunk for good. Garf steps in, his face hardening as he tells Ayak he's had too much to drink and is becoming a real problem. But Ayak just keeps clawing at his own face, looking up with a crazed expression as he calls out to the owner. Garf is completely dumbfounded as Ayak mutters to himself, asking why he's the only one suffering. Suddenly, Lucia's sharp elf ears twitch his instincts, screaming that this is far more than just a drunken stupor. Ayak's face contorts in pure agony, still desperately asking why this is happening to him. Lucia yells for Garf to grab his hammer as Ayak's voice eerily claims that everyone else secretly enjoys this too. And just like that, with a final, desperate why, Ayak's head gruesomely explodes all over the tavern floor. The cook reacts in a split second, shielding Tierna and the baby as a chilling voice whispers about salvation. From the headless corpse, a horrifying, spiky shadow creature begins to claw its way out. He holds on tight, trying to protect the two of them from the blast of whatever just emerged. The monster fully materializes, a grotesque parasite of shadow and flesh standing where Ayak used to be. With no time to think, the cook shoves Tierna and the baby to safety, putting his own body on the line. Garf is completely stunned, barely able to process the grotesque monster that just burst out of a man's corpse. The tavern erupts into pure chaos as the parasite lashes out, and the patrons scream for everyone to run for their lives. In a flash, its thorny tendrils shoot through the crowd, instantly impaling one of the fleeing customers. Before anyone can even react, another patron is struck down, proving that escaping its reach is nearly impossible. The scene becomes a living nightmare, as the monster's shadowy form grins amidst its newly impaled victims. The cook, ever the protector, grabs Tierna and the baby, trying to navigate them through the stampede of terrified people. But his face drains of all color as he realizes this monster isn't supposed to appear until much later in the story. Turns out, this thing is a sapling of loneliness, a creature that literally sprouts from a transformed human host, and its true horror is revealed. Anyone pierced by its tendrils is trapped in an endless nightmare, forced to relive their trauma forever. The parasite lets out a guttural roar, fully formed and ready to plunge the entire tavern into its garden of despair. Feeding on the souls of its victims, the monster's head begins to twist and ascend toward the sky. It stretches out like a grotesque plant, forming a massive, pulsating bud high above the tavern. Moments later, the bud blooms, revealing its true, horrifying form over the terrified village. Suddenly, the cook is thrown into a vision of his past, facing his wife who asks if he's all right. He forces a painful smile, begging her to please take care of their daughter, Ah Young. The memory shifts, showing him desperately barricading a cabinet, his face etched with pure terror. He's reliving his deepest trauma, a helpless moment from his past life as Junho. Back in reality, the monster has fully transformed into a giant, fleshy jellyfish with human faces, known as the Fruit of Happiness. The cook knows that once this monstrosity opens its eyes, the entire village will be annihilated. Just then, a new figure appears in the tavern, a tall, one-eyed gentleman who seems to be the mastermind behind this chaos. Suddenly, shadowy thorns erupt from the floor, and the cook screams for everyone to watch out. But our boy Garf is already moving, grabbing the thorny tendrils with his bare hands to protect the others. The cook desperately asks if he's okay, but Garf is too focused, gritting his teeth against the immense pressure. It's no use, a sharp thorn shoots out and skewers him straight through the shoulder. Even the elite hunter Lucia is caught off guard, getting ensnared by the same cursed vines. The thorns wrap around Lucia's neck, choking the life out of him as the dark energy corrupts his skin. The cook watches in horror as his two strongest allies are completely neutralized in an instant. Just then, Balder makes his move, unleashing a flurry of impossibly fast slashes at the captured heroes. Lucia, barely able to speak, yells for Balder to stop, realizing the swordsman is about to kill them all. The cook panics and explains that the thorns connect to the monster. Cutting them means instant death for the victims. Balder demands to know how to stop this, and the cook frantically tries to recall the novel's details, earning a sharp command to remember faster. With no time to waste, Balder unleashes a storm of slashes, moving with blinding speed to intercept the shadow thorns. He becomes a blur of motion, his blade dancing through the air as he meticulously slices apart every single vine. The thorns are shredded to pieces, but he's careful not to sever the ones connected to his allies, a feat of impossible precision. His swordsmanship is on another level, a whirlwind of steel that completely neutralizes the monster's assault. The cook is left completely dumbfounded, finally witnessing the legendary power of the strongest swordsman, Baldur. But his awe is cut short as he spots a group of heavily armored guards and an old man entering the tavern. His heart sinks as he recognizes them as security bureau officers. The situation just keeps getting worse. The high-ranking official storms in, demanding to know what in the world is happening, and the cook suddenly realizes who he is. He desperately tries to warn the old man to get out, but the official is just baffled, asking why a monster has appeared here of all places. The bureau chief completely misreads the room, pointing an accusing finger and blaming the shopkeeper for the chaos. Meanwhile, the tavern patrons have become full-blown puppets, their bodies twisted by thorny vines. Balder instantly picks up on the danger, his gaze hardening as he assesses the new threat. Without a second thought, he tells the cook to run for his life, while he holds the line against the approaching horde. As the controlled patrons close in, Balder grips his sword. Realizing this psychic-type enemy is a terrible matchup for him, he's clearly out of his element, sweating as he scrambles to come up with a plan. But the cook knows exactly what this is. Recognizing the monster as the fruit of happiness, the one creature Balder is ill-suited to fight. Never one to back down, Balder channels his power, unleashing a wave of dark, shadowy energy from his very being. Massive shadow appendages erupt from his back, shooting past the stunned onlookers towards the ceiling. They slam into the rafters, instantly creating a cage of darkness to contain the threat. But just as the chaos unfolds, a glint of light flashes from the city's central tower. The bureau chief and his subordinate are completely dumbfounded, unable to believe who's behind that scope. He screams her name in disbelief as Kapar coolly loads her high-caliber sniper rifle. With her insect-like antennae twitching, she takes aim, her focus absolute. Turns out, this whole situation was set in motion an hour earlier, starting with a single banner. The guild official reports his findings, describing Garf as a suspicious, unregistered drifter with a kid. Kapar listens intently as the official explains how our boy's tavern has become a shady hub for hunters. And to top it all off, Garf has plastered his tavern's advertisement all over the place. The bureau chief stares out the window, pointing out that Garf's banner is now flying on the main tower itself. Kapar is caught completely off guard, stammering that she thought her father was gone, clearly nervous about the banner. The bureau chief lays into his daughter, reminding her that they are the sworn protectors of this city. He paints a picture of their immense duty, from slaying monsters to managing the entire city's administration. With a sharp glare, he turns the lecture directly onto her. He's dumbfounded that she, a member of the guard, would advertise for a total nobody like Garf. Kapar tries to defend our boy, stammering that he's not who her father thinks he is, but he cuts her off with a sharp tone, leaving her completely stunned. His expression softens slightly as he puts a hand on her shoulder, sighing that he can't lose her as well. He clutches a pendant around his neck, a grim reminder of his past and his resolve. It's for that very reason he declares he cannot let this man and his shady tavern go unchecked. Defeated, Kapar lets her bullets clatter to the floor, her mission now completely compromised. A wave of panic hits Kapar. She realizes her actions have put not just the cook, but her own father in mortal danger. Refusing to stand by, she scoops up her fallen ammo with a newfound resolve. She decides she has to get closer, sprouting massive insectoid wings and launching herself onto a nearby rooftop. As she focuses, her eye transforms, swirling with colors as a strange new power awakens. A vision slams into her, showing a glimpse of a terrifying attack from the monstrous parasite. She lands softly, her mind already racing to process the information she just received. The vision continues, showing the sheer destructive power of the creature's attacks. It all clicks into place. She can see about 5 seconds into the future, a truly divine ability. She calculates that, from this distance, even a counterattack from that jellyfish-like beast would reach her in exactly 5 seconds. Watching Balder and the bureau chief fight, she admits she can't win, yet a part of her finds the deadly dance truly beautiful. Just as Kapar processes her future sight, the parasite's tendrils from her vision lash out for real. No time to hesitate, she immediately plants her rifle, taking aim from her rooftop perch. A single shot blasts through the chaos, deflecting the tendrils just as they're about to strike the fighters below. The tavern cook looks up, a wild grin spreading across his face as he realizes Kapar is providing cover. He immediately barks orders at the bureau chief, telling him to move now and secure the tavern entrance. But the old man is livid, questioning who this trash-tier drifter is to give him orders, and demanding to know why a monster is here. Meanwhile, the bureau chief and Balder are still locked in a desperate struggle, slicing through the parasite's shadowy limbs. The cook pleads with him to retreat and get reinforcements while they have a chance, but the bureau chief scoffs at the very idea. Utterly fed up, the cook screams at him, begging the stubborn old fool to just listen for once. The bureau chief's expression hardens. He reveals he knows Kapar is the cook's daughter, and that he lost his own wife to monsterization, declaring this is where they make their stand. The bureau chief is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this tavern keeper could possibly know about his personal tragedies. The cook lays out the grim reality. If they fail, both of their daughters will lose the very city they call home. He continues, explaining that once the parasite's face fully forms, it will rise into the sky and control people from above, spreading chaos everywhere. The bureau chief dismisses it as nonsense and glares at the possessed crowd, impatiently asking the tavern keeper if he's ready yet. Turns out the possessed patrons are being held back by some shadowy force, their bodies bruised and bloodied from the struggle. Balder, the one restraining them, grimly reports that his men won't be able to hold them back for much longer. Seeing the cook's unwavering determination, the bureau chief realizes he must have a plan and demands to know what it is. Before the cook can answer, Balder steps forward, declaring that protecting the city is the guard's duty, no matter the cost. This act of loyalty finally breaks through the old man's pride, and he tells the cook to just say what he needs from them. With everyone finally on the same page, the cook lets out a confident smirk, ready to put his plan into motion. The cook reveals his plan. He needs an item imbued with magic, eyeing the holy symbol hanging around the bureau chief's neck. Meanwhile, on a rooftop high above, Kapar struggles to keep her footing, having just dodged one of the parasite's attacks. Her special eye whirls to life, granting her a terrifying glimpse 5 seconds into the future. The key to her counterattack is a special bullet, one named after the rebellious goddess, Miriam. From the streets below, a city guard screams a desperate warning for Kapar to dodge the next assault. The parasite unleashes a storm of shadowy spikes from below, forcing Kapar to take to the skies. Unfazed, she levels her rifle mid-air, lining up the perfect shot against the incoming tendril. Her bullet connects in a brilliant flash, shattering the dark appendage into nothingness. Landing back on the roof, she realizes she's successfully drawn the monster's full attention. But it's a Pyrrhic victory for now. She knows she can't save anyone unless she one-shots that massive grotesque face looming over the city. But the parasite's counterattack isn't physical. It floods Kapar's mind with a horrifying vision of the tavern cook and the bureau chief. She sees a possible future where the cook is forced to restrain his own comrades, Garf included, as his father watches on. Our boy, the cook, is clearly struggling, his hands wrapped in the same dark tendrils he's trying to contain. The sheer effort is tearing him apart, but he's gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life. Kapar is completely losing it, realizing the monster is weaponizing her friend's darkest secrets against her. The vision then shifts to the past, showing a possessed cook trying to strangle his own father, the bureau chief. But instead of fighting back, the old man just makes a strange sign, telling his son to endure the darkness within him. He watches with a pained expression, knowing this is a trial his son must overcome alone. Kapar is left dumbfounded, her future-seeing eye now filled with questions about what the hell she just witnessed. Back in the vision, the cook lets out a final roar of defiance, pouring every last ounce of his will into shattering the shadowy restraints. The vision shatters, leaving Garf completely drained and weeping from the sheer mental strain. Kapar can only watch, horrified by the truth she's just been forced to witness. With the illusion gone, the horrifying reality sets in. The massive shadow parasite still looms over the city. The cook steps forward, tentacles in hand, declaring he's going to dive right into the belly of the beast. He reveals a blessed necklace, explaining it will shield his mind from the monster's influence. With a grim smile, he estimates it'll buy him about 30 minutes before he's completely overwhelmed. The bureau chief begins a prayer, stating that Kapar will provide cover while they ask the goddess Miriam for protection. Taking a deep breath, the cook announces it's time to begin, steeling himself for what comes next. A jolt of pure psychic energy slams into him as he makes the connection, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Suddenly, his consciousness is ripped from his body, and he finds himself waking up in a strange, unknown forest. The cook finds himself standing before a lonely house in the woods, realizing this isn't a forest, it's a memory. Suddenly, a small, emaciated boy is violently thrown out the front door, landing hard in the dirt. The cook recognizes the boy's face. It's a much younger, more broken version of the novel's protagonist, Garf. As a hulking man steps out, the boy weakly calls out for his mom, completely dumbfounded. The trash-tier man just sneers, taunting the kid for crying over the woman who died because of him. The cook, watching from the trees, realizes the monster is showing him Garf's past, and decides to start there. The abuser grabs the young Garf by the head, calling him a useless runt who can't even be sold off. He raises a thick rod, ready to beat the boy senseless for the crime of just existing. He coldly asks the kid to give him one good reason why he should be allowed to live. But before he can strike, the man is engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as the memory begins to burn away. The memory shifts, and now a different monster of a man is screaming at the young Garf, brandishing a sharp tool. The boy somehow escapes into the woods, sobbing and gasping for air, while the cook watches from the shadows of the vision. He walks right through the memory, a ghost passing by the terrified child who is still desperately running for his life. The cook understands now. This nightmare is a curated collection of the most soul-crushing moments from Garf's past. The poor kid is hyperventilating, completely overwhelmed by pain and fear after his failed escape. He looks up at the sky in utter despair, his thin hand reaching for a savior who isn't there. But his freedom was just an illusion, as the scene flashes to him chained to a wall, wondering why he even tried to run. The abusive blacksmith looms over him with a red-hot poker, furious that the boy let the fire in the stove die out. Young Garf is completely broken, drooling, and pathetically begging the man to spare him. A moment later, a horrifying scream echoes from the blacksmith's workshop, signaling the start of another round of torture. The screams from the workshop echo through the night, a grim soundtrack to the boy's suffering. Seasons change and snow falls, but the torture inside the blacksmith's hellhole never stops. The cook is forced to watch as the broken, chained boy bears the weight of endless cruelty. He's horrified, realizing that reading about this tragedy is nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Peeking through the window, he tells himself he can't intervene yet, even as his soul screams to help. Suddenly, the very fabric of the nightmare begins to warp and twist around him. The scene shifts instantly from the dark workshop to a serene, sunlit field of white flowers. The young boy is just as confused, wondering where he is and realizing this place was never mentioned in the novel. He looks up and sees a figure standing before him, offering a cautious greeting. A mysterious veiled person appears, demanding to know what a broken soul like him is doing there. The veiled figure asks the boy who he's giving the eternal flower to. But our boy is just confused. He quietly explains that his mom used to make flower crowns like this for his dad, a rare good memory. The figure leans in, sensing a deeper desire and asking if he wants something for himself, but the boy denies it. With a whimsical flip, the figure calls him a liar, explaining that you can't meet them unless you truly want something. They start listing off typical wishes: height, a girlfriend, money, trying to get him to just spit it out. Finally, our boy breaks down completely, clutching a makeshift crown and sobbing that he just wants to see his mom. The figure nods, saying that's a common wish and totally possible, leaving the boy dumbfounded with a sliver of hope. They then present a small, simple ring, offering it as the solution to his pain. Placing it in his hand, the figure tells him to make a wish on it whenever he truly misses his mother. As he slips it on, they reassure him that his mom would think he looks beautiful wearing it. But of course, there's a catch. The figure explains that in exchange for the wish, they'll collect the thing he hates the most. They spin around gleefully, calling it a mutual benefit. He gets rid of his problems, and they get to help someone else. With a sinister glint in their eye, the figure's true nature starts to peek through the friendly facade. They then tell the boy it's time to go back to Dad, sending him off into the ethereal field of flowers. The scene shatters, revealing the tavern cook is the one witnessing this memory, utterly shocked to see what turned Garf into a monster. The vision shifts, showing the bruised and broken young Garf kneeling alone as the dreamlike meadow fades to black. Suddenly, he's back in a grim reality, drooling from exhaustion and fear while being held up by the neck. A massive, sadistic blacksmith smirks, telling the boy he looks more and more like his trash-tier mother every day. The blacksmith holds a searing hot poker to his side, demanding the boy give him one good reason why he should be allowed to live. All the young Garf can do is cry out in agony, whimpering that he wants to die, completely broken by the relentless torture. The blacksmith loses it, screaming that our boy has the same defiant look his mother did. But something snaps, and as the boy whispers his desire to die, he grabs the searing hot poker with his bare hands. In an instant, his despair twists into pure, unadulterated rage as he promises to kill his tormentor. An unseen force erupts, sending the massive blacksmith flying across the workshop. He hits the ground completely dumbfounded, unable to process how this weakling just overpowered him. But our boy is already on his feet, gripping the poker with a newfound strength, ready to turn the tables. In a chilling reversal, he asks the blacksmith to give him one good reason why he should be allowed to live. The sheer force of his rage is too much, and the metal poker shatters in his hands. A strange, dark energy begins to billow from the boy's scarred and bruised back. The blacksmith can only stare in horror, realizing the monster he created is finally awakening. The blacksmith's terror turns to pure hatred as he screams that Garf was always a monster. Our boy can only shed a single tear, realizing that's all he's ever been in this man's eyes. His abuser continues his tirade, yelling that Garf is a cursed child who should never have been born. With a final, agonized roar, Garf lunges forward, intent on ending the blacksmith's life once and for all. But out of nowhere, the tavern cook flies in, desperately trying to stop him from committing murder. The cook thought he could subdue a child, but his wooden block shatters against Garf's raw power. Before the cook can even react, Garf's hand is already wrapped around his throat. He lifts the man off his feet with one hand, demanding to know who the hell he is. Blinded by rage, Garf screams at him not to interfere, asking if he wants to die too. The cook struggles for air, desperately trying to get through to the boy and calm the monster within. The cook reveals the horrifying truth. They're trapped inside a monster's illusion, leaving Garf utterly dumbfounded. Turns out, This trash-tier creature feeds on despair, forcing its victims to relive their worst memories to steal their will to live. The illusion twists the knife, reminding Garf of the disgusting abuse he suffered at the hands of his so-called father. Even as he's being choked out, the cook tries to get through, telling Garf he understands how hard it must have been. But our boy is completely lost in the past, screaming through tears for him to stop talking nonsense. The cook then uses his final gambit, telling Garf they need to go see Luce, a name that finally cuts through the rage. He forces Garf to remember the good things, the new family he's made with his friends at the tavern. The spell breaks, and the cook grabs Garf's arm, yanking him back to the cold, hard reality of the tavern basement. Garf's hand finally drops as the illusion of his abuser fades away into nothing. Snapped back to his senses and absolutely furious, Garf grabs the nearest axe, ready to hunt down the bastard who did this. The cook is dumbfounded, realizing Garf wasn't hunting the monster he was about to end himself. Turns out our boy is still completely trapped in the nightmare, seeing himself as that helpless kid again. With no other choice, the cook decks him right across the face, trying to break the illusion's hold. He screams at the phantom of Garf's father to shut his damn mouth. The punch sends Garf flying, a desperate, last-ditch effort to snap him back to reality. But it seems the cook didn't just break the illusion, he entered it, finding Garf's younger self cowering in the dark. He tells the terrified boy that while the past is set in stone, they can absolutely change the ending to this nightmare. Just then, the memory of the abusive blacksmith roars to life, screaming that he's going to kill him. Young Garf flinches back, the raw terror of his past washing over him once more. But this time, the cook stands beside him, telling him he has to be the one to face this demon and rewrite his own story. But the blacksmith phantom doesn't give a damn, swinging his axe straight for the cook's head. Suddenly, a monstrous arm blocks the blow. It's young Garf, stepping in to protect his only ally. The scene shifts, and now it's our boy, the adult Garf, holding the blacksmith by the throat as the coward weeps. Garf just stares down at him, a cold, empty look in his eyes that promises nothing but pain. The cook, completely disoriented, asks Garf if he's finally awake and what happened to the monster they were fighting. He frantically reminds him of his own words, that he has to be the one to change this nightmare's ending. But Garf is lost in his rage, demanding to know if the cook is seriously telling him not to kill this piece of trash. The cook tries to sympathize, but Garf cuts him off, spitting back that he couldn't possibly understand. He reveals he's been trapped in this loop for ages, asking if the cook knows how many times he's already killed this bastard. Dumbfounded, the cook can only ask in horror just how many times it's happened. Garf coldly states he's murdered this man so many times that even Luce would run in fear if she knew. He then turns his cold, dead eyes back towards the cook, his bloody fist clenched tight. The cook desperately tries to intervene, but Garf warns him with pure menace to stay out of it. The blacksmith can only sob pathetically, completely powerless in Garf's grip. In a last-ditch effort, the cook reminds Garf that he wanted to be a man who could protect Lucia. The words hit our boy hard, a sudden shock that seems to momentarily break his murderous focus. The cook presses on, asking the blacksmith if he didn't also love his own mother. This triggers a memory of the blacksmith's past, a time when he had a wife and a child of his own. The cook's voice echoes, questioning how a man with his own family could call another child unwanted. The truth finally shatters the blacksmith's facade, revealing his own deep-seated pain and regret about his mother. The blacksmith's tough exterior completely shatters, and he breaks down in a flood of tears. With Garf's grip still on him, he confesses that he never meant to be so cruel. He was just terrified. He admits he always tried to hold back just enough to keep from actually killing the boy. The cook is dumbfounded, realizing this nightmare was never about Garf's anger, but his own crippling guilt. He wonders if this confession is enough for Garf to finally forgive himself for what he did. The monstrous power recedes as our boy finally admits through his own tears that he never wanted to kill his father. As the dream world begins to fade, Garf apologizes for taking his life, releasing the burden he's carried for so long. The cook watches with a sad but understanding smile, seeing the truth of his friend's pain. His thoughts immediately shift, realizing that if they're in here, Luce must be trapped in his own nightmare too. He grabs Garf's shoulder, telling him it's time to pull it together and go find their friend. With a single tear, Garf finally lets go of the guilt that has poisoned his entire life. The cook places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and our boy quietly agrees it's time to move forward. But their moment of peace is shattered, as the dreamscape twists into a grotesque throne room. A new player, a veiled figure with cat ears, casually wonders why Daddy hasn't shown up yet. The cook is completely thrown, demanding to know who the hell she is. She reveals she's talking about Lucia, confirming their worst fears that he's trapped in his own nightmare. Suddenly, an unseen force violently yanks both of them backward, ripping them from the scene. They're sent hurtling through a bizarre vortex made of what looks like old film strips. The cook frantically asks Garf about a ring that turns people into monsters, but Garf has no memory of it. As they tumble deeper into the abyss, all the cook can do is scream his friend's name in sheer panic. As they fall, the cook grabs our boy, desperately demanding to know where he first met Lucia. He explains their nightmares are now linked, and that first meeting point is the only bridge into Lucia's own personal hell. A flicker of recognition hits Garf as the memory begins to surface. Suddenly, the cook watches in shock as Garf's arm transforms into a monstrous, shadowy claw. With newfound power, Garf takes the lead, reaching through the vortex to pull them toward their destination. They soar towards a landscape woven from film strips, a memory Garf admits he could never forget. The cook frantically points ahead, having spotted something in the distance. It's Lucia, all right, but he's glowing with a holy light and literal angel wings, leaving the cook utterly dumbfounded. The cook can't believe his eyes, thinking this angelic figure looks nothing like the swordsman he knows. But Garf gets all flustered, insisting this is exactly how he remembers Lucia, not a single detail out of place. The memory plunges them into a painful past, showing a young, battered Garf sobbing all alone. Suddenly, the angelic Lucia descends from the heavens, asking the poor kid why he's out here by himself. Garf is too broken to speak, just crying his eyes out, wondering if he has anywhere left to go. With a gentle smile, Lucia sees the boy's despair and makes him an offer. He reaches out a hand, asking if Garf wants to come with him. A moment of salvation our boy would never forget. Snapping back to reality, the cook asks what the plan is, and Garf states the obvious. They have to dive into Lucia's nightmare. Without another word, Garf's monstrous claw grips the edge of the memory portal, ready to tear a new path. He tells the cook to hang on tight as he pulls them both forward with all his might. They're dragged violently through the shimmering gateway, our boy letting out a guttural scream. The world dissolves into a blinding flash of light before they come crashing down into a desolate, frozen wasteland. The cook lands hard, groaning about his back, and Garf dryly confirms they're in Lush's dream since he was screaming the guy's name. But the cook suddenly panics, clutching a strange mark on his neck as he realizes he might have wasted too much time. He frantically grabs at his shirt, muttering that he's running out of whatever precious time he has left. Garf's sharp warning to be careful snaps him out of it, leaving the poor guy completely startled. The reason for the warning becomes terrifyingly clear. They're standing in a frozen field littered with corpses. The cook is dumbfounded, wondering if Lucia lived through a war, but Garf admits he knows nothing about his friend's past. Our boy inspects the scene, telling the cook that something about these bodies just isn't right. A closer look reveals the grim truth: these people weren't killed in battle. They all starved to death. The dreamscape shifts, and suddenly, we're following the footsteps of two small figures trudging through the snow. It's two children in red hoods, and watching them from a distance is a younger-looking Lucia, alongside a mysterious companion. One of the children glances back, revealing the unmistakable white hair and purple eyes of a very young Lucia. Garf watches from the ridge, a grim realization hitting him. This is definitely his friend's nightmare. The cook is absolutely floored by this revelation, turning to Garf in complete disbelief. But our boy Garf is just blushing, completely captivated by how tiny and adorable Lucia was as a kid. He snaps out of it and sprints down the hill, yelling that they need to wake Lucia up and escape this memory. The two kids finally reach a lonely house in the snow, calling out that they're home. The cook follows, but a deep sense of dread washes over him as he looks at the desolate building. He gets a gut feeling that whatever is inside this house, it's not going to be pleasant. They creep up to the door and peek through a crack, their faces tense with apprehension. Inside, the two children approach a sickly-looking woman sitting on a bed in the dreary, cobweb-filled room. The kids proudly present the herbs they gathered, with young Lucia boasting about his find. But Garf and the cook see the truth. The herbs are just a bunch of wilted, useless weeds. Peeking in, Garf wonders if the woman is just sleeping, while the cook realizes this is Lucia's mother. The children look up with hopeful eyes, expecting praise for their hard work. Their mother gives them a weak, tired smile, but it's clear she's barely hanging on. She pats their heads, telling Lucia and the other boy, Dima, how grateful she is. The boys ask if she can get up now, their voices filled with a desperate, childish hope. But she doesn't move, and the cook realizes with dawning horror that she's not just sick. Garf is completely dumbfounded. This is the first he's ever heard of Lucia having a younger brother. The cook connects the dots. This isn't just a bad dream, it's a memory of when they were starving to death. Suddenly, the scene shatters and reforms around Garf and the cook. They find themselves standing on a snowy path overlooking a desolate village. Garf curses himself for speaking out loud, realizing his words must have triggered this shift, while the cook looks around, terrified. All around them, villagers are desperately shoving what little food they have into their mouths. Others huddle around a fire, their eyes fixed on a single pot of boiling gruel. A child's voice pipes up, asking when they'll be able to eat, but an adult just tells them to wait. The sheer desperation is palpable. Everyone is shivering from the cold and hunger. In the distance, two small children in red hoods, a young Lucia and his brother Dima, walk hand in hand. The starving villagers turn their heads, their expressions a haunting mix of hunger and despair. They can't help but drool, completely consumed by the thought of their next meal. The villagers' eyes are glued to the bubbling pot, their hunger turning into something far more sinister. And then Garf sees it. This isn't soup they're cooking. It's a stew made of human fingers. Suddenly, the perspective shifts to a group of armed men trudging through the snow, wondering if a village could possibly exist out here. They observe the starving camp from a distance, muttering that they have no choice but to raid it, or they'll all perish. Back in the village, the starving locals begin to stalk towards the two children, their intentions horrifyingly clear. One of them flashes a predatory grin, drool dripping from his mouth as he eyes his next meal. Young Lucia freezes, his face flushing with pure terror as he realizes they've become the prey. He grabs his brother Dima, desperately telling him they have to run, but the little boy is just confused. Just as they turn to flee, their path is blocked by one of the armed men who just arrived. The man leans down with a sickeningly sweet smile, asking the terrified kids if they live around here. Trembling, Lucia stammers that yes, they live here, only for the man to spin a sob story about a grieving mother who lost her son. The man's smile is pure poison, as he suggests that maybe, just maybe, seeing a cute little boy like Dima would cheer the lady up. The horrifying implication hangs in the air, but while Lucia is paralyzed with dread, his little brother is just confused. To seal this twisted deal, the scout leader pulls out the ultimate bribe, a teddy bear and a steaming hot bowl of soup. The sight of actual food completely short-circuits their starving brains, and their eyes light up with a desperate, all-consuming hunger. Little Dima, completely oblivious to the danger, excitedly tells his sister they should give the soup to their mom. He then turns to Lucia, promising that if he just goes to see the lady, he can get a second bowl for him too. But Lucia's gut is screaming. Dima promises hell just meet the lady and be right back, trying to soothe his older brother's obvious fear. Trapped, Lucia forces a smile and agrees, though the look in his eyes is one of pure anguish. They lock hands in a promise, with Lucia begging him to hurry back, a terrible sense of finality hanging over the moment. Little Dima sprints home as fast as his legs can carry him, convinced this single bowl of soup will be enough to save his mother. The night is filled with the ominous cawing of crows, a grim soundtrack to the unfolding tragedy. He bursts through the door, proudly shouting that he got the food from the kind soldiers and the lady. But the hopeful vision fades, revealing it was actually Lucia who walked into the dark shack, his expression grim. His mother jolts awake, her eyes filled with immediate dread, asking where Dima is. A terrified Lucia tries to explain the story he was told, about a grieving lady who just wanted to see Dima for a moment. But his mother isn't having it. She grabs him, her voice cracking as she screams, demanding to know where his brother is. The horrible truth crashes down on her as she pieces it all together: the soldiers, the lady, the soup. It was a trade. Overcome with rage and despair, she slaps Lucia with all her might, screaming that he's a foolish child. He's sent tumbling as the bowl shatters on the floor, its contents spilling out as a disgusting, inhuman black sludge. Still on the floor, a tearful Lucia asks his mom what's wrong, completely unable to process her fury. With a trembling finger, she points and screams the most gut-wrenching accusation. He killed Dima. Lucia is horrified, desperately pleading that he would never, ever do something so monstrous to his own brother. But his mother just collapses in a heap, wailing for her lost son, her world completely shattered. The camera lingers on the spilled contents, revealing a grotesque stew of human remains, fingers, and an eyeball, confirming the horrifying truth. The realization finally crashes down on Lucia, and he bolts out the door, running blindly into the freezing snow. He sprints through the desolate forest, a tiny figure against a vast, unforgiving landscape of white. He frantically screams for Dima, his voice echoing through the trees as he searches with desperate hope. He yells out his brother's name, reminding him of his promise to come right back, his plea swallowed by the wind. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, staring at a massive pot, surrounded by a sickening pool of blood staining the snow. His world shatters as he stares down at the pot, seeing his little brother's lifeless face staring back, and the shock sends him spiraling into darkness. Lucia can barely whisper Dima's name, his mind desperately trying to reject the horrifying scene as some kind of sick lie. As the boy's sanity begins to crack, we see two figures watching from the tree line, revealing this isn't just a memory. but a shared nightmare. It's Garf and the tavern cook, stuck inside this hellscape, forced to witness the tragedy that broke our boy Lucia. The raw, unfiltered agony of the moment overwhelms Garf, and he breaks down in tears, feeling the full weight of Lucia's despair. Garf can't stand it anymore, asking the cook how much longer they have to watch this, but is told they can't wake the host until they find the nightmare's source. The cook theorizes that the source must be the soldiers who killed her brother, but then he hits Garf with a gut punch, reminding him his own trauma source wasn't his father. The comment clearly strikes a nerve, as Garf just scoffs, unable to argue with the painful truth. Back in the memory, the heartbroken Lucia can only clutch his brother's tiny, blood-stained hood, sobbing uncontrollably. The scene then flashes forward, showing an older Lucia with bandaged arms, trapped and beating against a stone wall, screaming for the family he lost. The nightmare shifts again, showing a tiny, hooded Lucia wandering alone through the desolate, blood-stained streets. Suddenly, a door creaks open, and he looks up with a glimmer of hope, calling out for his mother. But his hope shatters as he finds her hanging, lifeless, and he clings to her, screaming in utter disbelief. The pure, unadulterated horror of a child who has just lost everything is etched on his face. Then, a mysterious veiled figure appears, grabbing Lucia and coldly stating that his mother is already dead. This twisted creature twists the knife, suggesting she died of shock because Lucia traded his brother for a bowl of soup. Lucia explodes in a rage of denial, screaming that it's all a lie and that they are the ones to blame. He desperately tries to explain that the men tricked him, promising they only wanted to show his brother to someone. The veiled figure just scoffs, mockingly asking if being tricked is his excuse for seeking them out for power. With a cruel laugh, the figure accuses him of just running from reality, as Garf and the cook watch helplessly from the doorway. The cook is utterly dumbfounded, realizing this bastard is trying to manipulate the kid's trauma. The creature offers Lucia a pair of grotesque eyeballs, promising that if he uses them, no one will ever lie to him again. It's a tempting offer, a promise that hell never have to suffer this kind of betrayal ever again. For a fleeting moment, Lucia's filled with a desperate hope, asking if it's really true. But the eyeballs suddenly morph into parasitic worms, squirming and trying to burrow into his hand. He screams in terror, trying to fling the disgusting creatures away from him. A wave of dark energy erupts from him as he's consumed by pain and rage. The veiled figure watches this unfold with a sick, twisted smile, clearly enjoying the show. It calls him truly beautiful, as Lucia transforms into a feral, monstrous beast before its very eyes. Our boy Lucia is now a creature of pure rage, bleeding from his eyes with a snarl that could curdle blood. Back in the dreamscape, Garf and the cook can only watch in horror as Lucia's agonized screams echo through the darkness. The scene shifts to a desolate, snowy mountain, where a long line of villagers trudges onward, desperate to find safety. They're filled with hope, believing their long journey is finally over, and that home is just over the next ridge. One man even breaks down in tears, overjoyed at the thought of finally seeing his family again. But their relief is cut short when they spot a strange silhouette in the distance, a feeling of dread washing over them. A massive, hunched-over beast is sitting right in their path, waiting for them in the blizzard. It's the monster Lucia has become, a feral, white-haired beast with a maw full of razor-sharp teeth. The creature looks up, tears of blood streaming from its glowing white eyes as it locks onto its prey. A splash of blood hits the snow as the beast whispers that it's finally found them, and the villagers freeze in pure terror. The monster doesn't hesitate for a second, turning the snowy pass into a bloodbath. Amidst the carnage, one survivor is left, pleading for his life as the beast looms over him. The man suddenly recognizes the creature, stammering as he realizes the horrifying truth. It's the kid he met that morning, and the monstrous Lucia can only apologize through his bloody tears. The scout leader breaks down, begging for his life by claiming he has a wife and a 2-year-old child at home. But the beast knows better, calling him out on his lie as the man desperately tries to defend himself. He finally cracks, screaming that they were all just starving and wanted to go home, no matter what it took. Unmoved by the pathetic excuse, the beast roars that he's a liar and raises a massive claw to end it. But as the claw comes down, the entire scene shatters, revealing Garf and the cook watching this hellish memory unfold. The cook chokes, feeling the phantom pressure on his own throat, while Garf can only watch in grim silence. Our boy can't take it anymore, covering his eyes in frustration as the horrific memory plays out again. The nightmare rewinds to the bloody aftermath, showing the field of bodies left in the beast's wake. Back in the memory, the scout leader is pinned, screaming that he doesn't want to die. He breaks down completely, wailing that they were all just starving and desperate to get home. But the beast roars, calling him a liar one last time, as it brings a massive claw down to end him. The scene shatters at the moment of impact, the brutal memory finally reaching its conclusion. Turns out, they're stuck in a loop. The cook numbly states, they've been forced to watch this same tragedy 5 times now. Suddenly, a new vision appears, revealing that while Garf was in the original story, Lucia was a woman who was supposed to have died long ago. The beast lets out a pained, guttural roar, as if trapped in its own monstrous form. Back on the sidelines, the cook chokes, the sheer intensity of the nightmare physically crushing him. He turns to suggest a new plan for the next loop, only to realize Garf's presence is just a fading afterimage. Our boy has broken the rules, stepping barefoot into the snowy memory to confront the howling beast himself. With all his might, Garf screams out Lucia's name, a desperate attempt to reach the person lost inside the monster. The cook can only watch, completely dumbfounded that Garf has just hijacked the entire memory loop, and it seems to work. The beast's ferocious roar stumbles to a halt. The monster slowly turns, its feral gaze now locked directly onto Garf, but our boy just smiles, calmly telling her that he came here to get her out of this hell. Tears stream from the beast's glowing eyes, as Garf's words finally seem to be getting through. But in her broken mind, she doesn't see Garf. She sees the face of her long-lost little brother, Dima. Our boy tries to explain he's the crybaby she once saved, but she refuses to believe him, screaming that her brother has finally returned. Her grief turns to rage as she accuses him of being another liar in a world that has only ever deceived her. Garf stands his ground, telling her he's not lying as he prepares to drop the biggest truth bomb of all. With all his heart, he confesses that he loves her, his very soul igniting with raw power. The cook can only watch in horror from the sidelines, screaming Garf's name as the dreamscape violently shakes. The confession shatters her, and perceiving it as the ultimate betrayal, she lunges forward and sinks her teeth into his shoulder. Enraged, the beast slams him into the snowy ground, her mind completely broken by what she thinks is a cruel lie. The beast slams our boy into the ground with enough force to shatter the earth itself. Garf takes the beating without fighting back, getting his face ground into the dirt again and again. He endures every brutal blow, his only goal to break through her maddened state. But then, he catches her fist, telling her that confessing his feelings was the hardest thing he's ever done. He grabs her by the face, forcing her to listen, asking if she understands what he's saying. With a pained smile, Garf tells Lucia that his entire life of suffering was to build a body tough enough for this very moment. His words finally pierce through the rage, and the beast begins to weep uncontrollably. But in a final spasm of agony, she lashes out, raking her claws across his chest. She grabs him in a crushing grip, her mind still lost in a storm of grief and confusion. The beast roars, calling him a liar as she pummels his face into the ground with blinding speed. But our boy endures it all, screaming through the pain that all he wants is to keep being with her. His final, desperate confession shatters her rage, and tears begin to stream down her monstrous face. He pulls her close, the brutal assault finally coming to a halt as she trembles in his arms. With the full moon hanging above them, Garf asks a heavy question. Does she really want him to die? He offers her a way out, telling her to stab his eyes if she must, since they regenerate the slowest. Her claws, once instruments of pure rage, slowly retract as she makes her choice. Instead of attacking, she turns and leaps into the distance, fleeing from the overwhelming emotions. But the scene shatters, revealing it's the tavern cook who's been running all along, screaming Lucia's name in a panic. Suddenly, the nightmare shatters, and Garf is thrown into a whole new vision. The world around him explodes into white light, reforming into a memory from long ago. He sees a ghostly image of the past, a painful confrontation between him and Lucia. Garf watches, his face still bruised from the phantom beating, as the memory solidifies. In a desolate, snowy field, a younger Lucia approaches him, his voice trembling with indecision. Lucia completely breaks down, weeping that he just can't bring himself to do what must be done. Overcome with grief, he collapses into Garf's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Our boy simply holds him, whispering his name to soothe his tormented friend. Beneath the full moon, Garf embraces him tightly, confessing the love he's held back for so long. The shared vision shatters like glass, breaking the illusion around them. It's Lucia's memory, his little brother Dima, dying alone in the cold snow. Back in the present, they look up as the last fragments of the nightmare disappear. Garf realizes Lucia knows he saw everything, and asks if he truly witnessed it all. With tears in his eyes, Lucia confesses he sold out his brother for a doll and some food. He collapses into Garf's arms, admitting his foolishness also led to his mother's death. Garf holds him close, assuring him that his own past is just as dark. He then cheekily says he'll tell Lucia all about it, but only if he gets a reply to his earlier confession. Garf looks him dead in the eyes and says he loves him, leaving Lucia completely dumbfounded and blushing. Our boy just smiles, holding his flustered friend who has gone completely limp in his arms. Just as they think they're safe, the cook clutches his throat, a horrifying realization dawning on him. He stumbles over to the others, his voice trembling as he asks if Lucia is finally safe. But a split second later, he chokes out that something feels wrong as a grotesque growth erupts from his neck. He collapses backwards, and his friends can only scream his name as they lunge to catch him. As the cook's vision fades, he realizes with dread that he's out of time and the others at the tavern are still in danger. The ground beneath them shatters, revealing a dark, viscous abyss where the snowy landscape used to be. Garf scoops up their fallen friend, yelling at Lucia that their only chance is to jump straight into the collapsed ground. They plunge into the darkness, only to land right in front of the fully evolved, monstrous shadow parasite. Before they can react, the creature's fleshy tendrils shoot out and rip the cook from Garf's arms. Garf and Lucia are thrown aside like rag dolls, forced to watch in horror as their friend is dragged away. The cook finds himself face to face with a mysterious veiled figure, who mockingly asks why ugly things like him don't just disappear. Held captive by the shadow parasite, he can only listen as the entity questions his origins and the beauty he's hiding. With glowing eyes piercing through the veil, the creature leans in, its curiosity turning sinister. Suddenly, the cook's eyes erupt with a black, viscous substance as the mental assault takes its toll. The nightmare shatters, replaced by the blare of an alarm clock, signaling a harsh awakening in a different time and place. We're thrown into the protagonist's past life, where he desperately tries to soothe his crying daughter, Ah Young. He holds her close, the baby's wails echoing his own exhaustion and despair. The memory is a painful one, filled with the endless sound of his sick child's suffering. The scene twists into an even darker memory. Him, locked in a prison cell, still holding his daughter as she cries. His past life flashes by a trashed room filled with missing person flyers for his wife, revealing the true depth of his old despair. His past self walks through a dingy room, a shadow of the man he would become. He's holding his daughter, but her constant, pained cries offer no comfort. In his other hand, he clutches medical papers, a reminder of the sickness he can't afford to fix. The world around him is a mess, a perfect reflection of his shattered life. He slams the alarm clock, trying to silence the noise, but his daughter's wails are the only sound that matters. She just keeps crying, a gut-wrenching sound of pure, innocent suffering. Our boy looks completely hollowed out, wondering how much longer she and he can endure this. The room is littered with empty cans and overdue bills. He's at the absolute end of his rope. Finally, a moment of silence as she drifts off to sleep. Tear tracks still on her face. He just stands there, utterly defeated, watching the only person left in his world. He cracks open a can, trying to find some solace at the bottom of it. But just as he does, his daughter's gut-wrenching wails start up all over again. The endless crying pushes him over the edge, his patience completely shredded. He slams the can down, desperately begging for the noise, for his life, to just stop. Her cries, however, only seem to get louder, echoing the chaos in his own mind. Our boy finally breaks, clutching his head and screaming, wondering where it all went so horribly wrong. In a moment of pure, unfiltered agony, he thinks the unthinkable. His life would be easier if she wasn't here. And just like that, silence. Her crying stops, her little eyes wide with shock, as if she understood. The weight of his own monstrous thought crashes down on him, and the rage instantly melts into soul-crushing regret. He sweeps her into his arms, holding her tight as he apologizes, telling his little Ah Young that Daddy didn't mean it. The memory shifts, and suddenly he's on the ledge of a skyscraper, his mind reeling as he realizes what he was about to do. A horrifying vision flashes before his eyes, a street littered with bodies, a massacre he can't forget. Just then, a veiled figure appears beside him, whispering poison into his ear, asking if he really wants the baby to disappear for a fresh start. The creepy entity then offers a deal, asking him to be its friend. It dangles a flyer of his missing wife, promising it can find her if he just says yes, leaving our boy utterly dumbfounded. He glances down, the bloody scene from his vision now seemingly real on the pavement below. The figure gets impatient, grabbing his arm and demanding to know if he'll take the deal. It scoffs at his hesitation, mocking him for choosing to die with his bothersome kid. But holding his daughter, our boy finds his strength, telling the creature that unlike it, he has real friends right here in his arms. The figure just laughs, revealing this isn't the first time he's been on this ledge, and it saved him from jumping over and over again. With tears in his eyes, he makes his choice, swearing that this time will be different. He steps off the ledge, committing his entire being to this one last, desperate gamble. As he plummets towards the concrete below, his only thought is to finally break free. The cruel entity that pushed him this far watches with a sickening grin, thinking it's won. But our boy isn't giving up. He screams with all his might for Lucia and Garf to find him. Suddenly, the world shatters like glass as two figures burst through reality itself. It's them, the real Garf and Lucia, and they grab him, pulling him from the jaws of death. They tell him they have to go see Ah Young as the three of them crash through the dimensional floor. Now, falling through a bizarre corridor that looks like a film reel, he asks what happened to the others. Garf just smirks, revealing that everyone else already returned, and he's the last one left. The cook is completely stunned as he's pulled through a tunnel of memories. Garf recalls a simple memory of sharing a warm bowl of soup with a starving Lucia. Another memory flashes by. Him and the fortress captain, brothers in arms sharing ramen. Even Lucia remembers a time of camaraderie, sharing ale and fried food with a friend. Garf grins, explaining that the cook's food was so good it was the key to waking everyone up. Overwhelmed by this revelation, the cook can't hold back his tears. He sobs, thanking them from the bottom of his heart, as they finally break through reality. But he wakes up gasping for air, something cold and slimy wrapped tight around his throat. He's back on the tavern floor, with Tierna and the bureau chief staring down at him in shock. The damn parasite is still attached, and it's forcing him to choke himself to death. But just as the cook's life is about to end, the parasite's tentacle suddenly withers and falls limp to the floor. In the dreamscape, Garf is flooded with memories of his past life, a happy family with his wife and his precious daughter, Ah Young. He remembers a simpler time, his eyes welling with tears as his wife tells him to at least say hi to their guests. The vision expands, showing not just his past, but his present. Lucia and all the villagers he's come to protect. They're all there, smiling and waving, a silent testament to what he's fighting for. He clutches Ah Young, tears streaming down his face as he thanks her for just staying alive, for being his reason to live. But the beautiful vision is shattered by a horrific image. A severed head impaled on a spike, a warning of the future this world faces. Its single red eye flares with an overwhelming, soul-crushing malevolence. The psychic backlash hits them all like a freight train, as Garf, Lucia, and the cook clutch their heads, screaming in agony. The cook snaps back to reality, completely disoriented, as the terrified bureau chief grabs him, demanding to know what the hell just happened. Still reeling from the vision, the cook just points a shaky finger at the monster's withering tentacle, screaming that it's over there. From a nearby rooftop, a sniper has a crystal-clear view of the entire scene. With Garf and Lucia centered in the scope, it's Kapar, and she's absolutely floored, realizing the man she's aiming at is Junho, the delivery boy from her past. Through her scope, she watches the bureau chief step forward, raising his hands to confront the profane creature. The old man attempts some kind of holy rite, trying to banish the monster with his authority, but it's completely useless, and he can only clench his fist in frustration as his power fails him. Seeing the pathetic attempt, Copper knows she can't just sit back and watch anymore. She reveals her monstrous insectoid form to the guild official, demanding he bring her the fires of hell. The official is left speechless on the floor, utterly stunned by the woman's sudden transformation. Without a second thought for the dumbfounded man, Kapar strides past him, ready to join the fight herself. Turns out the fires of hell she demanded wasn't an army, but a single, special bullet, delivered by the still-shaken guild official. He nervously extracts the glowing red ammunition, a weapon clearly meant for something beyond human. The official hands it over to Kapar, whose monstrous insect legs stand in stark contrast to her calm focus. She expertly ejects the standard round from her rifle, knowing it would be useless against this foe. With her transformed claws, she carefully loads the glowing bullet, chambering the only hope they have. Not a second is wasted as she scales the tavern wall, seeking the perfect vantage point. She plants herself on the rooftop, a demonic sniper ready to deliver judgment from above. With her eye pressed to the scope, she zeroes in on her target. In her sights is the grotesque, jellyfish-like form of the shadow parasite, pulsing with dark energy. The view is a pure nightmare. One of its tendrils has impaled the screaming, disembodied head of the poor cook. Inside the nightmare, the cook clutches his baby, screaming for someone to stop the monster from escaping. But it's too late. The parasite's tendrils have already begun consuming the patrons, impaling them with pure darkness. The entire tavern floor erupts in a chaotic mess of shadowy spikes and exploding energy. Horrifying worm-like creatures burst from the backs of the possessed, their toothy maws shrieking. From her perch, Kapar sees the core of the problem, the main body of the shadow parasite floating ominously above the city. With her transformed eye, she locks onto the target, her focus absolute. Down below, the bureau chief is losing his mind, screaming about the fires of hell as chaos reigns. With a steady hand, Kapar squeezes the trigger. A massive blast of light erupts from her rifle as she fires the custom-made bullet. The glowing, rune-etched round soars through the air, a silver bullet aimed at the heart of the nightmare. On the ground, Garf and the others can only watch as the silver streak of light closes in on the floating nightmare. The bullet slams home, a direct hit right into the monster's core, its grotesque eye reflecting its own demise. Deep within the dreamscape, the cook feels the world shake, clutching his baby, and looking around completely dumbfounded. The parasite's body swells violently, the holy energy ripping it apart from the inside as the souls trapped within it scream. Seeing the thing about to blow, the bureau chief loses it, screaming for everyone to get down immediately. With a massive flash, the shadow parasite is utterly vaporized, the shockwave tearing through the sky. Luce looks up at the empty sky, hands on his head as he wonders if the nightmare is finally, truly over. The illusion around the cook begins to fade into dust, and he holds his child tight, praying this is the end. For a moment, the explosion looks like a firework display, but the brief celebration dies as burning chunks begin to rain down. Turns out this trash-tier monster had one last surprise, showering the city below in a meteor storm of its own corrupted flesh. The bureau chief and the cook are left dumbfounded as the nightmare's end brings a new kind of terror. In an instant, the entire district is engulfed in flames from the monster's corrupted remains. The cook screams in horror, realizing he escaped one hell only to be thrown into another. A few days later, the city is a smoldering ruin. The monster was defeated, but the cost was catastrophic. Turns out, killing the beast was only half the battle, as its death curse now rains from the sky. The fleshy meteors slam into the city, each impact a new explosion of corruption and fire. The bureau chief tries to direct the panicked citizens as they flee through the burning streets. The survivors gather at the security bureau, their grief and loss quickly turning into pure rage. They scream about their lost homes and property, demanding the authorities compensate them for everything. The mob's fury finds a target, calling Kapar the monster hunter who brings disaster and demanding her execution. From inside the bureau, the officials can only watch as the furious mob swells outside. The bureau chief clasps his hands, desperately praying to the gods for a way out of this nightmare. The guild official is sweating bullets, feeling the immense pressure of the city's rage. The chief laments his fate, asking the official why he's being put through such an impossible test. The story then introduces a key figure from the past, Claude, Kapar's father and the de facto ruler of Eastern Sana. Turns out, this guy was a real piece of work in the novel, being the one who ordered Garf's execution. Yet, he was also a tragic hero who chose to die defending his city rather than flee the coming apocalypse. Back in the present, the guild official finally delivers some good news, announcing that Kapar has been cleared of all charges. But the chief isn't celebrating. He immediately pivots to a personal problem involving his wife, making the official tense up. He reveals that the monster hunter, Lucia, apparently told his wife something about using her divine power, connecting her to this mess. The official recalls Claude's memory, where he coldly tells someone they are free to go, but his mind was a storm, haunted by the public's roaring demands to execute Kapar. The sheer pressure of their hatred was overwhelming, a constant chant for her head. In private, the ruler was a wreck, collapsing onto his bed from the sheer weight of it all. He slams his fist down in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. The old man seethes, calling them all ungrateful fools for turning on their savior. He knows the truth, however, quietly admitting they only survived thanks to Lady Kapar. The official explains that if the people knew she was the one protecting them, they'd never act this way. It's a twisted situation, especially since this is the same man who tried to execute Garf in the novel. And honestly, with a face like that, you'd think he was cut from the same cloth as any other villain. The official grins, realizing that teaming up with Garf is the only way to protect Kapar from the ignorant masses. Claude appeals to him, noting that since the official also has a daughter, he must understand a father's heart. He explains that beneath her tough exterior, Kapar is a kind and delicate soul, tragically hidden from the world. But a flashback reveals the horrifying truth of her birth, as royal attendants scream in pure terror. Even Claude himself wept, holding his newborn daughter for the first time, though his tears weren't of joy. The memory is a nightmare, showing his wife cradling their child while he appears as a monstrous insect. He couldn't bear it, turning his back on his wife as she lay helpless on the floor. Turns out, baby Kapar was born with insectoid features, multiple eyes and limbs sprouting from her body. Claude is haunted by this moment, admitting to himself that he never should have abandoned her like that. He clutches a locket, tormented by the thought that his past cowardice is the reason his wife and daughter suffer today. A mysterious man tells Claude that in the original story, he was just a fool for his precious daughter. He then proposes a brilliant idea to help the people feel closer to the reclusive lord and his daughter, Kapar. Claude is skeptical, wondering how his people could ever feel a connection to him after all this time. The man reveals his grand plan: a territory-wide delivery service to win the hearts of the public. This service would operate across all of eastern Sane, starting from the Lord's own castle. The scene then cuts to the Fabelin Tavern, where the crew is about to get some shocking news. Garf is absolutely stunned to learn they're now in charge of a delivery service for the entire region. Turns out, the man who pitched the idea to Claude is now in their tavern, confirming he got the Lord's permission. The crew protests that they're just a restaurant, but the strategist just smiles, asking if it really seems that hard. Lu Shay, on the other hand, is blushing with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of working in the Lord's name. The strategist points out the obvious flaw in their plan. A delivery service means mountains of paperwork. Garf immediately deflates, asking the million-dollar question: who in their crew of misfits can actually read or write? A heavy silence falls as they all realize they're basically a bunch of illiterate brawlers, while baby Hans just looks on. But then, Hans breaks the tension, babbling happily and reaching out for someone, calling for his mama. Everyone turns, dumbfounded, to see he's pointing directly at Tierna, who just walked into the room. Tierna is completely mortified, blushing and stammering, totally caught off guard by the baby's declaration. A light bulb goes off in Garf's head. He reminds everyone that as a noble, Tierna must be literate, but she tries to slip away. Lucia isn't having it, grabbing the flustered noble and teasingly pointing out she's their only hope for this operation. The entire crew, strategist and all, gangs up on her, begging for help as she panics about juggling service and admin work. Through all the chaos, Hans is just overjoyed, reaching for his new mama, completely unaware of the mess he's made. While Lucia playfully tries to drag Tierna back to draft a new contract, she makes a desperate run for it. But just as she's about to escape, the tavern door slams open with a deafening bang. A muscular woman in a maid's outfit stumbles in, completely out of breath. With tears in her eyes, she whispers that she's finally found it, looking utterly relieved. She seems to have been searching for this place for a very, very long time. The group inside is stunned, and the strategist asks Tierna if she knows this strange woman. But the maid's relief instantly evaporates, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated rage. Her eyes lock onto the strategist's hand, resting on Tierna's shoulder, and something inside her just snaps. In a blur of motion, she lunges forward, screaming at him not to dare lay a hand on Lady Marduna. Before he can even react, she sends him flying with a vicious kick, calling him a filthy piece of trash. Lucia screams for her to wait, completely shocked by the maid's sudden explosion of violence. But it's too late. Our boy Garf barely manages to grab her arm as the strategist is sent tumbling across the room. Lucia can't help but think that in moments like this, Garf is easily the most reliable person he knows. The maid, however, is completely dumbfounded that someone was strong enough to stop her dead in her tracks. Garf's grip is like a steel trap, his bones creaking under the strain of holding back this absolute monster of a woman. Just as the tension hits its peak, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air from outside the tavern. The sudden shock breaks the maid's rage, and she collapses into a sobbing mess, clinging to Lucia. The strategist, nursing his wounds, confirms that this is indeed the maid who lived with Tierna. Turns out, the poor woman got seriously injured after falling from a ladder while repairing the mansion. By the time she got out of the clinic, all bandaged up, Tierna had already vanished without a trace. When she finally hobbled back to the estate, both the mansion and her precious Lady Marduna were gone. The poor woman collapsed in despair, realizing she'd come all this way for absolutely nothing. The strategist puts it all together. This maid has been on a desperate, one-woman search mission. Lucia is dumbfounded, wondering why in the world Tierna never bothered to mention any of this. He glances over at her and the baby, thinking maybe she was just too caught up in everything else. But the maid isn't done. She suddenly snaps, slamming her hand on the table and grabbing Tierna's arm. In front of everyone, she declares she's taking Lady Marduna with her, right here and now. She can't believe a noble lady is living in a pigsty like this, insisting she deserves far better. Tierna's face darkens instantly. She is absolutely not having any of this. The maid tries to pull her away, but Tierna stands her ground, ready to shut this nonsense down. The tavern cook explodes with rage, demanding the maid apologize for insulting the very man who gave him a place to live. But Lucia pulls Garf aside, reminding him that while Tierna is a good ally, they have far more pressing matters to deal with. The cook flashes back to a chilling memory of holding the baby Hans, haunted by the image of that mysterious veiled figure. Lucia confirms their worst fears, explaining that people who undergo monsterization have their memories of the event completely wiped. The horrifying implication dawns on them. Every single victim must have encountered that veiled girl right before they transformed. The strategist connects the dots, revealing there's a specific monster that turns people, and it's been around for a very long time. He turns to the cook, putting him on the spot, and asking if his meta-knowledge of the novel has any clues about this ancient evil. The cook admits that the original story was vague, only mentioning that people turned into monsters without any real explanation. But this veiled figure, the one who seems to be the key, was never mentioned anywhere in the book he read. He feels a cold dread, realizing he gathered all the story's legendary hunters, but against an unknown variable like this, he wonders if it's enough. Just as the grim reality of their situation sets in, the tavern bell rings, interrupting the heavy atmosphere. A well-dressed man steps in, calmly asking if this is the place that handles the transportation of goods. The strategist, still holding the baby Hans, confirms it is, and asks what brings the stranger to their door. The messenger explains his master wishes to have a large quantity of goods delivered to a specific location. He gestures outside, revealing a literal mountain of crates, barrels, and supplies waiting for them. The entire crew, from Garf to Tyrna, is left utterly speechless, their jaws on the floor at the absurd request. Garf is the first to snap, shouting at the man and asking if he's lost his mind. They can't possibly move all of that. The messenger just smiles, adding that the delivery has to be completed by the end of the day. But as Garf fumes, the strategist's eyes widen with a sudden realization he sees a plan forming and agrees to the job. Garf is dumbfounded, screaming at him that they only have a single cart to move that impossible pile of cargo. The strategist lays out the problem. With this much cargo, they'd need people for ledgers, receipts, and pure manual labor. But Lucia gets a wicked glint in his eye, musing that a maid serving a noble would surely know how to read and write. In a flash, the strategist and Garf corner the powerful maid, who is completely caught off guard by their sudden approach. The maid, Ryuna, starts to panic, wondering why the entire crew is suddenly staring her down with intense focus. Before she can react, Tyrna firmly grabs her hand, stopping her from backing away. Pulling her close, Tyrna announces that as the legitimate heir of her family, she has a very important order for her. Ryuna's panic instantly melts into flustered adoration as she swoons over the dignified and beautiful Lady Marduna. The grand order is revealed. She's to look after the store in their place, leaving Ryuna utterly dumbfounded. With their tavern-sitting problem solved, the crew immediately departs in their single wagon to begin the impossible job. Tyrna waves a cheerful goodbye, shouting back that she's leaving the entire store in Ryuna's capable hands. As the crew's wagon thunders away from the tavern, Tyrna's promise to remember their loyalty echoes in the air. Back inside, Ryuna is already living her best life, basking in the attention as the patrons welcome the new maid. With no time to waste, their wagon barrels forward at a breakneck pace, kicking up dust on the road. The strategist reflects on their mission, realizing they're heading into the unknown to face a threat that never existed in the original story. But he steels his resolve, knowing that even if the enemy is a mystery, the person he needs to save is not. Their destination is confirmed by a simple letter, a request sent by the legendary swordsman, Baldur of Steel. The crew races against the setting sun, their lone wagon a speck in the vast, desolate landscape. A sudden memory flashes by the chaos of the Marduna estate, with Tyrna desperately clutching baby Hans amidst the carnage. Garf's expression is grim and focused, the weight of yet another impossible rescue mission settling heavily on his shoulders. The strategist, however, can't hide his anxiety, a single bead of sweat revealing just how much this gamble is worrying him. Lucia, ever the observer, notices the sudden shift in the mood as the wagon rattles on. The strategist, feeling the heavy silence, finally asks if something is wrong with everyone. With a smirk, Lucia asks if our boy has ever actually been outside the city walls, and he admits he's been too busy setting up the shop. Garf cuts in, his voice dead serious, warning them that from this point forward, the rules have changed. They've just crossed the threshold into the infamous lawless zone. The strategist recalls the map from the novel, a vast, untamed stretch of land between the city and the fortress. This was the place where all sorts of bizarre and twisted monsters were known to crawl out of the woodwork. A territory so dangerous that even the most desperate mercenaries wouldn't dare enter, no matter the reward. In the original story, this very isolation led to the city's downfall, as it was cut off from all supplies, and eventually overrun. The strategist's face goes pale as he connects the dots, asking if that means they're about to walk into a monster den. As the strategist panics, Tyrna calmly holds Hans and mutters she'd rather just deal with some monsters already. Be careful what you wish for, because a split second later, the ground shakes from a distant impact. 3 bizarre, bush-like creatures suddenly start charging towards them at an impossible speed. Tyrna is completely dumbfounded, realizing the very trees of the forest are coming to life to attack them. While Garf's eyes narrow with deadly focus, Lucia just grins, thrilled by this fascinating new development. Before they can react, a brilliant flash of light streaks through the air, aimed directly at the crew. It's an arrow, but Balder moves like lightning, deflecting the shot just inches away from the baby. He grits his teeth, the sheer force of the projectile nearly knocking him off his feet. The strategist is absolutely losing his mind, screaming about the arrows and the trash-tier walking bush monsters. Lucia, completely unfazed by the chaos, simply draws a flintlock pistol, ready to answer with some firepower of his own. With a cold, steady hand, Lucia takes aim, ready to deal with the incoming threat. It's not monsters this time, but a pack of low-life bandits who've surrounded their cart. The entire convoy grinds to a screeching halt, completely boxed in by the ambush. Their leader smugly demands they hand over their cargo, and the woman, thinking it's an easy score, but his sentence gets cut short by a bullet exploding through his face. Lucia stands there, pistol still smoking, looking utterly unimpressed by the whole ordeal. Enraged, another bandit hurls a massive, cross-shaped shuriken right at our boy's head. For a split second, even Lucia is surprised by the sheer size of the deadly projectile. He's forced to drop his gun, instantly summoning his scythe to parry the attack. The bandit who threw it is absolutely fuming, screaming that the pointy-eared elf is his to kill. The bandit lunges forward, determined to take Lucia's head himself. But before he can land a hit, a rope yanks him back, with Garf on the other end wondering why his elf companion is taking so long. Our boy isn't waiting around for an answer. He's got a look of pure fury on his face. Riding past, Garf swings the bandit through the air like a human wrecking ball. The thug soars helplessly, realizing he's just been turned into a trash-tier projectile. Garf smashes him face first into another bandit, roaring that this pathetic crew is his to deal with. He then proceeds to absolutely dismantle the rest of the mob, sending bodies flying everywhere. Looking back, Garf screams at the wagon to go faster, but the strategist yells that they're already at top speed. Just as they start to break through, massive, shadowy figures crash down from the sky, blocking their path. In the chaos, one of the giant monsters snatches the terrified strategist right out of the driver's seat. The strategist is completely cornered as a crazed bandit screams that the eyes are the weak point. With a maniacal roar, the bandit lunges forward, aiming to plunge his knife right into the strategist's skull. But just before impact, a massive shuriken spins out of nowhere, deflecting the blade in a shower of sparks. The shuriken-wielding bandit now stands guard, but he's screaming in agony as Lucia appears in the background, pistol still smoking. Turns out, Lucia fired a perfect shot, using his bullet to redirect the shuriken and save the strategist's life. The elf just calmly blows the smoke from his barrel. Another day at the office for him. With an opening cleared, the wagons carrying our crew thunder forward, trying to escape the ambush. But Garf, perched atop the lead wagon with eyes glowing pure red, glares back, demanding to know who dared to shoot. He furiously whips the reins, pushing the horses faster than they've ever run before. Leaping from his seat, he smashes a bandit into oblivion, roaring that they had the audacity to aim for his daughter. The sheer force of his rage sends one of the bandit wagons flying, shattering it into splinters. But it's not enough. More trash-tier bandits are hot on their tail, swords raised and ready to kill. Garf glances back, the sheer chaos making him think he's finally losing his mind. He can't believe just how many of them are still pouring out of the woodwork to chase them down. Inside the wagon, the butler messenger tries to reassure the terrified strategist, telling him not to worry because his master will be here soon. The strategist is dumbfounded, but the butler insists that if everything goes according to plan, their backup should be arriving right now. The wagons continue to rattle and shake, desperately trying to outrun the relentless ambush. One of the bandits screams bloody murder, promising that none of them will die peacefully for what they've done. He gets lost in a twisted fantasy of gutting them and doing unspeakable things to the women. But his sick daydream is cut short when a red-caped knight smashes down from the sky, obliterating a wagon in a single, earth-shattering blow. The mysterious knight stands tall, his armor gleaming as he prepares to enter the fray. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges headfirst into the bandit horde, his massive axe ready to reap. He leaps into the air, spinning like a whirlwind of death, and completely obliterating another one of the bandits' wagons. The trash-tier bandits try to swarm him, but their pathetic weapons just shatter against his impenetrable armor. With a powerful roar, he unleashes a shockwave that sends bodies and debris flying in every direction. Watching from the wagon, the strategist's eyes go wide as he realizes exactly who this monster of a man is. This is no ordinary knight. This is the legendary Valdemar. The bandits are paralyzed with fear, screaming that the Iron Giant has appeared and that they all need to run for their lives. Valdemar calmly declares that he's here to pass judgment on all the cowards who prey on the weak, and with a single, effortless swing of his axe, he carves a path of destruction right through their ranks. The remaining bandits whip their horses, desperately trying to outrun the apocalypse that just descended upon them. But for them, Valdemar declares that only death awaits as he splits the very earth with a single, cataclysmic strike. Our boy Garf can only stare, dumbfounded, wondering if what he's seeing is even real. The Iron Giant stands alone amidst a wasteland of splintered wagons and broken bodies he created in seconds. As the crew rides on, they come across a makeshift outpost built entirely out of the stacked corpses of bandits. The strategist is left utterly speechless, while Tierna just quietly eats her snack, completely unfazed. He sheepishly explains that since bandits always showed up whenever they built a normal barricade, this was their solution. Valdemar gives the strategist a hearty slap on the back, laughing and asking why he's so embarrassed by his own genius. He explains his simple philosophy. He just used the most convenient materials he could find to protect people. Garf looks at the wall of bodies and then back at his new allies, seriously questioning if he's going to survive this trip. The strategist, Fritz, smirks and tells Garf to check something out, leaving our boy completely clueless. Suddenly, the sound of children's voices echoes out, cheering that their Uncle Valdemar has returned. A whole group of kids comes rushing forward, absolutely overjoyed to see their hero, the knight. One of the little ones latches onto Valdemar's leg, proudly reporting that he's been eating his veggies just like he was told. The terrifying Iron Giant is immediately swarmed by the adoring children, who treat his blood-stained armor like a jungle gym. Garf is still trying to make sense of this bizarre scene, but Fritz just says that, while it looks weird, that's just how Valdemar is. Valdemar leads everyone into the settlement, bellowing that it's time for the righteous to rest, all while Fritz tries to warn him. The strategist anxiously explains that this is a fugitive village, unrecognized by the kingdom, and helping them is against the law. But Valdemar just scoffs, telling Fritz he overthinks everything and that such rules are a mere trifle. Inside, however, the mood plummets as a villager stares in horror at his food, finding it infested with some kind of black, thorny parasite. Turns out, the delivery crew brought a mountain of supplies, and the villagers are absolutely ecstatic. They're crying tears of joy, thinking they're finally saved from starvation. But Garf is completely drained, and Tierna complains that even with all this food, the most important thing is still missing. She's then rudely interrupted by baby Hans, who starts gnawing on her head like a chew toy. Meanwhile, Fritz is marveling at the magical pouch, realizing it's finally empty after spitting out all those goods. Valdemar stomps over, saying he was suspicious when only one wagon arrived, demanding to know how they pulled it off. Fritz hands over the pouch, explaining that he doesn't fully understand the principle behind it. He just knows he can put in or take out whatever he wants just by thinking about it. Valdemar's demeanor instantly darkens as he comes to a single, grim conclusion. This has to be dark magic. Fritz freezes up, the knight's accusation sending a chill down his spine. Garf and Lucia immediately get on guard, ready to throw down if this knight tries anything funny. The whole crew stands in a tense silence, waiting for the Iron Giant's judgment. But suddenly, Valdemar strikes a pose and laughs, saying he doesn't care if it's dark magic as long as it saves people. Our boy Garf cracks a grin, thinking he likes this guy's crazy attitude. Valdemar announces he's going to scout the area and tells the exhausted crew to get some rest. As they settle, Lucia quietly comments to Garf that he's heard rumors about Fritz being a tired soul. Fritz interrupts, his face grim, revealing that a monster is specifically targeting this village right now. Garf and Lucia are instantly on alert, asking if he knows what they're up against. The strategist's mind is clearly racing, putting together a plan that seems to revolve around Garf and Lucia. He then asks them a completely out-of-pocket question about whether they've spent a night together, leaving them utterly baffled. Fritz clarifies his question, asking if they've done it, which sends Garf into a flustered panic, while Lucia just smirks, enjoying the chaos. A sudden memory flashes through Lucia's mind of a female elf, who looks just like him, tenderly holding a baby. Snapping back to reality, Fritz gets dead serious, explaining that his question is extremely important because the monster they're facing uses a unique type of magic. He reveals its power is related to mating, and a strange magical aura begins to spread through the forest. Turns out, anyone in the village who has ever been with someone is suddenly paralyzed with fear, completely unable to fight back. The spell is so powerful that it renders them helpless, forcing them to just stand there and watch in terror. From the shadows, the monster emerges, sniffing the air with its grotesque, drooling mouth. It's a twisted, fairy-like creature who whispers that she just loves the fresh scent of her untouched prey. The siren fairy hovers over the entire village, all of whom are now gathered below her, completely mesmerized. The villagers just stand there dumbfounded, wondering why they're all gathered together, completely unaware they're about to become monster chow. With a snap of his fingers, Fritz suddenly grabs the attention of all the paralyzed villagers. He puts on a charming smile and asks for their cooperation, even though he knows it's out of the blue. The villagers are confused, grumbling that they have hunting and work to do tomorrow and can't be bothered. But then Fritz unveils his secret weapon, a mountain of high-quality food and supplies. Everyone is left utterly speechless, their jaws on the floor at the sight of such a feast. He calls it a small gift for the first customers of their brand new delivery service. The deal is simple. If they shout, "We protect this village with true sincerity," all the food is theirs. Instantly, the villagers' faces light up with pure, unadulterated greed and excitement. They raise their fists in the air, their previous complaints completely forgotten. A powerful chant erupts as the entire village shouts the slogan, their voices echoing through the cursed forest. As the villagers chant, Luce's keen senses tell him something is deeply wrong with this picture. He turns to Fritz, pointing out one of the villagers who feels completely off. His suspicions are confirmed as he identifies two of them, realizing they're just blatant liars. Suddenly, one villager's eyes glow with a sinister light, as he's overcome by a strange power. The reflection in his eye reveals the horrifying truth. A grotesque siren fairy is pulling the strings. Luce is completely dumbfounded, realizing this isn't just deception, it's powerful magic. He screams out a warning, pointing directly at the source of the danger. But it's too late. The monster is already looking through the eyes of every single villager it has paralyzed. The entire village is now just a collection of puppets, frozen, stiff, and ready to be used. Under the siren's control, they leap into the air, their voices twisted into a chilling cry for love as they attack. Garf decides he's seen enough, clenching his fist to end this twisted puppet show. He masterfully parries and blocks, trying his best not to seriously injure the brainwashed villagers. As a possessed man screams about love while smashing into him, Lucia confronts the armored giant. He desperately reminds Waldmann that they came here to save these people, not to brawl with them. But our boy has had enough, unleashing a shadowy power to brutally incapacitate one of the attackers. Taking the hint, Waldmann slams his axe into the ground, sending out a massive, non-lethal shockwave. The villagers begin to slump over, the sinister glow in their eyes finally fading as the siren's control shatters. Turns out, while everyone was busy with the pawns, Garf had already blitzed the monster and impaled her. But with a splash of blood, she just calls it a surprise, leaving Waldmann and Fritz completely dumbfounded. The siren fairy regenerates instantly, annoyed at the rude interruption and asking if her attacker is also just starved for love. Garf reaches into his own chest, pulling out a bloody, pulsating object as he thinks of another way. The siren fairy is stunned, realizing her mental attack is having a bizarre effect on him. Instead of breaking, our boy embraces the pain, causing the siren to stumble back as if she's the one being attacked. He weaponizes his own love, flashing back to his past self holding a precious child he calls his love bug. The monster is furious, and Garf realizes with dread that these creatures are appearing way sooner than they did in the novel. Just as the siren recovers, Lucia makes his move, drawing his sword and gun for a lightning-fast strike. He unleashes a blindingly fast slash, seemingly aimed to cleave the monster in two, but she just dodges and cackles, mocking him for completely missing his shot. As she taunts him about having a lover of his own, she realizes too late that Lucia's attack was a feint to grab her by the throat. Before she can react, Garf comes crashing down from above, stomping her head straight into the dirt. Garf throws everything he has at the armored giant, but his punches just bounce off, leaving him fuming. The knight, Waldmann, just scoffs at his adorable effort before landing a solid blow that sends our boy flying. The impact is insane, launching Garf across the battlefield as the Siren Fairy and Balder watch the chaos unfold. Suddenly, Balder intercepts with a lightning-fast strike, but even his legendary blade glances off the impenetrable armor. Waldmann easily parries the attack with his massive axe, while the Siren Fairy just cackles maniacally at their futile attempts. The Iron Giant powers up, his sheer presence alone pushing Balder back, proving he's on a completely different level. Watching from the sidelines, Fritz is completely dumbfounded, realizing that even their strongest fighters' attacks are useless. As Garf struggles back to his feet, Fritz desperately calls out, trying to get his attention. But the Siren Fairy floats over to Garf, telling him that the real target isn't the knight, but the strategist. She reveals that Fritz is no ordinary human. He's been chosen by a great being, holding some kind of glowing artifact. The Siren Fairy points a manic finger at Fritz, calling him the chosen one, and mocking him for being completely oblivious. With a wicked grin, she asks him a question that throws everyone for a loop. She asks him to marry her, leaving the entire delivery crew standing there absolutely dumbfounded. Realizing her approach might be a bit much, she shrinks into a cutesy form, holding a tiny Garf, and apologizes for her vulgar proposal. But then she grabs our boy Garf's arm, her grip tightening like a vice. She says that her previous form was just too crude for a proper proposal. In a flash, she transforms into a monstrous, multi-limbed insectoid creature, revealing her true, terrifying form. Lucia is so utterly disgusted by the sight that he feels sick to his stomach. Spreading her arms wide, the monster declares the spot is now open, and once again demands Fritz marry her. While Tierna loses her mind over the sheer insolence of the proposal, Fritz just calmly agrees. Tierna is absolutely speechless, unable to comprehend why Fritz would agree to this madness. The villagers behind them erupt in laughter, thinking this is the most ridiculous thing they've ever seen. The Siren Fairy, however, just smirks, completely satisfied with his answer. But Fritz holds up a hand, his expression dead serious as he says he has one condition. Unfazed, the monster spreads her arms wide, once again demanding he marry her, confident she can meet any terms. While Tierna is still losing her mind over the insolence, Fritz's calm agreement cuts through the chaos. The villagers are still cackling, not realizing the gravity of the situation is about to shift. Fritz's voice cuts through the noise again, reiterating that he has a condition for this marriage. Suddenly, the laughter dies down as the villagers stare in hushed anticipation, sensing something big is about to happen. From a safe distance, Garf carries Lucia on his shoulders, both of them watching intently to see Fritz's next move. Fritz lays down his first condition with a steely gaze: evacuate all the villagers to safety. He then pulls Balder aside, explaining that brute force is useless here, but he has a clever idea. Balder silently agrees, his hand glowing with power as Garf watches, dumbfounded by the strategist's bold move. Even our boy Garf is sweating, realizing Fritz is playing a completely different game than anyone expected. Tierna, holding Hans, anxiously asks if this insane plan of his will actually succeed. Fritz tells Lucia it's their only option and confirms that Balder is the key to making it all work. The villagers look on nervously as Valdemar is asked if he's on board with what they're calling an insane plan. But the Iron Giant just gleams, declaring with absolute confidence that he's more than ready. And just like that, Fritz's condition is met. A full-blown picnic date with the Siren Fairy. Turns out his marriage condition was for her to provide a massive feast for the starving villagers. The Siren Fairy digs into the feast with a monstrous appetite, clearly enjoying her side of the bargain. After a few bites, she gets down to business, asking Fritz what his conditions are for this marriage. Fritz just laughs, finding her bluntness refreshing, and says he just wants to know more about his future spouse. She asks what he's curious about, and he immediately cuts to the chase, asking about her nickname. He confirms her infamous title in this region is the Worm of Love, a detail that clearly catches her off guard. She's stunned he knows that name, leaning in close as he calmly confirms it and prepares his next question. But she flips the script, calling him an interesting and chosen human, a term that was never in the original story. Our boy Fritz is reeling internally, pouring her a drink while his mind races about this new, world-altering variable. Playing it cool, he hands her a wooden mug and asks her to explain what exactly a chosen human is. The Siren Fairy is absolutely dumbfounded, asking how he could be holding that without even knowing what it means before chugging her drink. Fritz holds up the strange pouch, asking if this is the item she's talking about. The Siren Fairy's eyes glow with an unsettling intensity as she stares at the pouch. She confirms that's the one, calling it her foolish father's most precious treasure. With a wicked grin, she clarifies that it's the heart of something called the seed. Our boy Fritz is completely lost but plays it cool, asking for more details while pouring her another drink. She slams her mug down, ready to drop a lore bomb about the creation of the entire universe. It all started with a foolish father who created everything with a purely beneficial power. He then created servants whose sole purpose was to attend to the seed he'd made. Their entire existence, she explains, was meant to be for the sake of that one seed. Fritz is horrified, realizing this is the true origin story, and that this seed is the root cause of all the tragedy. Fritz puts two and two together, asking if the monsters are here to conquer the world for the seed, and she cheerfully confirms it. The sheer weight of this revelation crushes him, and he's suddenly grabbed from behind by a pair of monstrous hands. Turns out, it's the fairy herself, who starts ranting about how much she despises being a mindless puppet for some great being. Her face twists into a demonic snarl as she spits that being a servant is no different than being livestock raised for slaughter. However, her entire worldview shifted when she saw a vision of a strange, light-haired youth holding a baby. She gets uncomfortably close to Fritz, explaining that he just showed up with the one thing she needs, the heart of the seed. With that heart, she claims she could finally break free and become a powerful, independent being herself. So, with stars in her eyes, she drops to one knee and proposes marriage right then and there, leaving our boy utterly speechless. But Fritz, ever the strategist, calmly tells her that's going to be a hard pass, completely short-circuiting her brain. He then calls her out, reminding her that she's nothing but a monster who betrayed her own kind. Dumbfounded, the fairy can't understand why Head refuse, while Fritz realizes this trash-tier character actually has a backstory. She desperately tries to sell the deal, promising they can take down her brethren sent by some foolish father. With a crazed look, she screams that together, they can remake the entire world to their liking. But her idea of a remade world is a hellscape where giant insectoid monsters have devoured every last scrap of life. Fritz just looks at her, deadpan, and tells her that's the whole problem right there. He lays it out cold. She was never meant for greatness. She was simply created to devour everything. The truth hits her like a truck, and she lets out a piercing shriek of pure rage and despair. Her sonic blast slams into the village's protective domes. But the real problem is the noise, because suddenly, the light of dozens of torches cuts through the darkness. An entire mob of villagers emerges, led by a man with a completely unhinged smile on his face. Garf, Balder, and the massive knight Valdemar are caught off guard as they sprint towards the commotion. The Siren Fairy, completely unhinged, points and screams for the mob to kill them all, sparing only the children. But before her brainwashed army can move, Fritz's voice cuts through the tension, telling her to wait a minute. He calmly holds out a small, pathetic-looking object, asking if this is the prize she was after. She freezes mid-rant, her entire body shaking with a mix of pure fury and utter confusion. With a smug grin, Fritz dangles the squishy truth doll, sarcastically asking if this was her ticket to becoming great. He just keeps pressing her, taunting her about whether this little thing was what she wanted to take. The psychological blow lands perfectly, and she just clutches her head, completely losing her mind. Fritz just watches her mental breakdown, his plan to dismantle her from the inside working like a charm. But while he's been playing mind games, the mob she incited has become a literal wall of fire. The brainwashed villagers are completely unhinged, their faces twisted in a psychotic glee as they close in. Our boy Garf and the crew stand their ground, a tiny island in a sea of torch-wielding maniacs. Garf nervously confirms the non-combatants are safe, but he can't shake the feeling this is about to go sideways. Suddenly, he hears a click and turns to see Lucia calmly cocking his revolver, ready for action. Lucia just gives a cool-headed smile, saying he has faith in their plan as he takes aim. He fires a single shot, which explodes into a massive pillar of light, creating a perfect ring of fire around the mob. The intense light and heat instantly snap the villagers out of their trance, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Their bloodlust evaporates, replaced by pure terror, as they drop their torches and flee the inferno. Garf is floored by the result, and Lucia calmly explains that if the master is a bug, her minions will act like bugs too. From the woods, the Siren Fairy watches her entire army scatter, absolutely seething that her plan just went up in smoke. The Siren Fairy shifts into her true combat form, furious that they're resorting to such cheap tricks. Screaming that she was only trying to save them, she lunges forward to deliver a devastating punch right at Garf. But the Iron Giant, Valdemar, suddenly appears and tanks the hit head-on, acting as a human shield. The monster is sent flying back in agony, while Valdemar calmly notes that this is exactly what their strategist predicted. He realizes there's a critical loophole in their agreement not to attack her. Turns out, simply letting her crash into his armor to defend someone isn't considered an attack, and she's left speechless. Pissed off at being outsmarted, she sprouts bladed wings and prepares to unleash a storm of projectiles. Valdemar immediately moves to shield the terrified Fritz, shouting a warning. The Siren Fairy unleashes a vicious volley of razor-sharp energy blades, hoping to shred them both. But every single projectile just shatters harmlessly against Valdemar's impenetrable armor. The Siren Fairy pants heavily, absolutely seething that her attacks are being nullified. From her vantage point, Valdemar and the strategist look like insignificant specks on the ground. Valdemar just laughs, taunting her that she's not so scary now that they've figured out her cheap tricks. Pushed to her limit, she sneers and begins to charge up an insane amount of energy, crackling with power. While Valdemar stands his ground, Fritz is losing his mind, screaming that they'll die if that attack connects. She unleashes it all in a single, devastating beam of pure destructive energy. Valdemar takes the hit head-on, his body becoming the only shield between Fritz and annihilation. The blast is so powerful it carves a massive trench straight through the landscape. When the smoke clears, both of them are down, and the exhausted monster hovers over the crater she created. Fritz stares in horror, realizing with dread that he's being forced to use his trump card way too soon. The monster gloats over Valdemar's fallen body, asking Fritz if he's finally ready to regret his choices. But our boy just laughs in her face, which makes her absolutely lose it. She shrieks that she would rather die than accept his terms, her face twisting in pure rage. As she dives in for the final blow, Fritz screams that this is the chance he was waiting for. He whips out the legendary pouch and hurls it directly into her path. The Siren Fairy is left completely dumbfounded as the bag opens wide like a void. In an instant, the pouch sucks her in, swallowing her whole, before she can even process what's happening. Fritz catches the bag, breathing a heavy sigh of relief and thanking Waldmann for buying him the perfect opening. He peeks inside, cheekily telling the now tiny monster how scared he was that she'd fire another one of those beams. With a terrifyingly smug grin, he prepares for the next step, as the trapped monster starts begging for her life. Fritz bids her a cold goodbye as the Siren Fairy screams that she was wrong, getting sucked into the void. Her hand desperately reaches out from the darkness, begging for a release that will never come. Suddenly, she's surrounded by crazed villagers, their faces twisted in manic joy as they scream about love. They hurl their torches at her, setting her ablaze in a horrifying ritual. The Siren Fairy can only weep in utter despair, realizing she's trapped in a living nightmare. A strange, bloody energy begins to consume her body, sealing her fate within the pouch. Then, a monstrous entity made of countless eyes manifests before her, a sight so terrifying it shatters her soul. Completely broken, she can only whimper that she was wrong and made a terrible mistake. Back in the real world, the sun rises over the now peaceful village, the crisis seemingly averted. Waldmann, now recovered, sits with Fritz and asks what's troubling him, noticing our boy is lost in thought. Fritz is still mulling things over when a kid in a toy helmet runs up, calling out for his uncle. The rest of the crew watches on, with Tierna looking absolutely starstruck by the wholesome scene. Fritz cracks a small smile, finally understanding the kind of man their stoic companion truly is. Tierna, meanwhile, gets lost in her own thoughts, imagining a happy future, holding a baby of her own. As the crew walks through a grand corridor, it seems their journey is finally taking them somewhere civilized. But Garf suddenly stops, noticing their master swordsman, Baldur, has broken away from the group. Baldur dramatically declares that with the evil defeated, it's time for him to meet his little angels. The crew is utterly dumbfounded, having no clue what this cryptic warrior is talking about. Turns out, he's talking about the orphanage he sponsors, proclaiming it's his entire purpose in life. Luce just sighs, admitting the guy is exhausting, but Garf can tell there's a but coming. And Luce has to admit, despite being a total weirdo, Baldur seems like a decent guy as he cheerfully waves goodbye. But their quiet moment is shattered by an enraged guard, screaming for someone to drag Kapar out for causing damages. Turns out, the city is in the middle of a massive protest, with crowds demanding Lord Claude step down for rejecting their goddess. Luce is shocked they're just letting it happen, but a city guard confirms that for now, Claude's orders are to stand down. Fritz notices the crowd is only getting bigger, and a messenger explains it's because a man named Damien is arriving from the west. Our boy Fritz can't hide his disgust, muttering about how he can't stand those religious fanatics from the west. This whole mess is a holy war in the making. The east worships the parent gods, while the west follows their child, the goddess Miriam. And this Damien guy is the one who rules the entire western region, the heart of Miriam's faith. Garf's meta-knowledge kicks in, recalling that, in the novel, even when monsters overran the east, the west was described as being perfectly safe. But he's hit with a chilling realization. The original story was cancelled midway, meaning he's flying completely blind from here on out. Just as Garf is spiraling about the unknown future, a hand clamps down on his shoulder. The man, Damien, apologizes with a gentle smile, looking way too pure for this world. Garf is utterly dumbfounded to see his two strongest companions, Waldmann and Lucia, groveling on the floor before this newcomer. Damien asks if Garf knows him, but our boy gets a chilling feeling that there's a monster lurking behind that friendly face. It seems Luce and Waldmann tried to get hostile, because now they're bowing their heads and begging for forgiveness. But Damien just gives a slightly awkward laugh, completely unbothered by the two legends prostrating themselves. The commotion even draws out Tierna, who instinctively covers baby Hans's eyes from the bizarre spectacle. Damien completely ignores them, his eyes locked on Garf as he asks if he's the sage of the slums Claude mentioned. He then extends a hand, telling Garf he's heard a lot about him. With a disarmingly warm smile, he invites our boy to come with him. As they walk through a grand hall, Damien casually asks if anyone can use Garf's store. Our boy explains it just sort of happened, since many residents were struggling to get food. Damien smiles, saying he now understands why Lord Claude was so interested in him, which catches Garf completely off guard. He continues, explaining he was already planning to work with Garf to develop the city as he reaches for a door handle. Peeking inside, Damien whispers about bringing hope. But Garf has no idea what he's talking about. What they see is a horrifying vision. A furious, distorted projection of Lord Claude, screaming from a dark room. Before Garf can process it, Damien slams the door shut, casually commenting that Claude seemed a bit upset. On the other side of this magical connection, the real Claude is pounding on the barrier, demanding to know why Damien closed it. Turns out, this was a live feed of a confrontation. Claude is on his knees, begging Damien to explain what's going on. The old ruler is losing his mind, screaming that his farmers are fighting off monsters alone because the support the West promised never arrived. Claude reveals the heart of the issue. His daughter is being targeted by the fanatical followers of Lady Miriam, who keep crossing into the east. As Claude despairs, Garf's mind flashes back to the novel's lore, finally understanding the deep-seated religious conflict. The city of Sane was a union of two faiths. The east worshipped the parent gods, while the west worshipped their offspring, Miriam. But the Westerners were fanatics, viewing themselves as the chosen people, and constantly persecuting anyone from the east they deemed a monster. And our boy remembers a crucial detail. The original Garf, instead of siding with the West, chose to head east. He journeyed to the monster-ravaged eastern lands, and that's exactly where the novel's serialization just stopped, leaving him with no future knowledge. Back in the present, Claude's fist smashes against the barrier again, his rage and desperation boiling over. He grabs Damien, pleading for a way to stop the attacks. But Damien just calmly explains that those fanatics were extremists they couldn't control. Just as Claude is about to lose it, Damien suddenly grabs a dumbfounded Garf, a brilliant, almost sinister smile spreading across his face. Pointing right at our boy, Damien declares that the solution to all their problems is already here, leaving both Garf and Claude utterly speechless. Garf is still processing being put on the spot, dumbfounded as he asks what kind of method Damien is even talking about. With a sly smile, Damien reveals his grand plan, the upcoming East and West Joint Consecration Festival. The name of that festival sends a jolt of pure dread through Garf, as he remembers the novel's version, a blood-soaked massacre. Damien continues his pitch, claiming that after hearing of Garf's integrity, he's the perfect man for the job. He turns to Claude, explaining that if they distribute quality goods at the festival, the people will surely stop slandering his daughter. The two leaders are lost in thought, the weight of the proposal hanging heavy in the air as they stare out at the restless city. But it's Garf who breaks the silence, his voice trembling as the thought of his own daughter forces his hand. Seeing an opening, Claude turns to Garf with raw desperation, extending a hand and begging for his help. The ruler's plea is fueled by the painful image of his own daughter, Kapar, trapped and suffering because of the political turmoil. Claude swallows his pride, desperately pleading for Garf to accept the job and save his daughter's reputation. He's haunted by the image of Kapar, trapped and terrified in her tower, her pleas for help echoing in his mind. But up in that very tower, someone is already taking matters into their own hands, aiming a high-powered rifle at the city below. It's none other than Kapar herself, hooded and focused, proving she's far from a helpless damsel in distress. Through her scope, she sees the seething mob of protesters, their signs and voices all screaming for her to step down. Their faces are twisted with pure rage, the chants growing louder as they demand she be dragged from her position. But just as the chaos hits its peak, our boy Garf has finally had enough, roaring at the crowd to shut their mouths. He furiously reminds the ungrateful mob that Kapar is the only reason they've been living safely, shielded from the monsters. Watching from her perch, Kapar is completely stunned, her insectoid antennae twitching as she whispers his real name, Junho. Her concentration shatters as Tierna, carrying baby Hans, suddenly collides with Garf right in the middle of his speech. Her monstrous hand tightens on the rifle, as she watches the chaotic scene unfold through her scope. Tierna is now furiously lecturing Garf, completely oblivious to the fact she just interrupted his epic speech. Up in the tower, Kapar is utterly dumbfounded, her mind unable to process this sudden, bizarre turn of events. But then, through the scope, Tierna's expression melts into a blissful, almost radiant smile as she hugs the baby. That single, pure image shatters something inside Kapar, sending a wave of pure horror through her. She stumbles back from the window, dropping her weapon as she's completely overwhelmed by a sudden trauma. Her body gives out, and she collapses to the floor, her monstrous insectoid legs twitching uncontrollably. The vision of Tierna and the baby is burned into her mind, a beautiful scene that has somehow become a source of terror. Kapar is trapped in a waking nightmare, sweating and shaking as a hidden memory threatens to claw its way out. Meanwhile, Damien proposes a joint festival to Lord Claude, hoping to pacify the angry citizens with food and gifts. Back at the tavern, Fritz explains that to deal with the political mess, they've decided to throw an offering festival. Garf and Lucia are not impressed, looking completely dead inside at the thought of organizing a massive event out of nowhere. And just like that, the entire town is thrown into a whirlwind of sudden, chaotic preparations. With no time to spare, workers are immediately mobilized, carrying supplies and stringing up decorations. Fritz admits they were ridiculously short-handed, forced to hire a ton of residents from the slums just to get it all done. But somehow, they pull it off, and the streets fill with music, dancing, and celebration. Amidst the cheerful crowd, Garf can't shake his anxiety, knowing the costs are piling up and there's a bigger problem looming. One of those problems is the sight of the legendary knight Valdemon, the Iron Giant, dutifully handing out cat-faced balloons to kids. The real bombshell drops when a drunk Luce clings to our boy, screaming that the offering festival is from the novel's final chapter. Garf is completely floored. If the timeline is this screwed up, he knows the terrible tragedy from the original story could happen at any moment. Garf grips his head, his mind racing. The festival is happening, but the timing and reason are completely wrong. He clenches his fist, realizing he's trapped in a story that's spiraling out of control. Suddenly, a friendly villager carrying his kid on his shoulders asks our boy if he's all right. Garf tries to play it cool, admitting he's just worried something terrible will happen during the festival. The man just laughs, pointing out that with all the monster hunters of the East gathered here, the town is safer than ever. Valdemon wholeheartedly agrees with a booming voice, while Balder just stands there, a silent shadow of death. For a second, Garf actually lets himself relax, thinking maybe the guy has a point with all this firepower around. But just as he exhales, a blood-curdling scream rips through the cheerful atmosphere. Garf's eyes go wide with horror as he spots the source of the chaos in the crowd. It's Kapar. In the middle of the town square, she's undergoing a horrifying transformation, monstrous insect wings bursting from her back. Before anyone can react, the crowd turns on Kapar, pelting her with trash as she stammers she just wanted to see someone. Garf is completely dumbfounded as the festival-goers erupt into a frenzy, screaming that she's an arsonist and a bug monster. The mob's hatred is absolute, with one villager screaming to burn the half-breed at the stake while preparing to throw a bowl at her. She collapses to the ground under a hail of garbage, the cheers of the festival replaced by vicious jeers. Through her tears, Kapar can only apologize for her very existence, wishing she'd never come. The scene flashes to a memory of a public trial, where the crowd roared for her death as her own father, Claude, watched from above. We see the brutal verdict from that day, with Claude himself condemning his daughter to be burned as a criminal. Back in the present, Kapar makes a desperate run for it, trying to escape the furious mob chasing her down the street. Suddenly, Claude grabs our boy by the shoulder, snapping him out of his trance by calling him Junho, his name from the novel. With a grim expression, Claude tells him to take charge of the festival, essentially dumping the entire disaster in his lap. Garf accepts the responsibility but tells Claude he'd better make sure everyone knows this mess wasn't Kapar's fault. Elsewhere, Kapar has managed to escape the mob, leaving bloody footprints as she stumbles into a secluded room. Her father finds her hiding place, his voice surprisingly gentle as he calls out her name, knowing she must be terrified. He tries to explain his earlier coldness, hoping she doesn't misunderstand his true feelings. Claude then reveals it was the outsider, Garf, who came to him, causing Kapar to flinch behind the door. He relays Garf's words that none of this was her fault, and she slowly reaches out, a glimmer of hope returning. A lifetime of memories flashes before Claude's eyes, the weight of his regret as a father crushing him completely. He finally pushes the door open, but the sight that greets him leaves the old man utterly dumbfounded. Inside lurks a horrific shadow monster, a physical manifestation of a curse screaming for the death of Kapar's mother. This is the true enemy he failed to protect her from, leaving him to wonder if he can ever be forgiven. The door creaks open, and Claude's face drains of all color, his eyes wide with utter horror. Meanwhile, at a city festival, a blonde strategist calmly tells Garf that an unexpected and disgraceful incident has occurred. Our boy is completely out of the loop, wondering what on earth this guy is talking about. The festive mood begins to sour as a couple of villagers notice the public fountain has suddenly run dry. The confusion spreads as others confirm their water sources have also been cut off, a strange omen hanging in the air. A murmur of unease ripples through the crowd, and Garf's expression shifts from confusion to dawning realization. It all clicks into place. This is a scenario he remembers from the novel, a prelude to absolute disaster. He grabs his companions, frantically warning them that monsters are about to pour into the city. They're dumbfounded, asking how that's even possible, but Garf yells there's no time to explain the grim details. He points with a shaking hand, revealing the enemy's secret infiltration route, the city's waterway system. His crew is dumbfounded as Garf reveals a vision of grotesque monsters swarming through the city's hidden passages. Before anyone can react, the Iron Giant, Valdemon, slams his massive axe into the ground, ready for battle. He wordlessly marches off, leaving his companions to wonder what in the world he's doing. Waldman pauses, explaining that the waterway passes right by a place that's incredibly important to him. Turns out, the orphanage he protects is right in the path of the invasion. Those kids are his angels. Just as Waldman leaps into the dark depths of the waterway, Fritz watches in absolute horror. Fritz tries to yell a warning, but his voice is drowned out by a massive explosion erupting from a city tower. Garf looks up in disbelief, only to see Kapar has transformed into a terrifying insectoid monster on a rooftop. He realizes with dawning dread that two major attacks are happening at the exact same time. Waldman changes course, leaping across rooftops to put the poor girl down for good, ignoring Fritz's desperate pleas to wait. Kapar's monstrous eye locks onto her target, no longer the girl they once knew, but through her own eyes, she sees a vision of Garf, surrounded and helpless. With a surge of power, she launches herself from the rooftop. She dives straight for Garf, a monstrous blur of claws and fury. Our boy can only look up in horror as her massive hand descends to crush him. But in a flash of blue light, Baldur appears out of nowhere, blocking the lethal strike. The legendary swordsman holds his ground, his grip unshakable against the monster's power. Kapar is stunned, unable to comprehend how anyone could have stopped her attack. Suddenly, Garf screams from the sidelines, begging them to stop this madness. Baldur hesitates, a flicker of confusion crossing his face at Garf's desperate plea. Taking advantage of the hesitation, Kapar ignores Baldur and launches herself directly at her father, Claude. Baldur tries to snap her out of it, yelling that her father has already become a monster, but Claude denies it in a panic. Overwhelmed with regret, Claude screams for his daughter to calm down, admitting that he was wrong, but his pleas fall on deaf ears, as Kapar's arm transforms into a wicked blade, swinging down to execute him. The blonde strategist can only watch in horror, screaming Claude's name from the sidelines. Just in the nick of time, Garf throws himself in front of Claude, catching the deadly strike with his bare arm. He struggles under the immense pressure, gritting his teeth in agony and wondering what the hell he's supposed to do now. Watching from afar, Fritz is completely baffled, unable to comprehend why Garf has suddenly transformed into a monster. Garf's mind races, recalling how he, an outsider, had changed the story's flow and even earned Claude's approval. But now, as the city's unacknowledged guardian, Kapar has a horrifying realization. She might have to kill the man she once trusted. Garf's arm trembles under the strain, realizing he can't hold back Kapar's monstrous power for much longer. Seeing the danger, Fritz shoves Ah Young into Tyrna's arms, screaming at her to take the baby and get out of there. But as he looks at her, a flicker of confusion crosses his face, as if something is terribly wrong. Tyrna, however, clutches Ah Young with a serene, almost blissful smile, completely unfazed by the chaos. Turns out, Kapar's rage wasn't for Claude at all. Her glowing eyes are locked squarely on Tyrna. With a sinister smirk, Tyrna seems to welcome the attack, and Kapar screams that the world would be better off if she were gone. But in a flash, Fritz throws himself in front of Tyrna, taking the full force of Kapar's bladed arm right through the chest. Tyrna's smile vanishes, replaced by pure horror as she and Ah Young are splattered with the strategist's blood. Fritz chokes, blood pouring from his mouth as the life begins to fade from his eyes. The scene cuts away, revealing the legendary knight Waldman has also been struck down, impaled in the exact same manner. The chaos triggers a flash of memory not from our boy, but someone else of a blacksmith, brutally branding a child's back. We're pulled into Waldman's fading consciousness as he recalls crushing a monster and asking if it, too, can feel pain. He remembers questioning the creature, wondering if its violent rampage was just a desperate cry of agony. His mind drifts to a child's grave, the source of his sorrow. Realizing this situation feels just like that tragic day, he recalls his own philosophy in battle, that even these monsters were born of flesh and blood, just like humans. For these pitiful wretches who couldn't live a virtuous life, he would be the one to deliver them from their suffering. His final act of mercy was always a swift, brutal end, a roaring promise to grant them peace through destruction. Back in the present, Fritz lies motionless in a pool of his own blood, the horrified villagers unable to look away. The sudden violence sends Ah Young into a fit of terrified screaming, the poor kid completely overwhelmed. But Kapar is just dumbfounded, staring at the body and asking why Junho is there, revealing she knows Garf's secret identity. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Kapar finally breaks down, her demonic horns pushing through as she weeps. Her mind flashes back to her true nature, a terrifying, monstrous insectoid form she's kept hidden. This all traces back to her father, Lord Claude, who recalls the grim decision that started it all. He'd found a successor, a sharp young man he believed was cut from the same cloth. In a formal ceremony, Claude declared the man his heir, who humbly credited his master's guidance. But Claude had one last, twisted test to see if the man had the stomach for true leadership. He spoke of the guilt of killing a loved one turned monster, all while a vision of his own daughter, Kapar, slept with insect legs. The successor was dumbfounded, thinking he was being ordered to execute the Lord's own child right then and there. But Claude's command was colder. He didn't want her killed, just hidden away where no one could ever see her. And so, a lonely little Kapar was locked away in a tower, calling out for a father who had just abandoned her. With his daughter locked away, Claude coldly tells her that from now on, she must be a good girl. He declares this lonely, isolated place will be her new room for the rest of her life. The reality of her abandonment hits Kapar, and her monstrous features manifest in a wave of pure terror. Claude tries to placate her with empty promises of friends, but she just clings to him, begging her dad not to leave. But there's no warmth left. He emotionlessly pries her desperate hands off his leg. She collapses to the floor, reaching out for the father who has just become her jailer. The attendants watch in silence as Claude turns his back, leaving his crying child behind without a second glance. He tells himself this is the only way, that a monster like her couldn't survive outside, and this is for both their sakes. With his grim duty done, he walks the long, lonely hall, his heart as cold and empty as the corridor itself. It doesn't take long for the whispers to start, as servants gossip about the monster in the tower being the chief's own daughter. Alone in her new prison, Kapar overhears the servants' cruel whispers, calling her that thing and a pity that prevents her father from remarrying. Their words are like daggers, and she clutches the sheets, internalizing their hatred until it becomes her own. Her mind shatters into a memory of pure carnage, a past tragedy fueled by the single, agonizing thought that she shouldn't exist. The vision focuses on a dying man, his life bleeding out as he collapses to the ground. His companion can only stare in disbelief, wondering why this senseless violence is happening. She collapses next to his body, clutching her baby and screaming that this isn't the life she wanted. But her grief is cut short as she looks up in terror, realizing the source of the massacre is a monstrous creature lurking in the shadows. Through the broken lens of her memory, Kapar sees the woman's suffering and is convinced it's all her fault. She fully embraces the guilt, believing her very existence to be an unforgivable sin. This self-hatred culminates in a full transformation as she roars that her birth itself was a crime against the world. But just as she's consumed by darkness, her father Claude's voice cuts through, insisting this isn't her fault. He looks up with a face full of regret, declaring that all the blame lies with the parents. Clutching a hidden locket, he admits that this tragedy is his sin to bear, and his alone. This revelation shatters Kapar's entire reality, her monstrous self-image cracking like glass. The illusion breaks apart, revealing the true memory of what happened that day. The woman wasn't screaming at a monster. She was desperately trying to comfort her own wailing child. But this was no ordinary cry. The baby's screams unleashed a catastrophic pillar of golden energy. Even the shadowy monster lurking nearby could only stare, completely dumbfounded by this turn of events. The man didn't die from a monster's attack. His body was literally breaking down from the sheer force of the baby's power. In a final, blinding flash, the holy energy erupts, wiping out the entire town in an instant. In her mind, she's a monster, a grotesque beast screaming in the golden light. She remembers her father, a hole blasted through his chest by that same catastrophic energy. Her monstrous hand reaches out, a symbol of the guilt she's carried her entire life. But her father's eyes weren't filled with fear. They were filled with a desperate, pained love. The illusion shatters, revealing the truth. She was just a child, her latent power erupting uncontrollably. As his body disintegrated, his only thought was to reach for his daughter. He pulled her into a final, loving embrace, shielding her even as her power consumed him. With tears streaming down his face, he held her close, not blaming her for a second. His last words weren't a curse, but a quiet thank you, grateful for the time he had with her. Kapar gasps, snapping back to reality, the weight of this horrible, tragic truth crashing down on her. The traumatic vision triggers another memory, this one of a man named Jun-ho, enjoying a moment of pure bliss with his family. Back in the present, Garf stumbles, and the charismatic priest Damien rushes over, asking if he's all right. Damien flashes back to when he first met them, seeing Garf emerge with the baby and calling it a miracle from the goddess Miriam. But for Garf, that miracle was a living hell, and his mind replays the moment he screamed that monsters were attacking. A grotesque beast erupts from a nearby fountain, its sudden appearance catching everyone completely off guard. More of them swarm from the waterway, a disgusting tide of claws and teeth threatening to overwhelm them all. Garf, however, refuses to break, grabbing a nearby lever and roaring that it isn't over yet. The memory shifts, and he's now with Tierna, watching the legendary Valdemon fight alone. Realizing he's about to die, Tierna's voice echoes in his mind, warning that, at this rate, the Iron Giant is doomed. Snapping back to reality, Garf tries to rush off, but Tierna blocks his path, asking if he's trying to turn his own daughter into an orphan. Garf thinks to himself that he's the only one who knows the way to Valdemon. He's their only shot. His mind flashes back to the Iron Giant fighting like a demon, his flaming sword carving through the darkness. But even a legend can be overwhelmed. And Garf remembers watching him take a brutal hit, feeling utterly useless. Tierna's voice cuts through the memory, simply asking why he's so determined to die. Holding the baby, she twists the knife, saying Valdemon wouldn't be dead if he had just stayed safe. The accusation sends him spiraling back to the moment he first faced the colossal knight. That memory triggers a deeper one, a flash of himself as a beaten, helpless child. He remembers being on the ground, looking up at Valdemon, the man who was sacrificing everything for them. Fueled by a raw mix of guilt and rage, his simple wooden club suddenly erupts in a torrent of flames. But before he can take a single step, Tierna's hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist and refusing to let go. As Tierna holds him back, she remembers Valdemon promising head return, a promise he couldn't keep. Just as Garf's rage boils over, a calm foot steps into view, and a voice asks if he's forgotten something. It's the legendary swordsman Baldur, here to remind our boy that the strongest monster hunter in Sana is on his side. Garf looks up, blood dripping from his mouth, a flicker of hope returning as he recognizes his ally. But his mind is still trapped in the past, watching Valdemon fight a hopeless battle all by himself. He relives the horror of seeing the knight swallowed by a tidal wave of grotesque, trash-tier monsters. Valdemon fought like a demon, his armor deflecting countless blows as he stood as the last line of defense. But even the Iron Giant had his limits, and Garf remembers the sickening crash as Valdemon was finally struck down. Snapping out of it, Garf finds himself being led away by Baldur through a dark passage, away from the conflict. He looks down at his still flaming club, completely dumbfounded, the rage replaced by utter confusion. Garf's mind flashes to another hellish memory, this time of Baldur fighting a similar horde all alone. The swordsman's blade becomes a blur of motion, slicing through the trash-tier monsters with inhuman speed. Back in the present, Baldur asks our boy where they're headed next, trying to keep him focused. Garf struggles to retrace their path, counting the turns they've made on his fingers. Suddenly, a monster lunges from the shadows, but Garf is so out of it he just tells Baldur the next direction. He calmly states they just need to round the next corner, completely trusting his ally to handle the ambush. With the immediate threat dealt with, our boy continues leading the way with his makeshift torch. They finally arrive at their destination, a chamber littered with the corpses of grotesque monsters, and there, lying in the center of the carnage, is the Iron Giant himself, Valdemon, broken and bleeding out. Valdemon looks up, barely conscious, and wonders if this is truly how he's going to die. Garf calmly kneels beside the dying knight and tells him it's time to go back. Valdemon is dumbfounded that our boy isn't surprised, but Garf just smirks, saying every hero has at least one secret. The word hero seems to shatter something inside Valdemon, who breaks into a fit of manic laughter. His hollow, desperate cackles echo through the blood-soaked tunnel. Once the knight calms down, Garf leans in, asking if he can pose a question. The question sends Valdemon spiraling into a memory of a time he stood frozen before a cross, dagger in hand. He's forced to relive the moment a monstrous beast devoured a child right in front of him, while a young, terrified Garf watched. His resolve shattered, and the dagger slipped from his trembling fingers, falling uselessly to the ground. Instead of fighting, the so-called hero turned his back and ran, choosing his own life over the children's. The memory ends on the horrifying image of that abandoned little boy, Garf, left alone to face the monster's jaws. Valdemon confesses that the armor was never for protection. It was just a shell for a coward to hide inside. He scoffs at the idea of being a hero, calling himself nothing more than a piece of trash. The memory of him standing before that small, abandoned boy burns in his mind. He wasn't a knight or a hero. He was just a monster playing dress-up. As he resigns himself to his fate, a hand gently rests on his blood-stained helmet. Our boy Garf takes the helmet, his expression grim, and begins to tell his own story. He flashes back to his old life, where even without monsters, the world was crushing him. He remembers breaking down completely, weeping as he held his sick daughter, terrified of the future. But Garf admits it was worse than just fear. He confesses that he tried to kill his own child. The confession hits Valdemon like a truck, leaving the dying knight absolutely dumbfounded. Garf tells the dying knight that saving countless other children surely makes him a hero in the end. The simple, powerful words strike Valdemon to his very core, shattering his self-loathing. He holds his helmet one last time, a lifetime of regret finally giving way to a flicker of peace. As his life fades, his last sight is Garf, and his mind is pulled back into a distant memory. He remembers a heavy stone gate, rumbling as it was forced open from the inside. With an earth-shattering boom, the gate explodes outward, revealing a small group of survivors. A woman clutches her baby tightly, flanked by two companions, all of them stunned by what they see. They're staring up at him, Valdemar in his prime, the imposing iron giant who found them. The memory flashes forward to a moment of pure relief as a man named Jun-ho embraces his partner. She cries and scolds him for worrying her so much, just glad that her small family is safe. Garf watches as Valdemar utters his final word, triggering the memory of the battle that sealed his fate. The Iron Giant recalls facing a grotesque beast, knowing he had to be the one to finish it. It was an absolute free-for-all, with Valdemar and Lucia throwing everything they had at the monster. The purple monstrosity roars in agony, its massive jaw wide open in a terrifying display. Even in the memory, Garf's face is grim, caught in the middle of the chaotic clash. But Lucia wasn't about to let this thing run wild. Calmly aiming his heavy-duty firearm, he pulls the trigger, unleashing a blinding torrent of energy straight at the beast. The blast connects perfectly, blowing the monster's head into a million bloody pieces. Just as the creature falls, Baldur swoops in, unleashing a storm of shadowy blades to finish the job. The legendary swordsman doesn't even flinch, his eyes cold and focused as he carves through the chaos. Baldur's shadow blades continue to tear the monster's corpse to absolute shreds, leaving nothing behind. But the victory is soured by a sudden, painful memory of Valdemar being overwhelmed in his final moments. Even as he fell, the Iron Giant's only thought was to scream for his lord to get back. In the present, Lord Claude's hand trembles, but he grips a dagger with grim determination. He stares down Valdemar's lingering spirit, ordering the pitiful ghost not to come any closer. A flash of guilt hits him as he remembers the face of a desperate man he once abandoned. Suddenly, a monstrous maw erupts from the shadows, lunging straight for the old ruler. Claude is too slow. Bracing himself for an attack he knows he can't possibly block. But out of nowhere, the spectral form of Valdemar materializes, taking the full force of the blow. Claude is left completely dumbfounded, watching his loyal knight protect him one last time from beyond the grave. Valdemar's spirit imparts one final lesson, that salvation is for the courageous. As Claude chokes out a final thank you, the world then shifts to a chaotic memory, revealing a man named Jun-ho holding a baby beside a terrified woman. The woman urgently tries to get his attention, her expression filled with pure panic. She then turns and shouts for all the citizens to gather, her eyes pleading with Jun-ho as she calls his name. Without a word, he turns and begins leading the survivors away, leaving her to watch him go. She's left completely alone, a solitary figure standing against the encroaching darkness and destruction. Back in the present day, two men enter the Fabelin Tavern, completely unaware of the heavy atmosphere inside. Tierna sits at the counter with her arms crossed, looking incredibly annoyed about something. Ryuna, now working as a maid, approaches her with a tray and asks if something is the matter. Leaning in, she tells Tierna that Jun-ho has been acting really strange lately, revealing the man from the memory is someone they know. Even the tavern cook is lost in thought, wondering why that commoner is on everyone's mind. Tierna glares at Ryuna, clearly annoyed that she's bringing up Jun-ho's weird behavior. She admits to herself that ever since that last incident, Jun-ho has been keeping Ah Young glued to his side. Ryuna points out that despite the tavern being busier than ever, he hasn't asked her to look after the baby once. It's true, he's been taking care of business with Ah Young strapped right to him, keeping her close at all times. Ryuna tries to cheer her up, suggesting this means she can finally get some rest. But Tierna panics, exclaiming that she actually feels uneasy and anxious now that Ah Young isn't in her arms. As if on cue, Jun-ho walks right past her with the baby on his back, completely lost in his own world. She snaps out of her funk and grabs his arm, calling his name to stop him. With a huge, eager smile, she insists that carrying the baby must be hard, and offers to take over for him. But Jun-ho just brushes her off with a gentle smile, telling her to go get some rest. He turns and walks away without another word, leaving Tierna completely dumbfounded as he carries Ah Young off. The door to his room shuts firmly, leaving her outside with her growing suspicions. She immediately runs back to Ryuna, ranting about how weird Jun-ho is acting, convinced something is seriously wrong. Her intuition is screaming at her. His behavior is just too strange to ignore. She decides right then and there that she has to sneak in later and find out what's really going on. That night, she lies awake in her bed, pretending to be asleep while Ah Young rests peacefully in the bed next to hers. In the darkness, she sees a hand reach out and grab a book. It's Jun-ho. He sits by Ah Young's bedside, looking utterly exhausted as he watches his daughter sleep. Suddenly, he starts muttering in his sleep, begging someone not to kill him, revealing a deep trauma that leaves Tierna frozen in shock. As he tosses and turns, Junho mutters another name in his sleep, Quina, leaving Tierna even more confused. Suddenly, he grabs her arm with a death grip, smiling deliriously as he begs Lady Marduna not to go. While he dreams on, blissfully unaware, the door to the room creaks open. Tierna finally yanks her arm free and slips out of the room, determined to get to the bottom of this. She meets with the others, trying to piece together the monster incident and wondering why only Baldur was immune. She asks Kapar if she remembers anything unusual beforehand, and Kapar immediately mentions that mysterious girl they met. Lucia chimes in, confirming he also encountered a strange little girl wearing a veiled, horn-like hat. He lays out his theory. A powerful entity is deliberately going around turning people into monsters. Then he drops the absolute bombshell, stating he suspects this girl has a direct connection to the Marduna family. Tierna is left completely dumbfounded, her mind reeling at the thought that her own lineage is tied to this nightmare. Lucia lays it all out. Her possession of the legendary pouch and all her bizarre actions make Tierna a prime suspect. Kapar looks to Garf, asking the million-dollar question. If she really is tied to the monsters, what's the plan? The question sends our boy spiraling into a dark, fragmented memory, a nightmare he can't escape. His resolve hardens as he remembers his one purpose. He will never, ever let a monster get anywhere near Ah Young. Meanwhile, not too far away, a different kind of storm is brewing. Ryuna finds Tierna sitting alone, the weight of the crew's suspicion hanging heavy in the air. She looks at the young lady with pure concern, knowing how much this must be tearing her apart. Ryuna tries to comfort her, promising that with time, the doubts will fade if she just lays low. But Tierna isn't having it. She stands up, declaring she'll face them and clear her own name. Ryuna is left completely dumbfounded, not expecting this sudden burst of courage from the cornered noble. With a newfound fire in her eyes, Tierna marches off, determined to prove her innocence to everyone. She clutches a book, and her mind flashes back to a time when she proudly shared her creations. A younger Tierna excitedly runs to a younger Ryuna, eager to show off a drawing she just finished. Ryuna takes the sketchbook, praising the young lady for having such a wonderful artistic sense. She opens the book with a warm smile, expecting to see something beautiful from the talented noble girl. But her expression instantly shatters into one of pure, unadulterated horror. Panicked, she asks if Tierna showed this thing to anyone else, and the girl just beams with pride. Turns out, she showed it to poor little Hans, who apparently made a funny face and ran away screaming his head off. Back in the present, Ryuna is frozen solid, finally understanding the source of Tierna's trash-tier reputation. Tierna just wonders aloud why everyone, from religious leaders to her own family, has always avoided her. Just as Tierna is lost in thought, Ryuna grabs her, completely rattled and demanding to know what she's doing. Our boy Garf, holding a sleepy Kapar, calmly asks what she means, but Tierna cuts straight to the chase, revealing she heard their entire basement conversation. Ryuna forces a laugh, trying to play it off as a simple misunderstanding, but her panicked expression gives her away completely. In that moment, Tierna's mind flashes to the faces of the crew, the iron giant Valdman, the marksman Kapar, and the swordsman Lucia, realizing who they truly are. Seeing the look on Tierna's face, Ryuna knows their cover is blown and can only stare in silent horror. Garf decides to take control of the situation, asking Tierna a very direct question while Kapar looks on curiously. He asks if she remembers Hans, the very first friend she hired them to save, forcing the horrifying image of the monster into her mind. Garf points out the first major hole in her story. That monster was lurking right outside her house, yet she and Ryuna claimed they were never attacked. He continues, reminding her that she even claimed to have never seen the creature, despite its corpse being found right on her property. To drive his point home, Garf brings up another incident, asking if she remembers Ayak, the man who turned into a monster right inside their tavern. He then reminds her that he was the one who spoke to Ayak right before the old man transformed into a monster. Garf coldly states the obvious. Incidents of monsterification just happen way too often when she's around. Clutching the legendary pouch, he gets right to the point, his voice laced with suspicion. He asks her straight up if she has some kind of connection to the monsters, and Tierna is completely dumbfounded. In that split second, a memory of Lucia's piercing gaze flashes through her mind. Ever watchful, she looks down at the memory of the dying man, and weakly denies everything, claiming she has no connection. But her words barely leave her lips before the truth is revealed, with a sudden, sharp finality. Turns out Lucia was waiting for that exact moment, declaring her answer a lie as he slams a gun to her head. Tierna can't believe it, staring down the barrel of a gun, while Lucia holds the book that powers the lie detector. Both she and Ryuna are frozen in sheer terror, their eyes wide with the realization that they've been caught red-handed. Tierna is horrified to see Lucia holding her personal notebook, who admits he snooped in her room to find proof. He snaps the book shut, the evidence of her betrayal now in his hands. With the pages glowing ominously, Lucia demands to know why her drawings of the monsters are so damn detailed. She stammers out a weak excuse, claiming she was just trying to understand her enemy. But the lie detector book flares up again, and Lucia's eyes go cold as he calls out another lie. In a flash, Garf and Baldur draw their weapons too, surrounding both her and Ryuna in a deadly standoff. Ryuna completely loses it, screaming at them for their insanity as Baldur holds a blade to her throat. She tries to reason with them, reminding them of their bond and how they've all been living together. Clenching her fist, she demands to know how they can condemn Tierna based on a few words from a magic book. Garf just stares back, his expression grim, and explains that it's because she hasn't stopped lying since the moment they met. Lucia shoves his gun in her face, cutting through the nonsense, and asking if she's even human. With tears streaming down her face, Tierna grabs his hand and desperately insists that she is. Our boy Lucia is completely thrown for a loop, not expecting that kind of answer at all. Garf presses on, asking if her being human means she wasn't planning on siding with the monsters to betray them. She just sobs, swearing she would never, ever do something so horrible. The lie detector book stays silent, leaving Garf and Lucia utterly dumbfounded by this bizarre turn of events. Tierna then chokes out that she could never betray them, especially not Ah Young and Junho. Hearing his real name and his daughter's name sends a shockwave through the room, leaving the crew speechless. Snapping out of it, Lucia shoves the notebook forward, demanding to know what the hell it is then. He yells that it's filled with drawings of monsters they've seen, and some they haven't, questioning why she'd have it unless she was insane. Just then, Ryuna steps in front of a sobbing Tierna, declaring she'll explain everything to these idiots. With a confident glint in her eye, she prepares to drop a truth bomb on the whole crew. She points a finger right at them, stating that every single one of their suspicions is completely off the mark. Ryuna then yells that Tierna isn't a monster, she's just deeply interested in them as a subject of study. Garf is utterly baffled, and Lucia snaps at him, asking if his suspicion has made him go deaf. It turns out Tierna is basically a monster researcher, obsessed with documenting their forms and ecology. Ryuna explains that Tierna gathered all this data to form hypotheses, all in an effort to help them survive. Even the stoic heavy hitters, Valdemar and Baldur, are left completely speechless by this bizarre revelation. The whole crew is just frozen, dumbfounded, while Ryuna wonders why everyone is so surprised by this perfectly normal hobby. She tries to explain it's just a thirst for knowledge, like a kid catching insects or studying flowers. Fritz is completely baffled, asking why in the world they wouldn't have told him something so important sooner. Ryuna gets right up in Garf's face, jabbing a finger at him, and asking if he was hoping to see Tierna branded a witch and burned at the stake. The outburst makes Tierna sulk in the corner, and Ryuna immediately backpedals, wondering if she's the weird one in this situation. Garf, still not buying it, pokes the crying girl's forehead and asks if she's even human, which only makes her wail that she is. Watching the whole dumpster fire unfold, Lucia can't help but crack a smug, knowing smile. But his amusement only lasts so long before his hand finds the familiar, cold grip of his pistol. With a sharp click, he cocks the hammer, deciding it's time to settle this little debate his own way. He shoves the gun barrel right into Garf's side, making our boy flinch from the sudden threat. Lucia sighs dramatically, telling Garf he should have just believed her, all while Fritz and the baby look on, completely stunned. Just then, the massive knight Valdemar steps forward, declaring this is the owner's mistake, leaving Fritz speechless since he thought they had all backed down. Before anyone can react, the swordsman Baldur swoops in, grabbing both Fritz and the baby, leaving the strategist utterly dumbfounded. Fed up with the drama, Garf just turns and walks away, leaving Tierna and Ryuna in a painfully awkward silence. Tierna quietly accepts the blame, figuring it's all her fault for causing such a scene. But Fritz, clutching the baby, insists that he's the one to blame for this whole mess. With a final, quiet apology, Tierna turns and walks right out of the tavern, unable to face them anymore. Ryuna panics, calling out for her, but Fritz can only watch, frozen in place with the baby in his arms. Seeing Tierna gone, Ryuna lets out a massive sigh, completely exasperated by the whole situation. Under a starry sky, Tierna sits alone outside, a shooting star streaking above her as she contemplates everything. She curls up into a ball, lost in her own sorrow and regret. Suddenly, Garf appears before her, still holding the baby, having followed her out into the night. Garf tries to explain himself, admitting he was worried about the baby and crossed a line, but Tierna immediately cuts him off, insisting that she was the one completely in the wrong. He explains he only acted that way because he was terrified for his daughter, Ah Young. Suddenly, the baby in his arms reaches out for Tierna, calling her mama, and leaving them both stunned. Garf's face lights up, excitedly telling her that even the baby needs her here. Despite his words, Tierna remains hunched over, still lost in her own guilt. She finally looks up and asks him a soul-crushing question. What is she to him and his daughter? Our boy is completely blindsided, utterly dumbfounded by her sudden vulnerability. She wonders if she's just a servant playing the part of a mother for them. All she ever wanted was to be helpful, leaving Garf speechless as he realizes the depth of her feelings. Tierna looks him dead in the eye and confesses she wants to be Ah Young's real mother and stay by his side. But Garf's fist tightens as he coldly tells her that's something he can't allow. He tries to shut her down, reminding her he's a married man. But she just asks why that should be a problem. With tears welling up, she throws his own words back at him, declaring that what she feels is love. Our boy is completely cornered, sweating and blushing, unable to handle this direct emotional assault. She grabs his arm, comparing her feelings to the legendary love between Garf and Lu Shay from the novel, asking if that isn't enough for him. He stumbles away, admitting that love is just too damn difficult for him to understand. But then he glances at the happy baby and realizes Ah Young would love this, and maybe, just maybe, he does too. With newfound resolve, he suddenly pulls her into a tight hug, leaving Tierna completely dumbfounded. Holding her close, he quietly asks if she dislikes him, completely flipping the script on her. Garf stammers, trying to explain that it's not that he dislikes her, it's just more complicated than that. His mind flashes back. He always saw her as a mere extra, a side character in the grand scheme of things. Tierna is just standing there, utterly bewildered by his sudden hug and strange behavior. But he remembers the raw emotion she showed, feelings far too powerful for a simple background character. He recalls her desperate cries over a fallen comrade, realizing her pain was all too real. Snapping back to reality, he feels her hand gently touch his cheek, pulling him out of his thoughts. She pulls him closer, her eyes full of genuine affection, and for a moment, he lets himself get lost in it. The two of them embrace under a sky full of shooting stars, a perfect, almost magical scene. But his fragile peace shatters as a memory of a missing person poster flashes in his mind. It's his wife. He violently shoves her away, leaving a shocked Tierna, wondering what in the world just happened. Flustered, our boy Garf tells Tierna they should just head inside, trying to avoid the heavy conversation. But it's too late. His cold rejection breaks her, and she starts sobbing uncontrollably. Her mind flashes back to another time he looked at her with that same distant expression while holding the baby, Hans. As she cried back then, even little Hans reached out, sensing her overwhelming despair. The memory ends with both of them wailing in unison, a truly heartbreaking scene our boy caused. Back in the present, he sighs and gently leads the still-crying Tierna back toward the tavern. They return to their base, the warm lights a stark contrast to the cold silence between them. Inside, they settle by a crackling fire, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. At least the baby, Hans, is sleeping soundly, unaware of the emotional storm brewing nearby. Sitting on the bed, Tierna quietly asks if he's angry, but Garf can only trail off, lost in his own guilt. She looks up, confused, asking what he could possibly need to explain. Our boy finally spits it out. He's still in love with someone else. Tierna absolutely snaps, kicking him off the bed and screaming about the woman who abandoned him. She reminds him that his ex-wife vanished when he and his daughter needed her most, and he can't even deny it. He just takes her hand, trying to calm the storm he just unleashed. His mind flashes to a memory, believing she must have had her reasons, just as he had a reason for coming to this world. With a new fire in his eyes, Garf declares that he has to find that person, no matter what. The two of them just sit there in the heavy, suffocating silence. Tierna, still reeling, quietly asks the most painful question of all. She clenches her fists, wondering what he'll do if he searches and never finds her. Through her tears, Tierna tells him that if he keeps chasing ghosts, he's just going to end up alone. But our boy doesn't get angry. Instead, a gentle, almost knowing smile crosses his face. He gently pats her head, telling her he has a new plan in mind, leaving her completely dumbfounded. He explains that if his endless search for his wife, symbolized by stacks of old flyers, turns up nothing, then, and only then, if she still feels the same way when she's an adult, he'll reconsider everything. Tierna is stunned by his words, questioning what he means by when she becomes an adult. Suddenly, her entire demeanor shifts as she gets in his face, declaring she's already an adult and has lived far longer than him. Garf is completely flustered by this bombshell, trying to awkwardly postpone the conversation to the distant future. The next morning, the sun shines brightly on the Fabelin Tavern, A new day washing away the heavy emotions of the night. Inside, it's business as usual, with the crew drinking and eating as Garf gets back to work, the intense moment seemingly forgotten. Tierna suddenly slams her foot down, gleefully announcing to the entire tavern that Garf promised to marry her. The patrons and our boy Garf are left utterly speechless, their minds completely blown by the declaration. Even the unflappable Luche and the tavern cook are frozen in place, dumbfounded by the absolute chaos unfolding. The mighty Ryuna collapses to the floor in shock, while the legendary Baldur and Valdemon can only stare in disbelief. A customer turns to a beet-red Garf, asking if this insane news is actually true as he tries to stammer out a denial. But it's too late. The tavern erupts in celebration, slapping Garf on the back and sending his food flying. The whole room mobs our poor protagonist, congratulating him on his engagement while he's dying inside. Garf can't believe it, wondering if this is how people are supposed to react, even in a crazy fantasy world. The raucous celebration eventually dies down, leaving behind a table littered with empty mugs and leftover food. Night falls on the Fabulin Tavern, bringing a quiet end to one of the most awkward days of Garf's life. Later that night, Garf tries to unwind with a drink, but the peace is short-lived. Unseen by the group, Kapar watches the developing situation from the shadows, her expression grim. Turns out, Lord Claude is now at their table, seriously asking Garf when he plans to hold the wedding ceremony. Garf absolutely loses it, trying to explain he was talking about Tierna's coming of age, not a marriage proposal. But Claude just calmly explains there are legal ways to get engaged even before she's an adult, completely missing the point. Tierna, meanwhile, is absolutely eating this up, blushing at the thought of an engagement while Garf dies inside. The mood at the table suddenly turns heavy as someone starts quietly sniffling in the background. Claude's sharp eyes dart upwards. He's noticed something isn't right. The sound is coming from Kapar, who's now sobbing, utterly heartbroken by the conversation she's been overhearing. In a shocking twist, Claude approaches the crying girl and pats her on the back, telling her she'll find someone better. Trying to move past the awkwardness, Claude places a plate of meat in front of the sobbing Kapar. He then turns to Garf, offering some fatherly advice, completely convinced our boy is still mourning a departed spouse. Garf, sweating bullets, just agrees with a forced smile, having absolutely no idea what the old man is talking about. Claude then gets philosophical, remarking on the cruel irony of the world the parent gods created. He explains that if you chase the one you love, you're doomed to lose the one who loves you, a comment that makes Tierna smile and Garf's soul leave his body. Our boy is so done with this conversation he just shuts down, his face going blank as he numbly agrees. Suddenly, Claude's hand begins to glow as he offers a blessing for their future, wishing them the protection of the gods. But his blessing is cut short by a series of glowing flares in the sky, and he grimly announces that the wall guards have spotted a monster. He tries to downplay it, noting the signals are only coming from one location, so it shouldn't be a major threat. Famous last words, as a massive explosion rocks the city wall, proving this is way more than just a wandering monster. On the other side of the wall, it's absolute pandemonium as a grotesque, reptilian beast tears through the city's defenses. This isn't just one monster, it's a full-blown rampage, with bodies and rubble flying everywhere in a storm of carnage. A panicked Claude grabs his daughter, desperately yelling for Kapar to use her future sight and tell him what's happening. Her eye immediately swirls with power, peering into the immediate future, but the vision she sees leaves her sweating and speechless. Turns out, this isn't a localized attack. Her vision reveals multiple breaches along the entire length of the wall. She witnesses the full scale of the invasion, a tidal wave of these horrifying monsters pouring into the city. The sheer destruction is too much, and she can only watch in horror as the city begins to fall. Snapping back to reality, Kapar grabs her father and screams that this isn't just a few monsters, it's an entire army. Garf is completely dumbfounded, his mind racing because this event is happening way too early. He stumbles back, realizing the plot has gone off the rails. This invasion was supposed to happen much later, after both Kapar and Baldur were dead. As Claude stares at the chaos, a horrifying thought clicks into place the city's supplies. Garf pieces it together instantly, explaining to his crew that the wall's regular resupply day was tomorrow. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes the enemy timed their attack perfectly, hitting them when they were most vulnerable. Baldur, ever the stoic, cuts through the panic with a grim and simple conclusion. The wall will be breached. Even the mighty Valdemon can only grunt in agreement, knowing exactly what this means for the city's defenses. A sudden, violent tremor shakes the entire building, a deafening explosion echoing from the direction of the wall. Garf slams his hand on the table, the shock turning into pure, unadulterated rage. He's not letting this timeline collapse. He turns to his crew, his mind already formulating a desperate, high-stakes plan to intervene. At the same time, Claude orders his men to load every last supply, while Garf declares they're heading straight for the city wall. And just as they feared, the outer fortress is already engulfed in flames. The invasion in full, catastrophic swing. On the ground, the scene is pure carnage as the grotesque monsters tear through the first line of defense. The fortress guards are being torn to shreds, their bodies littering the blood-soaked ground. A commander desperately screams for a torch, trying to rally his men amidst the chaos and flames. But before he can even finish his thought, a massive maw erupts from the ground beneath him, ready to swallow him whole. The commander is paralyzed with sheer terror, his mind going completely blank as he stares into the abyss of its throat. The monster lets out a victorious roar, its rows of jagged teeth closing in for the kill. But just as its jaws are about to snap shut, a figure slams into it with impossible speed. It's our boy Garf. With a primal scream, he grabs the beast's jaws, holding them open with nothing but his bare hands. The monster is dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the raw power that's not just stopping it, but starting to tear it apart. With one final, brutal heave, Garf rips the creature's head clean in two, splattering gore across the battlefield. The commander is in a full-blown panic, screaming for oil, but his men tell him there's none left. Turns out, the resupply was scheduled for tomorrow, so in their desperation, they used up every last drop. The battlefield is a meat grinder, with soldiers falling from the walls into the chaos below. Gritting his teeth, the commander readies his weapon, knowing they're fighting a losing battle in the dark. But then, a glimmer of hope appears as one soldier manages to find a lit torch amidst the slaughter. A wave of relief washes over the commander. Finally, a chance to see the enemy and fight back. The soldier with the torch runs forward, yelling that he can see clearly now as his body starts to dissolve into black mist. He reaches out a hand that's no longer there, the torch slipping from his grasp. The last light they had tumbles to the ground, its flame flickering weakly. The commander just stares, completely dumbfounded, as his final hope literally vanished into thin air. With the last light extinguished, the commander and his men can only stare in horror at the drooling beast before them, realizing they're completely screwed. The monster doesn't hesitate for a second, lunging forward with blinding speed to tear them all apart. It crashes into the defensive line like a freight train, sending bodies and weapons flying in every direction. But just as all hope seems lost, a horse-drawn cart barrels onto the scene, with Garf and the legendary swordsman Baldur at the helm. The commander's eyes widen in disbelief. He screams that it must be a signal for reinforcements, a miracle in the flesh. The monster, enraged by the interruption, bellows for its minions to kill every last human on the wall. Without a word, Garf and Baldur drive their cart straight through the horde, turning the grotesque creatures into little more than roadkill. One of the monsters gets a mysterious black spike right through its skull, a testament to the newcomer's deadly efficiency. In the ensuing chaos, the commander gets blasted by a stray impact, a shard of something piercing his shoulder. He collapses to the ground, wounded and helpless, as the monstrous beast looms over him for the final blow. But just as the beast's claw descends, a flash of steel slices through the air. The legendary swordsman Baldur lands gracefully, the monster's severed arm crashing down behind him. The commander is absolutely dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process what he just witnessed. Garf, however, sees an opportunity. Realizing this is exactly what he needs for his plan, he grabs the wounded commander, frantically asking what supplies they need to stop the monsters. The commander finally snaps out of it, yelling that they need torches to fight back. This sparks a chain reaction, with soldiers screaming for oil and shafts for their broken spears. Another man shouts that they're out of drinking water, but Garf seems to be ignoring all of it. Instead, our boy hoists up a barrel of water in one hand and a severed monster head in the other. The soldiers just stare, completely baffled by this bizarre and unexpected offering. Without a word, Garf turns to the commander with a look of grim determination, ready to put his plan into action. He grabs 2 flint stones and strikes them together, creating a spark like some old-school survivalist. He then dunks a cloth-wrapped spear shaft into a barrel, soaking it in what looks like oil. The soldiers are absolutely dumbfounded as he hands out freshly lit torches, one by one. In no time, all the barrels are empty, but the men finally have a way to fight back against the darkness. Fritz, seeing their supplies dwindle, frantically asks Garf how much more they have left. But our boy can only give him the bad news. That was the last of it. Everything has been distributed. The commander is in disbelief. The supplies they just got are gone, right as a new horde of monsters swarms the walls. Fritz looks on in utter despair, realizing they can't possibly hold out for much longer. The men on the wall begin to panic, screaming that another wave is coming and they're completely out of arrows. The commander screams that they're short on manpower. Torches are useless if there's no one to wield them. Fritz stares into the chaos, his face a mask of pure despair, realizing they can't possibly go on like this. Suddenly, Garf gets up, telling Balder to wait there for a moment before he bolts off with a new plan. His mind flashes back to the ruler, Claude, who seems to be the source of his desperate motivation. Our boy puts his back into it, pushing a heavy cart, driven by a promise he absolutely must keep. He remembers all the people he's sworn to protect. From his crewmates to the legendary knight Valdemar, the images of innocent women and children flash through his mind as he races onward with his cargo. His destination is a massive fortress, already swarming with panicked people and dwindling supplies. Turns out, this whole mess started when Claude was informed that the fortress's supplies were insufficient. His subordinates confirmed the grim reality. They were short on people, weapons, and especially arrows. Claude is dumbfounded as his subordinate explains their supplies are all they've got from the security bureau. The situation on the walls is dire. A commander faces down a grotesque beast, realizing their old tactics are useless. He grits his teeth, knowing the monsters are now swarming from all directions, making the defense unmanageable. One of Claude's men suggests a full retreat to the west, but Garf immediately tells him that's not an option. He knows from experience that they can't stop these monsters with just the west's help. If the east falls, the west is doomed. Suddenly, Damien appears, backing Garf up and confirming that Junho's assessment is spot on. He explains that if the east is lost, the west's defensive line will become far too wide to hold. The real problem, he adds, is that they have no time to get supplies or manpower from the west anyway. Garf listens, a look of grim determination solidifying on his face as he understands the stakes. Copper just stands there silently, taking it all in, her own thoughts, a complete mystery. Just as the weight of the world settles on his shoulders, a voice calls out to Garf, snapping him out of his grim thoughts. He looks up to see an unbelievable sight. A massive crowd of people has gathered before him. It's the villagers, armed with farming tools, carrying food, their faces filled with a fiery resolve. A young elf with a feathered hat steps forward, explaining that every single one of them came to help. One man proudly holds up a rusty sword, ready to give it to the soldiers who are short on weapons. A woman offers a bucket of water, while a young man brandishes a handful of makeshift spears, willing to do anything. Even a young boy raises a torch, declaring he'll light the dark path to the city wall for the fighters. The elderly join in, saying that even if they can't fight, they can at least hold the lights. Everyone is pitching in, offering their hunting gear, their oil, their father's old armor, and their past battle experience. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, his heart aching as he wonders why they would risk everything like this. He's hit with memories of his tavern, the community, the laughter, the very life he was trying to build. The bureau chief puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him that those who show righteousness will be met with the same. Damien smiles, adding that this is the teaching of the parent gods and Miriam's faith, a pure act of love. Utterly overwhelmed, our boy hangs his head and whispers a thank you, his resolve now forged in steel. He turns to the supplies and roars for the security bureau to grab everything. It's time to move out. But the soldiers he's leading are broken, their backs a roadmap of scars and malnourishment. One of them trembles, asking if he really has to go back into that hellscape. Garf answers with a swift kick to the rear, literally booting the terrified soldier towards the fight. But it's followed by a quick thumbs up, a silent message that he believes in them. Seeing this brutal but honest encouragement, the other soldiers steel their nerves, ready to follow him into the fray. Just as they're about to move out, a voice cuts through the tension. It's Tierna, holding baby Hans, declaring that she's going with them, leaving Garf dumbfounded. Fritz immediately objects, telling her it's too dangerous, but she insists she won't be a burden. With tears in her eyes, she explains that if she doesn't go now, she knows she'll regret it for the rest of her life. Fritz falls silent, understanding the weight of her conviction. Meanwhile, at the fortress, the situation is grim, as the defensive lines are completely engulfed in flames. The commander lies defeated, bloodied, and broken on the battlefield. He mutters that it's all over, wondering if the person who left for reinforcements just abandoned them. But then, the distinct sound of a carriage rattles through the chaos. The commander and his men snap their heads up, a flicker of disbelief and hope in their eyes. The soldiers are dumbfounded, realizing the reinforcements they prayed for consist of just one single carriage. A lone figure steps off, and the commander just stares, completely baffled by what he's seeing. But then, an impossible flood of people pours out, a literal human tide emerging from the tiny carriage. The carriage doesn't even stop, just keeps rolling as this endless stream of citizens charges forward. They aren't soldiers, but they grab ladders and scramble up the fortress walls, ready to fight. Wasting no time, one of them immediately smashes a monster's head in, splattering blood everywhere. Seeing this insane display of courage, the commander's spirit reignites, screaming at his men that now is their chance. The entire battlefield erupts as the demoralized soldiers, now backed by a citizen army, charge back into the fray. Two guards can only watch in stunned silence, unable to process how the tide of battle just turned so dramatically. The fight is still a desperate, bloody mess, but for the first time, they're actually pushing the monsters back. Amidst the chaos, a veteran passes a final arrow to a young archer, urging her to fire. With trembling hands, she knocks the arrow, her fear overshadowed by pure determination. A massive volley rains down from the citizen militia, piercing the grotesque horde below. One tough, crab-like monster gets peppered with arrows but just roars in defiance. On the wall, a woman screams at a climbing beast, telling it to get back down to hell. But just as she's about to strike, a winged horror dives straight at her from the sky. Suddenly, a blur of motion intercepts the creature, tearing through the air in a flash. It's none other than Balder, who casually obliterates the monster with a shadowy strike. And he's not the only heavy hitter on the field. Our boy Garf is also busy cleaning house. He rips another monster clean in half. A brutal display of his overwhelming strength. Amidst the chaos, a massive explosion rocks the battlefield, and Tyrna can only watch in horror. The blast wakes baby Hans, who starts crying out for his papa in a daze. Tyrna quickly pulls him close, trying to soothe the terrified child inside the rattling carriage. She risks a peek outside, her face etched with worry as the battle rages on. The fortress itself is getting hammered, with explosions tearing chunks out of the stone walls. But elsewhere, a heavily reinforced gate is sliced clean in half by a single, glowing red line. The two halves part to reveal Balder, casually sheathing his sword after the impossibly clean cut. He just one-shotted a grotesque pink beast that was about to turn the fortress guards into paste. One of the guards is completely stunned, stammering to his comrades about whether he actually defeated it. Before anyone can answer, a blinding light erupts in the sky, leaving the soldiers utterly speechless. Turns out that blinding light was a person, who comes crashing down and slams a grotesque beast into the ground. A booming voice echoes across the battlefield, commanding everyone to worship this choice as the monster is utterly annihilated. The violent shockwave makes the baby Hans cry, and Tyrna quickly pulls him in tight to shield him. The battlefield is now a wasteland of blood and monster parts, leaving the survivors to wonder what just happened. But Tyrna senses the danger isn't over, screaming a desperate warning for everyone to be careful. She was right on the money, as a fresh wave of monsters swarms in, forcing Lucia and Garf to yell for everyone to stay on guard. Amidst the chaos, Garf spots Tyrna, and is completely floored, wondering what she's doing here, of all places. His shock turns to horror as he sees a disgusting creature made of fused bodies crawling right for her. Without a second thought, Garf leaps in front of Tyrna, torch in hand, telling her it's too dangerous here. But before he can even act, Lucia unleashes a massive, sweeping attack that tears through the entire monster line. Tyrna is frozen in shock as Garf shields her from the grotesque beast. But Garf is completely outmatched, about to be crushed under the monster's weight. Just then, a new elf appears, stopping the entire horde dead in its tracks with a single command. Turns out he's not alone. A whole crew of badasses has arrived, leaving Garf utterly dumbfounded. But the real showstopper is Tyrna, who erupts in a storm of purple energy as her true name is revealed. The battlefield falls silent, as a monstrous maw addresses her not as a foe, but as the daughter of the Great One. In a mind-bending twist, the monsters all bow, declaring they've come to worship her choice. Tyrna's eyes glow with power, as the monsters praise her for forging her own destiny. Even legendary heroes like Balder and the Iron Giant Valdman have shown up to offer their reverence. This sudden worship sends the fused monster into a meltdown, screaming as it's consumed by an uncontrollable rage. With her true power awakened, Tyrna's gaze hardens, a cold resolve settling in her eyes. She glances back at Garf and the legendary heroes who came to her side, making her final decision. Standing alone against the horde, she declares that she walks her own path now. The weeping monsters listen, their collective sorrow pouring from the fused creature's many eyes. She tells them flatly that she has no need for their worship or their reverence. Reaching out a hand, she issues a chilling command for them to return to their father. The fused monster lets out a final, agonizing roar, its very form starting to destabilize. All across the battlefield, the other abominations scream as they begin to dissolve into nothing. The once terrifying fused monster collapses, its body turning to dust and fading away. In an instant, the entire monster army is gone, leaving Tyrna standing alone on the silent fortress wall. The strategist Fritz is left stammering in her arms, his mind completely blown. He can't even begin to process what he just saw an entire army wiped out in an instant. The sheer shock overwhelms him, and our boy just collapses right there on the wall. Tyrna doesn't even spare him a glance, turning her back and walking away into the night. Barely conscious, Fritz manages to ask the one question burning in his mind. Who the hell is she? She looks back over her shoulder, offering a quiet, almost sad apology before continuing on. Without another word, she leaps from the fortress wall, descending towards Garf and the crew below. All the while, the baby Hans is nestled safely in her arms, looking around with innocent eyes. Tierna gives the child a gentle look, her mission to retrieve him finally complete. She lands gracefully before her dumbfounded companions, who can only stare in disbelief. While the crew is frozen, Lucia is already gearing up, his mind solely on the mission. He and Garf finally approach the scene, stepping past the grotesque aftermath of the battle. Garf takes the baby, completely dumbfounded, as the little boy just stares up at him. But Hans immediately starts reaching for Tierna, crying out for his mama. She calmly explains that it's a long story, gesturing to the carnage she left behind. Garf explodes, demanding to know if she's a monster too, since she lied about being human. Tierna simply says it wasn't a lie, because her resolve to become human was the absolute truth. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the tension, belonging to a mysterious new elf. Tierna flinches as he reveals he's been curious about her existence for a long time. Elsewhere, Kapar watches through a scope, her monstrous eye wide with terror as she realizes they're all in deep trouble. The elf points his gun dead at Tierna, demanding to know why she turned them into monsters during their most tormented hour. With a look of profound sadness, Tierna quietly asks if he truly wants to know the answer. A flashback reveals her with the original Garf, as she explains that becoming monsters was the form they themselves desired. She confesses that her only motivation was a simple, desperate wish to be their friend. But her tragic backstory means nothing to him, and he unleashes a devastating blast without a second thought. Suddenly, our boy Garf lunges in, grabbing the elf's arm and screaming for him to hold on. Tierna, meanwhile, is surrounded by a storm of energy spikes, which she seems to be effortlessly deflecting. She looks on in distress, pleading that she has no intention of fighting him. The elf is absolutely furious, snarling as he tries to rip his arm out of Garf's iron grip. But Garf plants his feet firmly, refusing to budge an inch as he shields the very person he was just accusing. The elf screams at Garf, questioning why he's protecting her when he doesn't understand the full story. He reveals a horrifying truth. The original Garf was a monster who tricked them all, just waiting for the right moment to strike. In the end, he claims, that monster would have killed both Junho and his daughter, leaving our boy utterly speechless. Tierna's tears stream down her face as she realizes it's true. The elf knows about the tragic future she tried to prevent. A memory flashes through her mind of a simpler time, when all she wanted was to be with the man she considered a friend. But before the elf can pull the trigger, a brilliant flash of light erupts, followed by a wave of dark, shadowy energy. Both Garf and the elf are dumbfounded as this new power completely envelops the attack. The force of the intervention sends Garf flying backward, separating him from the conflict entirely. A new player enters the scene, a blonde-haired man who calmly states that was a close call. He turns to the horrified Tierna, accusing her of deceiving the goddess Miriam and calling her the seed of a foolish father. The scene shifts to a vision where Garf, looking like his past self, Junho, presents a bundled-up baby, calling it an impure thing he captured. Damien ecstatically declares that capturing this child is the will of the goddess Miriam. Garf desperately tries to explain it's all a huge misunderstanding, but no one is listening. Without hesitation, one of Damien's guards lunges forward, aiming a spear right at Garf and the child. Our boy can only watch in terror as the spear tip closes in, completely unable to react. But in a flash of steel, a blade slices through the air, effortlessly deflecting the deadly attack at the last second. Tierna's voice narrates over the memory, identifying the fanatic as Damien and the savior as Baldur, a friend of her parents. She then reveals a shocking twist. In the eyes of the Miriam faith, Baldur was the villain who corrupted their goddess. Baldur calmly takes the baby from the stunned Garf, asking if this child was truly born of Miriam. The vision shatters, and back in the present, Garf clutches his own daughter, Ah Young, his mind reeling as he questions who her mother really is. Damien smirks, condescendingly asking Garf if he was really so clueless about the truth. He explains that the child's miracle wasn't some random event, questioning how Garf could be so naive. The horrifying realization hits our boy as he remembers the wanted poster his missing wife is the goddess Miriam. Damien's face contorts with rage, absolutely disgusted that a trash-tier human dared to become her partner. He recalls how he's been searching for the reason she disappeared, remembering her peaceful life among humans. But after seeing Garf with the child, Damien claims he finally understands the whole picture. He declares with fanatical glee that Ah Young is the reincarnation of Miriam, reborn to fulfill a grand destiny of love. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the madness as Baldur appears, simply uttering Damien's name. Balder tells the fanatic to cut the act, stating plainly that Miriam never loved him, which completely shatters his composure. The legendary swordsman steps forward, accusing Damien of tempting their goddess and leading her astray. Damien completely snaps, screaming that Balder is the real villain who made their goddess lose her divinity. But the swordsman isn't listening, immediately blasting the fanatic away with a powerful strike. As the battle erupts, Garf grabs Tyrna's wrist, knowing they can't get caught in this crossfire. Our boy is completely panicked, yelling at everyone to run for their lives. Tyrna, looking just as terrified, echoes his warning, desperate for them to escape the blast radius. But it's too late, as a massive sphere of destructive energy descends upon them all. The world vanishes in a blinding flash of light, as the attack makes impact. The scene then flashes back, showing Balder's calm arrival as he simply says Damien's name. He follows up with a soul-crushing truth bomb, telling the zealot that Miriam never loved him. Balder presses his advantage, accusing Damien of being the snake who seduced their goddess and caused her to fall from grace. Damien is left utterly dumbfounded as Balder, without another word, seemingly cuts him down in a single, decisive strike. Back in the present, Garf frantically grabs Tyrna's hand, trying to drag her out of the danger zone. Our boy screams for everyone to run, clutching the baby Hans as chaos unfolds around them. Tyrna is right there with him, her face a mask of pure terror as she echoes his desperate warning. But their pleas are useless, as the massive energy sphere detonates with world-ending force. The shockwave slams into Tyrna, who can only grit her teeth against the overwhelming pain. She's sent flying like a rag doll, completely powerless against the sheer force of the explosion. Then we see the horrifying truth of that flashback. Damien stands over Balder's bloody remains, maniacally asking if Miriam is watching his grand performance. He reaches out to a vision of the goddess, ranting that he was the only one who ever truly listened to her. The vision of Miriam simply looks on with a sorrowful expression, a silent witness to his absolute madness. Damien continues his unhinged rant, screaming that he was the only one who ever truly heard the goddess's voice. He reaches out desperately, trying to grasp the fading vision of Miriam as she walks away from him. His fanaticism manifests as a dark curse, as black tears of pure power stream from his eyes. Back in the present, the vision shatters, and Garf is dumbfounded as Balder suddenly appears to shield him and the baby. The legendary swordsman takes the full, devastating force of the explosion head-on. As the dust settles, Balder can only grimly mutter about his foolish friend's reckless actions. The sound of the baby coughing violently snaps Garf's attention back to the immediate danger. But in his shock, Garf's mind betrays him, and for a split second, he thinks he's holding his own daughter, Young. The baby's cries fill the air, but the face Garf sees is his daughter's, leaving him frozen in a state of utter confusion and grief. The shock sends Garf spiraling into a traumatic flashback of his past life, reliving his daughter's diagnosis and his own suicide attempt. Snapping back to the present, he clutches the baby, consumed by an overwhelming sense of failure and guilt. Lost in his own mind, he can only pray, convinced that every tragedy that has unfolded is entirely his fault. But Balder, bleeding and battered, grabs his shoulder, trying to drag him back to reality and telling him it's not on him. Suddenly, the ground trembles as the monstrous horde decides they're not quite done with them yet. A whole new wave of grotesque beasts crashes towards them, and the few remaining defenders scream in absolute terror. One fiery reptilian creature leads the charge, letting out a roar that promises nothing but destruction. The desperate fortress commander shakes Garf, begging him for a plan. But our boy is completely catatonic, and the reinforcements he brought? Just a bunch of farmers, now frozen solid with fear, realizing how out of their depth they are. With Garf completely checked out, the tavern cook steps up, holding the baby and realizing it's all on him now. A flash of determination hits him. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He quickly carves an activation rune into the legendary pouch, gritting his teeth as he prepares the spell. Clutching the activated item, he screams for everyone to get inside the pocket dimension immediately. The mysterious elf with the feather hat joins in, herding the terrified villagers towards the escape route. Valdemar, ever the reliable tank, gets their carriage moving at full speed, getting them out of the hot zone. The cook glances back, completely stunned that his last-ditch, insane plan is actually working. In an instant, the entire group is sucked into the pouch, vanishing from the battlefield. Turns out, the inside is a massive, safe hall, where the bureau chief and others were already waiting for them. Inside the supposed safe haven, the rescued villagers are completely dumbfounded, asking each other what in the world just happened. One of them, still rattled, curses his luck, and wonders why the pocket dimension feels so unnaturally cold. He glances down at his hands, only to freeze in shock as they begin to emit a strange, ethereal glow. The glow erupts into a chilling blue fire, and he screams in terror, thinking his hands are burning. But it's the opposite of fire. An unbearable cold sears him as others in the hall suddenly collapse around him. Another man tries to take a drink, only to choke as the liquid turns into a disgusting black sludge in his mouth. Chaos erupts as the curse spreads like wildfire. Everyone who ate or drank is now writhing in agony. Turns out, this wasn't a sanctuary but a trap. A curse was laid where all food turns to filth and all peace to agony. The bureau chief stands amidst the suffering with a twisted smile, revealing this is a divine punishment in the name of Lady Miriam. Just as the curse reaches its peak, the sound of a carriage thunders through the night. A lone wagon screeches to a halt right outside the building, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside, the weakened Lord Claude hears the commotion, his expression grim. The doors fly open and our boy Garf storms in, finding Claude collapsed on the floor among the chaos. He tells the dumbfounded Lord there's no time to explain and that everyone needs to get into his pouch immediately. But Claude clutches a pendant in terror, screaming that his daughter Kapar is still trapped in the tower. Garf calmly reassures the old man, promising he'll head over and pick Kapar up himself. Before that, though, he says he just needs a moment, his eyes locking onto a trapdoor in the floor. With a determined stride, he walks over and grabs the handle, ready to descend into the darkness below. He yanks open the trapdoor to find a lone woman below, who looks up in shock, wondering why he's here. Garf tells her they have to leave now, but she just stares back, weakly questioning his words. Suddenly, her mouth gapes open unnaturally wide as a grotesque pink creature begins to crawl out from her throat. Both Garf and the stoic swordsman Balder are completely dumbfounded by this horrifying turn of events. The creature fully emerges, taking a humanoid form and accusing Garf of being the one who caused Lady Marduna so much pain. It bombards him with visions, asking if he has any idea how much Tyrna suffered every time he casually used his magic pouch. The creature then drops the bombshell. Because of him, Lady Marduna was forced to give up her very divinity. Stunned, Garf's only thought is to ask if she's still alive, but the creature gives him nothing but silence. It finally reveals that its hands are tied, because Tyrna, whose real name is Miriam, has been captured by some unknown bastard.